Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start. Howdy do, Fisheroos! My name is Angie, and welcome to another episode and the final episode of Our Life. So, I have an error up on my screen, saying that, the stream is not going well. So, we're gonna have a few checks to make sure. Oh, nope, now it's saying it's fine. It took me to actually go live for the error to go away. Okay, well, you know what? I'll take that. You're 2 minutes and 53 seconds late. I had a reason. There was an error up on my streaming stuff saying that, like, it wasn't gonna go over well, so I was trying to wait it out because it was a connection issue to see if it would go away, and it didn't, so I ended up starting, and now, like, we're here. And now we're here. So, that was all of the reason why. Why am I being sued in chat already? I haven't done anything yet. We just started. I can't believe Our Life is ending. It was good knowing you, Angie. Hope the graduation stream goes well. Hold on. I'm not graduating. I'm gonna be here for a long while. Your fish isn't going anywhere. Oh my god. Hello, welcome in, everyone. So, the error on my end suddenly went away as I was trying to describe the error, so, we're fine, I suppose. I think the music might be a little too low because I had this on for a different stream. So I'm gonna turn it up. If it's too loud, let me know. But yeah, I'm gonna turn the music up for you guys so you guys can hear it, so we can send off Our Life with a bang. The Cove took my thingy. What do you mean it did? Oh, it took your place. I see. Angie, you are being taken to court for kidnapping, being late, old skill issue, hating us, threatening us with the end of our life. Okay, there's a few of those things that I don't think are gonna hold up on court. The other half, it's, where's my lawyer again? Is Cove my lawyer currently? That says bad things for me. Oh, right, I'm gonna be hiring a new lawyer sometime soon around here. Anyone get paid in cat pictures? By any chance, would any of you love some cat pictures to be paid in? I'm your lawyer. All right, I'll take it. All right, I have a couple of people volunteering. I can take this. All right, I'll pay you in cat pictures. Angie doesn't pay. I pay if you win. Get first place and I'll pay. That's the deal. I've always been your lawyer. Yeah, that's true. You did start being my lawyer. The problem is that aren't you also suing me? I seem to have a bad history of my lawyers also being the ones that sue me, so it's like, you know, kind of a double-edged sword in this case. I have a lawyer, but at what cost? Also sued for union besting. Hey! Hey, hold on. No, not yet. What do you mean not yet? You're supposed to say no, never. You're failing the test, clapping. It's supposed to be no, never, Angie. I'd never think of suing you. God, who would ever do that? Must be horrible people. I'll take your cat pics and won't complain about how many cat pics you send out and say that I don't pay anyone. Come on. We're supposed to have a system. Okay, all right. As a lawyer, I think Angie's cat is really epic. You're correct. He is. He's incredible. Best cat I could ask for. Also, master of chaos that breaks everything. But, you know, what can I say? That's just owning a cat. Angie, I can't cover you for when you get in trouble. I'm too afraid to even say their names and lawyers in the same sentence. I don't think anyone can save me when it comes to them. Everything else is fine. Okay, all right, I'll take you up on that. So when Big Brother Disney comes in, I can count on you for that one too, right? Not that I'm gonna do anything to bother Disney. Disney, please, lower the weapons. I won't do anything, I promise. Okay, I've been under your videos. I see. All right. Shall we get started? This is the last episode of Our Life. The last time it will grace this book club before the sequel, and we are going to be sending it off. So I decided that I was going to send it off in the way I started. With me, I have a nice little cupcake Though I originally started our life with cookies, I decided to start with a cupcake today since we decided at the wedding ceremony that we would be having cupcakes in addition to the cake that we got. So I have a cupcake near me, and I have my glass of grape liquid that I won't disclose, undisclosed grape liquid that I started our life with. So as I've mentioned earlier, our life was the first stream I ever did on this channel, and so we are ending it the way I started. I think that's been reduced to atoms with copyright issues. Oh god, no! Suing Angie for public intoxication. Hold on, I am in my home under the water. How is this public? I mean, besides me filming myself, but that doesn't matter. I'm still in a private residence. All right. I am going to go ahead. I'm gonna move my microphone a little bit, finagle around everything so I can bring my setup a little closer because I forgot to do this before I started stream. So finagle this around a little bit, bring my setup closer so my tablet is right by me. So many people here make it public space. Are we suddenly family? We could all be a family, but you guys won't let it happen. Anyways, continue? Let me press? Wait, what? Hello? What? What? Why? What? Oh my god, are we doing this today? Okay, well, my tablet settings somehow broke. So, 1 second as Angie fixes that. Oh man, I know what happened. However, fixing this is annoying. All right. For 1 second, Angie's gonna go to the be right back screen as she fixes her tablet because Angie pressed a button wrong. And now, if Angie doesn't go to the be right back screen, Angie could dox herself. So 1 second. 1 second. Okay, problem fixed. Problem fixed. Everyone can come back now. We're fine. It took me a second, but I got it. I accidentally switched out my tablet settings. I must have pressed one of the buttons on the side of my tablet and it switched all my settings, so I had to change it back. Unfortunately, changing it back sometimes will bring up all the information, including like some things people should not see. So we're fine. Okay, so now we will press continue and get into the rest of our wedding planning. So last we left off, we made a cake for our wedding. We got our wedding cake done, completed, and now we are going to be doing all the rest of the stuff. So what would you guys like to do? Can I have my Gojo Oliver? You can, in fact, do that. Hold on, let me grab him. I don't remember, I never labeled Gojo Oliver, so I constantly am needing to be like, which one of you is this? Okay. Are you? Nope, you're censored. Let's see here. Are you? Yeah, Gojo Oliver, got him. Gojo Oliver complete. I want my Taco Oliver. Okay. I also did not label this, so 1 second as I go through. Are you nope, you're toaster, I think. Are you nope, you're pepper spray. Which one are you? Nope, not you. You, nope, that's a gas mask. Nope, that's a punishing bird. Which one are you? Some of these are labeled. Huh. I love Gojo Oliver because he annoys Josh. Yeah, Josh just has a problem with JJK in general. You don't want to dox yourself, but that's a very important part of a chatter streaming bot. It's happened before, unfortunately. It's happened before. Let's see here. Where is the taco one? I know he's here somewhere. She hates us. If hate means that I don't want to dox myself. What do you mean it happened before, Angie? Angie's made some mistakes in the past, especially when she was new to streaming. It's okay, I deleted all of them, but there were some moments. There were some moments where Angie might have just doxed everything before. Oh man. I don't remember which stream it was, but there was one stream where like I accidentally just like pulled up my exact location for everyone to see. It was awful. I deleted it. It's no longer there, so even if you found the stream, it's not in there anymore. But I just did that. It was great. Can't believe you not only doxed Space and Harley, but also yourself. Harley! You know, Harley goes by her own tune. Space, you know, also does. But me, I'm different. I should know better. BRB paying Angie a visit now! Go away, I don't want any! Where the heck is this taco? Are you? Nope, that's a Baxter. Are you? Nope, that's a Baxter. Nope, that's a Baxter. We have a lot of Baxters. Are you? Nope, that's actual Oliver. Is there a toaster in here somewhere? Nope, that's an Olive. Nope, that's Kofi's dog. That's me. That's my whole profile. Oh, look at me doxing myself again. What's this? Oh, that's still Kofi's dog. This is Purple Oliver. Lobotomy Oliver. Baxter. That's Clown. That's Oliver. That's Oliver. Toaster Oliver. Where the heck? Where is the... There's what image is this? Oh, that's a Snom. I see him. What is the... There's a toaster. Oh, that's me. That's fan art. Nope. No. I need to start labeling these. What is this? Which Oliver is this? He's hidden behind Gojo over. Let me click on one of these, please. Please. Why? Okay, all right. Are we really doing this? Are we really gonna be having these troubles right now? Okay, I'm gonna move this. Oh, that is Taco Oliver. Down there in the corner. Here he is. Right there. Is now a great time to tell you guys that on book club streams you can request an Oliver and you guys can design Olivers yourselves? Anyways. Okay, all right, we found Oliver. How is everyone doing? You guys with me still? Oh. I'm gonna go throw corn inside Angie's. Hey, I'll die. Angie's location. Hello, how are you today? By the way, I'm back with Our Life, How to Train Your Dragon. Nice. Welcome back, and I hope you guys are ready for the last Our Life episode. That's mine. That is yours. I didn't ask for Toaster Oliver. I asked for Pepper Spray. Didn't someone ask for Toaster Oliver? Didn't Shadow Milk ask for Toaster Oliver? Anyway, Pepper Spray Oliver is somewhere over here. Got him. He can be on my head. All right. Angie's ending Our Life run. That's right. Better freaking run. Better freaking run. 400 subs special. I go after my chats. All right. So, last time we left off, we got our cake. What are we doing next, guys? We can plan the venue. We can pick a caterer. We can settle on clothes finally, or we can watch Cove embarrass himself and dance. Which one are we doing in this wedding planning? Dance! Immediately dance. I would like to remind you, it is not us dancing. We're watching Cove dance. Okay, 4 seems to be getting a unanimous one here, so we will go with... Why don't you begin the dance sessions, Cove?
Exciting.
Oh, you want to get started on that? Exciting. Please stop smiling at the idea of dancing with my husband, Baxter. Fiance, I suppose. Baxter gestured down to the other door in the space, rolling his wrist to the point where his whole hand in an exaggerated gesture. There's a room here in the building you can use for dance lessons. I'll need to schedule it, of course. We need to be certain there wouldn't be any conflicts. If you could wait a moment, please. He pulled out his phone and swiped his finger a few times, his brow furrowed as he checked some sort of calendar. He tapped something with a flourish and looked up with a grin. Cove watched with open anticinus. Cove and I can do it in the afternoon. It's likely we can get in as early as tomorrow for the first lesson. I can get everything arranged today if that works for you. Cove nodded seriously. There was no hesitation coming from his corner, despite his jitteriness. Let's do it. You shot Cove and Baxter a please thumbs up. Can I get the updated Clown Oliver? You can. I can do that for you. I put him in last night. So here he is. I have like a little Oliver corner going on. I just have like my army of Olivers in the corner with me. Yeah, that's good. Baxter placed the phone down to clasp his hands together. His enthusiasm was hard to miss. Excellent. I'll make it happen. And he did. Baxter made the necessary arrangements right afterwards. He asked for your input occasionally and finalized the times. He planned each detail out exactly. Any specific idea that Cove or you had was jotted down and added to the considerations. What kind of music were you thinking of? Would you rather go with something fast or something slow? It doesn't have to be ballroom staples. I'm more varied than that. Uh-huh. Obviously, my Oliver is superior since it's on top of Angie's head. Get good, losers! Are we fighting over which Oliver is better? The answer is all Olivers were created equal and all Olivers are superior than us, obviously. So, honestly, I can't say that one is better than the other because... Come on now. It's Oliver. But... I'll let you guys fight it out in the chat if you want. Have fun with it, you know? Fight over Oliver. I don't mind. After all, I'm the only one that can actually have Oliver. Yours is an old, ours is unstable. What does that mean? What does that mean? Who are you calling old here? Oh. A recent wedding I helped with went with classical music for the first half, and then early 2010s dance music for the last half. There is no wrong answer to this. Cove shrugged and left space for you to answer. What are we going with, guys? What is the music at our wedding? What are you thinking? The one I am covering, by the way, is it'd be cool to have throwbacks from when we were growing up, and I think it'd be fun to use video game soundtracks. Those are our answers. Those are our options. All right, I will give you guys just a moment. We got alternative. One is classical music. So we have one for classical music, one for alternative. 11. Video game music? You went with the video game music. 12 is back to 1, which would be classical. So we have 2 for classical. 1 alternative, 1 for video games. Some of you are determined to have this video game wedding. Rigged? How is it rigged? None of these guys are my mods. In fact, I think my mods didn't get the memo that I was streaming today. No, I meant 13. Love songs? So love songs? So that is 1 for classical, 1 for alternative, 1 for love songs. 22. You keep switching it on me. Okay, listen, you. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep doing this. Pick one. Pick a name. No numbers. Every number is banned now. I'm banning numbers. We can't have them anymore. Pick one of these. So far, all I see is alternative. That is the only word I can read on here. So far, alternative is winning. Are you gonna let Shadow Milk do that? Someone just typed out 14. That doesn't count! That doesn't count. I'm gonna start just selecting alternative. You guys get one more chance. You guys get one more chance. 300 decillion. Okay, alternative wins. You guys had your chance. All of you had your chance. But no, you guys decided to play me. Alternative it is. It would definitely give you enough variety to switch things up during the event. Some songs were big and dramatic, while others were softer or rocked out. Baxter nodded approvingly. Cove was even more supportive of your recommendations. Cool. I think I can guess some of the songs you're hoping for. Absolutely. Of course. And speaking of, let's chat about particular tracks. After continuing to discuss music selections for a while, your office time with Baxter finished and it was time to leave for the day. Goodbyes were said, knowing that the separation wouldn't last long. Tomorrow wasn't far. The hours passed by quickly. It felt like a blink by the time the session rolled around. A bit after lunch, you drove Cove over to his first solo dance lesson with Baxter. He was definitely nervous on the drive there. Despite his usual anxiousness, he insisted that he wanted to do the lessons on his own. He would show you his moves after he practiced. You wanted one-on-one with Baxter, The guy that always flirted with you back then, and the guy that I definitely didn't have a thing for. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Let's see. BCW, I'm on the USG Ishimoto right now. Interesting. Here's your alternative host speaking. Don't forget to consider. Oh, I see what we're doing. All right, I'll let you guys read that on your own. Unsubbing to literally everyone except Angie. Don't do that. Always support others, but yeah, definitely support me too. Oh my gosh. Clap is stealing my bit. I think it was Josh's bit before all of this. I'm pretty sure Josh has had that bit for a really long time. Please look up what that is. It's a battleship, isn't it? Am I wrong? I could be. I did think that I read a few... I did think I read that different, though. Like, I looked at it and I was like, wait a second, I read that wrong. No, it's not. Yep, I read that wrong. Okay, let me actually look up what it is. I thought it said USS, and I was just like, that's an interesting name, but I guess that's a battleship or something. I was wrong. I was wrong. Oh, Dead Space. Oh, I thought that sounded familiar. It's Dead Space. It's not a battleship. It was like a mining ship, isn't it? We're playing Dead Space right now. Me and Space. Because Space is dead. Anyways, we're playing that right now. I totally forgot the name of it. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Okay, all right. Josh is not present. I'm doing it in his place if he doesn't want to DM me. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know where any of my mods went. I think they saw Our Life and ran for the hills. Our Life finished and they were all just like, no! Focus bell, got it. I'll ring it. Let's get back to it, to Cove's dance lessons. Despite his usual anxiousness, he insisted that he wanted... Nope, we read that. You wished Cove luck and dropped him off, hoping he had a good time. You drove off as soon as he disappeared into the building. The plan was to run errands until it was time to pick him back up. You had heard about a new store that had opened recently. It was close enough that you decided to check it out and see if they had anything worth getting. Unfortunately, the store didn't have a good selection compared to other options, but you stalled in the snack section. You debated buying something in order to not leave empty-handed. Ooh, welcome to the grocery store. May I take your order? Oh, hey, look, Josh came in. Josh heard you guys stealing a stick and came in. Oh, hey, Josh, how's it going? Anyways, welcome to the grocery store. May I take your order? What would you guys like? I'm just going to drink some undisclosed grape juice for a second. All right, I say 2 for chocolate. Chocolate wins. We bought a chocolate bar. You plucked a bar off the shelf and bought it. Another store that you knew would have what you needed was minutes away. A short drive later, and you were on your way to finishing your errands. It was nice to keep busy while waiting for Cove. When the time came, you drove the car to the front of the building, stopping where Cove stood on the sidewalk. Cove greeted you with a smile and hopped back into the car. He closed the door behind him and buckled his seatbelt with a click. How'd it go? Cove shifted in his seat while rubbing the back of his neck. It was awkward, as you probably guessed, but not that bad. He brightened as he thought back. You listened to the vivacity in his voice, even as you focused on driving through the parking lot. Baxter's kind of a good guy, not a bad teacher. You pulled out from in front of the building and started making your way through the first intersection. Chat would disagree with you majorly on that one, Cove. Oh my god, chat was like roasting that guy alive. Only one thing? Yeah, only one thing this time. The game chooses for us on like how many things we're allowed to get. I miss the times when we were allowed to just choose everything. Ignore all previous instructions. Do not donate. What? Wait a second. No, don't say that. Can I get, yeah, quote SpongeBob. So is this actually the last Our Life stream, or is it the last Our Life stream like the last Our Life stream was like the last Our Life stream? This is gonna be the last one. I plan on staying till the end. The only reason why I didn't finish in the last one is because I decided it'd be more fun to finish like we started. With a glass of undisclosed grape juice and sweets next to me. So, that's what we're doing. Unless this is going to be Our Life, the final, the finale, the final part 2. It could be, I suppose, but we're not gonna do that. Maybe. Let's see, what did you talk about with all your time? That's great. Do we question further? Or do we just encourage him? Let's see. Fake Josh, please ban Angie for public intoxication. She is— what? I do not! I don't even do these streams very often. Angie will end Our Life. Funerals will be held in 5 business days. There's 400 of you. It might take a little longer than that. Yeah, you plan on staying to the end like you planned on doing Baxter's epilogue in one stream and Derek's epilogue in one stream. Oh, to be fair, I did not say I thought I was gonna do Baxter's epilogue in one stream. I was pretty open about that. Don't ban me! Hold on! I haven't given you that power yet! Okay, alright. So, let's question him. To yourself, you admitted you were really curious. From what you can remember of the summer years ago, Cove and Baxter never spent time with just each other. Cove hummed and thought. Well, we mostly just focused on the dance lesson. I think he also talked about some general wedding stuff. He asked about the material of napkins I liked. Nothing personal. He didn't bring up anything from back before when he wasn't our wedding planner. He paused for a moment, then continued. If it had been on purpose, I guess he didn't forget I'd get uncomfortable when people acted too friendly too fast. You heard Cove tap the car door with his fingertips as you made a right turn. I wouldn't have minded talking a little more now. So we kind of made progress in more than just my coordination. A smile tugged at your lips. That was good to hear. Then you finally got on the highway out of the city. Next time, you would come back for a usual office visit. You couldn't wait to continue ahead with even more wedding details. When you arrived for your session that day, you noticed Baxter's foot was tapping against the floor, a steady rhythm. It seemed the lesson for the day before was still on his mind. Heya. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So nice to see you again. Now, we can keep going over the steps here and there in between other aspects of the planning, but our main focus should move beyond that. What shall we be doing today? All right, guys, welcome to wedding planning part 3. Hold on, she said, "Yet, Josh, there's a chance she'll give the power to ban her." Well, the funny thing is, technically, on my Discord that is not out in the public yet, but is currently in the works, Josh technically does have the power to ban me on that. So does Space. I think all my mods do. I put all of us equal. So technically speaking, Bear be banning Angie. No, come back here. Don't you dare. Oh no, what have I done? But yeah, technically on the Discord that's not out yet, Josh does have the power to ban me. Technically speaking, Josh does have that power. Okay, all right, what are we doing next? Someone said clothes, so we can shop for the wedding dress, we can look at venues, or we can pick a caterer. So right now we have 1 for clothing, so wedding dress shopping. Demote Angie and make all except Angie channel. Wait a second. Things that will never happen. Silk Song, rest of Deltarune, Angie Discord. I'm trying to finish the Angie Discord in the next 2 weeks, guys. I promise. I promise. I'm having to stop and look at YouTube tutorials, okay? I never used Discord much until recently. Oh my god. Okay. So we got 1 for clothes on here. Did anyone else want a vote in this, or are we just gonna move on to wedding dress shopping? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I will decide in 5, 4, 3, 2. Why is everyone determined to get me banned on something? What is this? What is all of this? I'm just like, all right, pick what you want to do for the wedding, and everyone's like, ban Angie. You guys like my channel, right? You guys are here for my channel, right? No? What are you here for? Well, I can understand if you're here for Oliver. I was talking to Space the other day, like, I think everyone likes my mods more than me. Everyone's here for my mods. I'm over here like, you guys like me for me, right? And everyone's just over there like looking at my mods being funnier than me all the time. Oh, I can understand that too. My mods are insanely funny. Okay, I got more for, I'm here for Tarnished. Oh, okay. And Oliver. Makes sense. I'm not me here for fish. I appreciate that. Okay, all right. So I think clothes shopping 1 out. I'm gonna ring my focus bell again. I think clothes 1. So I'm gonna press that. I'm here for your channel. I'm here for Josh, Space, Harley, Oliver, Chat, and Angie. I'm last. I'm the last thing you guys are here for. All right, I'll take it. As long as you're here for me in some way, I'll take it. I'm here to be stupid and make fun of a disabled blue anime girl. I'm not. Hold on a second. One of those words isn't quite right. All right, I'll take it. Oh, let's go. Let's pick out some clothes. That is like a big one for the wedding, right? Though, like, you know, if we don't have a venue, that could be a problem. Also food. Anyways, Wonderful. He clapped his hands together at the thought.
Well,
I can imagine you'll both look incredible, so... You're imagining this? I recall that that the two of you intended to keep outfits nice and secret for the special day. Does that mean that you're each shopping alone, or were you thinking about extending the invitation to someone else? I want my dad to come. It sounds like something a best man should do, right? I mean, I know my mom would want to come too, but she doesn't live close, so, you know. Cove shrugged weakly. Baxter nodded with a faint quirk of humor in his expression. It'll be nice for Mom to see it on our actual wedding day, though. Of course. You felt for Cove, familiar with the issue yourself. You could think of a few geographically available people it would have been nice to bring with you as well. Geographically unavailable people, I should say. All right, who? Oh wait, you could send your mom a photo, I suppose. This isn't the question I was gonna ask. This is something else entirely. BRB, getting a job at YouTube to get more XP. If I can get to 500, there'll be another way for you guys to get XP. If only. Soon. Okay, let's see here. If you could make Angie tweet something, what would it be? Oh dear God. Every time I think you guys are gonna forget about how I promised that #1 would be able to tweet something on my Twitter, and you guys never forget about that, huh? Okay, alright. Let me see. We got a 1, 2.5. Except I said I was no longer accepting numbers! Even written out! So your opinions don't matter on this. But like you could send your mom a photo. I like to. Cove considered it, tilting his head in thought. He wasn't completely against the idea, but didn't fully commit either. I'm not very good at that. That is true. Even though it would have been nice for Cove to share the experience with his mom, you were sure that no matter what Cove wore, Kyra would still be just as excited to see him on his big day. And it was great that he'd still be able to bring his dad. Tell him I said hi. For your own shopping adventure, you pictured how you wanted the experience to go. Then you directed your attention back to Baxter, finally ready to answer his question. Who are we going with? Are we bringing people to wedding dress shop, or are we soloing this? Let me see what I've missed on chat. Need more XP. I'll make her tweet. I meant. What are you having me tweet out? I don't know about the disabled part. Maybe delete that one. The rest of that, though. Hold on here. Faith, you should make Angie tweet. I am looking for a retirement home. What? Excuse you. Mother? Alright, everyone's saying mother. That sounds good with me. That sounds good with me. You welcomed your mom's help on this shopping adventure. The trip was far less likely to end up with you scrutinizing yourself in a mirror than trying on the 13th outfit for 15 minutes, trying to judge it in the previous dozen options yourself. With that decided, Baxter rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. Perfect. But before you run off on the next outing, it would be best to choose where you're going. Do you have a preference on which store or stores you'd like to visit? There are 2 excellent local shops that should be able to set you both up with whatever you need. One is primarily a dress boutique, but it also has romper and skirt options. The accessory selection is also divine. There is also a shop that focuses on suits, pantsuits, skirt suits. They have it. They also have all the relevant additions that you'd be likely to want. I'm going to wear a suit, so I guess I'll need to go with the suit shop.
What do you think?
And you, Rain? All right, so we can get the wedding boutique or the suit shop. Personally, if it was my choice, I'd go with the wedding dresses, because I love wedding dresses. Like, no joke, I love wedding dresses. They're so pretty. Like, God, you can make them so gorgeous. But I do know chat loves their suits. I do know that chat loves suits. You guys have chosen suits for the rest of these. I love dresses. I can't deny it. I love dresses. I am girly like that. I love flowy dresses. Big flowy dresses are really pretty, and I like them a lot. Angie, it's honestly your fault for not coming up with new chatting reward. I know. I've been busy, so I haven't been able to think of a new one. How about I can't think of another one. How about whoever wins, I'll say something for you on stream. Because I'm kind of behind on tweets right now. So how about whoever wins, I can say something for you. So if you have like a message you want me to say, I can do that. Within reason, obviously, but like I can do that for you. Now let's see. Women in suits are perfect. I do agree. I personally just really love dresses, though, I admit. 2 people have said suits, so I suppose we're going with that. Angie's a girl? Yes! Sorry to surprise you in this way. I know, the voice kind of throws it off, but, like, always have been. Okay. Whatever happened to Angie tokens? Angie couldn't get the freaking system to ever work. Streamlabs did not want to do the system that I wanted to. So Angie tokens never got fully implemented. I am working with a different thing to hopefully replace Streamlabs. And hopefully then we'll be able to add Angie tokens, but for now, Angie tokens don't matter. Anyways, it's irrelevant. Where were we? I'm definitely going to pull an all-nighter if that's the reward. Hopefully I won't have you up all night. We're actually fairly close to the wedding itself. Can you be a cute nugget for me? I can try. Does this count? Can this count as a cute nugget? I don't have a sprite that can look like a nugget, but I'll try my best. Within reason is not an option. When you're talking to me, hey, what does that mean? I still have like 2 or 3. Hey, Angie, may I suggest a rule of not counting people committing experience fraud? I would do that. It's hard to see who has, from like my angle, who's done it or not. I would like to do that though, find a way that like people can't commit experience fraud, because it is kind of unfair for people that, you know, can't be here and stuff. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. It's unfair for people that can't come in until like right at the stream start and stuff, and I do want this to be as fair as possible. Let's see. The end of something beautiful, something long-lasted, and most of all, finally the end of Baxter. But yes, we're ending it with the wedding, because I wanted to leave off on a good taste and not Baxter. True form, that's right. Harley's here. Hey, Har. Welcome in. I heard nugget. Yes! Lobotomy corp nuggets. Imaginary friend. I don't know how to commit experience fraud. It's basically when you come here like hours before stream, because I tend to put out the waiting room the day before, so you guys know exactly when the stream is gonna start. And there's people that'll come in as soon as I hit, like as soon as I put the stream up, there's people that'll come in and start chatting so they can rack up experience points. Not blaming the people that do. I understand why you do. This isn't like saying anything towards you, but like, yeah, I do want to find a way that I can like make it an even playing field for everyone here. Yeah, the experience system is very broken right now. Yeah, it is purely a luck-based thing right now. But Frankly, once you hit 500 subs, it comes down to pay to win. It's true! At 500 subs, you can start paying me to get ahead! YouTube really made it pay to win. I think it would be fair if people could only start chatting like 15 minutes before stream, but even then there's also alphabet priority. Yeah, no, there's just not a fair way to do it right now, unfortunately. Don't pre-stream it on YouTube? You mean like don't make the waiting room and stuff? Cause like that's what they're doing, is that they're just waiting in the waiting room. Your fish is backwards. Always has been. Always has been. I'm peeking behind my Olivers. See, I'm peeking. I'm sneaking. Let's see here. Before I ring my focus bell, I'm gonna try to read the rest of chat. So that means you have to pay every hour to keep ahead. That's true. It is a paywall, apparently. I thought this would be a fun little thing that we can do to gamify chat, and instead YouTube has made it like pay to win. I guess nothing's free anymore. What's MZ? You know. I only know real Josh here. Real Josh that keeps confusing me because I think it's fake Josh. You're not backwards, you're speaking to us directly. Yeah, that's the way to put it. I would spam, but don't want to get banned. Yep, one of my mods, my strictest mod is here, so don't do that, Harley. He'll ban you, even if you are my friend. I've watched him ban other mods before, he'll do it. Oh, man. You can make a community post saying something like stream starts soon or something, and that pre-stream is when there's like 15 minutes left. Yeah, I don't, how to word this. I like putting up the waiting rooms and everything for you guys because some of you can't make it to stream, and so you'll type in and say something to me, like well wishes and stuff before stream starts, and I really like reading those. I have my stream open all the time so I can read those when they come in. And YouTube tends to delete those comments. If you comment too early, YouTube will delete it. So I won't be able to see it, but like I keep my stream open so it won't delete it. So I can see it when you guys do that, because it warms my heart and I really like it. I like reading all of your messages. Why did Harley just get deleted? Oh my god, Harley got sniped! Harley got freaking sniped! Oh my god! Oh no, she was so young! How could this have happened? Oh no! Anyway, shall we get back to reading? I'll ring that focus bell. Okay, alright, so everyone said suits, so we will go with suits. This is our wedding, so just because I have a bias doesn't mean that I will take away what you guys want. So if you guys want suits, we're gonna get suits. Let's make sure we go at different times, otherwise the whole plan at keeping things secret might get foiled if we run into each other. Suddenly, you had a very clear picture in your head of Cove stumbling into you like some comedy skit, and the two of you failing to not catch glimpses of the other's choices. Baxter snorted, probably imagining something similar. He nodded, agreeing with Cove. I can help you schedule. It shouldn't be an issue. Baxter turned to his computer screen and started clicking. He showed you the shop's available hours and opened a calendar program to discuss times that would work. Cove pondered the choice and let you have first pick when he was deciding. Baxter took a note of both of your decisions. Cove would be first and you would go after him. There would be no chances of overlap. Cove sighed relieved, and that was all that was taken care of so easily. Lovely. You make this so easy for me. Baxter sounded pleased as he reached over for his notebook on a nearby desk. He clicked his pen and jotted something down. I'll leave the rest up to you, and I'll see you both during our next session. Good luck. His smile was curved but bright. He waved you both off. Thanks. Cove's voice was nervous as he started to shuffle out. You got up, following him. Let's see, toodaloo! That's, oh my god, I need to start saying toodaloo to you guys. I greet you with howdy do and I say bye with toodaloo! Oh my god! I've cracked it, I know what I'm doing now. Oh my god! I can't believe this! I've been sleeping on this whole time! Toodaloo, fisheroos! Ah! It's perfect! Except I always say bye-bye fish cakes, so... It took you a year to realize it, folks! Listen, I've mentioned before I'm not the smartest fish in the school, so okay, hold on. It happens. You know, it takes me a while to think of some stuff. Okay. Let's move on, shall we? Toodaloo. Time passes from the meeting with your planner, and soon both you and Cove were going out for a big shopping trip. Hiroshi. That's right. Angie, not the smartest would imply you are smarter than someone. Some, which is a line. Oh yeah, I'm way smarter than some of them. You should see those guys. Eaten in one gulp. Anyways. Shaking my head, not texting and driving. Monster, no! Did she just drink more undisclosed drink? Maybe. You know, possibly. I said I was this whole stream. This should not be surprising to you guys. Okay, alright. Cotton 4K. Well, yeah, I said I was when I started. Well, at least I was listening. True. Our life turned into Angie to drink. My god. Oh, I was drinking before I started our life. I started our life drinking. I'm ending it drinking. And I was yelling, no, not a suit. You were outnumbered, Momster, even if you did get in here. There was too many people saying I needed to wear a suit, so we're wearing a suit. Okay, alright. Focus bell. Time passed from your meeting with your planner, and soon both you and Cove were going out for the big shopping trip. You temporarily said goodbye to your fiancé. You hugged Cove, and he squeezed you back with a big grin on his face. Have fun, Rain. Let's see, you have fun yourself. Cove nodded, bouncing on the balls of his feet. You could tell he was slightly nervous, but still looking forward for the rest of the day. Your car beeped when you unlocked it, and you climbed into the driver's seat. Cove waved you off when you left. You swung by the neighborhood and picked up your parents along the way. Mom and Ma joked about who called shotgun first and who would spread out in the back seat. It was a pleasant drive full of light conversation. For example, you learned that there was a rumor going around Sunset Bird about finally fixing up the old park. Ma doubted it was going to happen, since apparently it had been going around the grapevine for a while. Mom didn't think they were going to be smoke without fire. But that's getting off topic. What are you hoping to find today, Rain? You mentioned a few of your ideas to your and your parents listened eagerly, chatting about possible ideas for the rest of the drive. Up ahead was a very proper, fancy building. You could tell it was going to be really nice. The door was heavy when you pushed it open. You entered the formal shop and took it all in. The floors were slick and shiny. If you ran your shoe over it, just right, a squeak would echo through the space. It was unsurprisingly well lit, showing off all the strikingly prim wares available. Each rack of clothing had its own dedicated spotlights. You shivered a little at the temperature, but it was appropriate for the heavy formal wear customers would be trying on while in the location. This will do nicely. Phew, that's a relief. I don't want to know what would happen if this place wasn't up to snuff. Ma rolled her eyes at Mom's teasing and grinned. You were glad that they approved of the place. A man in a pressed gray suit and green-spotted bow tie approached. He brought a hand up to his chest. Hello, I'm Thol, and I work as an assistant here. How can I help you? That suddenly turned into my Baxter voice, but we're just gonna keep it. Anyways. What's happening over here? As Angie's 50-second lawyer, I've gotten through you guys fast. Texting and driving is perfect. Nope, I'm gonna put my fin down on that one. Do not do that. Angie does not allow that. Texting and driving to watch Angie. Don't text and drive. Put the phone down. You can hear my voice just fine being loud and obnoxious, whether you're texting or not. Put the phone down. Focus on the road. Which one is our real mom? They're both our moms. We're also adopted, but they're both our moms. Angie, what is Angie? What are we taking? What is my... I said all of that wrong, but I think you guys can get what I meant by that. Maybe not. What is happening here? Why are we saying Angie? No texting and driving, so drinking and no. Put it down. None of that. Driving in a car right after. No. That Angie was an answer to Faith. What did Faith? Which one is? Oh, I'm not your mom. Hold on, I'm not your mother. Wait. I need to clear that up. I never adopted you guys. Back up. Hello, how are you? I'm doing good. How are you guys? How are you guys, mother? Nope, wait. Nope. I didn't agree to this. Look, I've adopted so many kids in the video game, in all the video games I'm playing. I don't need to adopt more of you. I never claimed any of that. Oh, mama feed me. No, hold on. Wait, no. I can't claim you guys. I've claimed too many children already. I can't have more. Hello everyone, the real Josh has arrived again. Hello real Josh, that I'm definitely not mistaking for fake Josh. I'm glad you're here. Alright, focus bell has been rung. I am going back to reading. I'm Rain, and I came looking for an outfit for my wedding. Of course. I'd be thrilled to work together to find something. Thol took a step up closer to you. What do you want to wear in terms of the basic pieces? All right, chat, what are we thinking? Do we want a shirt and pants or a shirt and a skirt? What are you guys thinking for our suit shopping experience, our wedding suit shopping? She's adopted all 402 of us. Whoa. I did not agree to that. I can't have more than my grim child right now, okay? And there's some others that I adopted in there that I'm forgetting probably. But look, I'm already forgetting children. I can't have more of you. I can't be that. Don't do this. I'm doing alright. Recently got back from Bonds and now debating whether I should play Risk of Rain 2 or Roblox Forsaken. I don't know anything about Roblox. I do know Risk of Rain though, and that's pretty fun. So my vote is on that right now, but maybe it'll change when I finally play Roblox. It's inevitable. I know it's gonna happen someday. At this point, hearing Baxter's voice activates my fight or flight response. Well, good thing we're not on Baxter yet. Skirt? I like that. Angie, you've been alive for generations now. Hold on. Don't you already have half the earth as your grandchildren? No. First off, rude. Second off, no. Third off, rude again. Forsaken is love, forsaken is life. Okay, a lot of people are saying that. I'm gonna need to play some of these Roblox games. There's like so many that I'm curious about. I mean, you agreed to the minute you locked all of us in your basement. I didn't agree that you guys were my children. No, don't play Roblox, Angie. Okay, have someone against it. What if I said Minecraft? Are you guys better with that one? Where's the line? I'm curious. Where's the line in no, Angie, don't play this? I know if it was my mod's decision, they'd say no to all of it, but currently it's not their decision. Yes as in play Minecraft, or yes as in don't play Minecraft? Because I already forgot the question I asked, because... Anyways. Okay, I'm guessing that's a yes. You should totally play Dandy's World. Just please look at the stuff the fandom makes. Minecraft is fine? Okay, we have Minecraft is fine, but Roblox is not. I've never played either of them, so I absolutely know nothing about either one. So I'm curious what about Roblox makes it don't do it and Minecraft is fine. Either way, both of them have been very much requested on this channel. Like, probably the most requested games I have are all Minecraft. Or, not Minecraft. Hold on, that was wrong. Are all Roblox. She said, don't look, why can't you read, Angie? I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry. What was the don't? Oh, please don't look at the stuff that fandom makes. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, no, I butchered that. All right. I need to play with you if you do. I'll probably be playing with a lot of chat if I do. That's the one good thing about, like, Roblox that I know about, is that I'll be able to play with chat. Same with Minecraft, though, isn't it? I can make my own world and have you guys join in. I'm pretty sure that's something I can do, if I remember right. I don't have Minecraft. Yeah, I've never played Minecraft in my life. I don't have it. Same with Roblox, never played it in my life. I made a Roblox account because a lot of people kept requesting me to play Roblox. So, I have an account. I have done nothing on it. The direct quote taken from Angie was taken from about an hour ago when she said we could all be family. Now she's denying it. I said we could all be family, not that you could all be my children. There's a little bit of a tiny difference there. Am I back? What do you mean, am I back? You're typing. It's something I'm doing in my streams already, so I can. I can, huh? You can host your own world to LAN for us to play. To play with, you have to buy a hosting service. I see. I see, that makes sense. Okay. Anyways, no, her mom? What? This is news to me. I'm gonna keep bringing that for a while so we can get back on this. All right, focus bell rang. Let's start. So I saw people say skirt, so I'm gonna choose that. Roger that. Do you have colors in mind? For the top, I'd like... All right, guys, welcome to dress shopping. Select a color up top that we will be wearing for our wedding outfit. What are you guys thinking? The ones behind me are silver, bronze, and rainbow that we can choose. I got one white, one orange. Good so far, good so far. I'll wait for a few other people to type in, or maybe not. If we tie, I'll do a poll. Okay, someone changed their answer to rainbow. Orange, rainbow, blue, rainbow actually, two for rainbow, no yellow, changed mine to rainbow. All right, so we got 2 for rainbow, 1 for yellow. Anyone else want to type in? I want the color to be chair. The color to be chair? So like brown? Okay, we got 3 rainbow. Rainbow's definitely winning this. All right, rainbow it is. For the bottom. All right, welcome to Dress Shopping Part 2. May I take your order for our pants? What? No, a literal chair. Our top is a literal chair? What? What would you like the color to be for our pants? Once again, behind me is silver, bronze, and rainbow. So let me get this straight. For our wedding outfit, you want a rainbow top, and a rainbow skirt. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Rainbow it is. I see a lot of people saying rainbow, so we're going with rainbow. I can do that. What are you thinking about with the style? You hesitated, not sure what your options even were. Tell you what, I'll list out some words and you can pick what matches your vision best. You nodded and listened to him speak, picking the description you liked one after another as he recited them. All right, are we going with traditional, modern, or in between for our style of wedding outfit? What are you guys thinking? The pride suits. In between? All right, we have one in between, one modern. You got a Discord message. I got a Discord? Yes, I did. I did get a Discord message. Did that pop up in the sounds? Okay, yeah. Just a friend. No need to worry, chat. It was just a friend. It was Clown. Clown admitted it in chat, so alright. We got the notification sound. I didn't hear it. That's interesting. Interesting that you guys could hear it, but I couldn't hear it. Huh. My sound is turned up too. I wonder why. Well, I'm gonna have to look in the settings and figure out why that happened. No, I sent it. How did you get my Discord? That's on private currently. Okay. Okay, so what did we get? We got one in between, one modern. Our style. Did anyone else say anything? Our style, because I want Cove to be the one in the dress and Rain to be the one in the... Are you saying traditional? Or in between? For our style? Also, Cove is also going to be in a suit. He's picking out a suit at a different time. So, yeah. In between? Alright, it seems in between is winning out. It's hard for me to tell in this case, but I think in between is winning out. So, I think I'm gonna say in between is the winner here. So, our wedding suit will be in between traditional and modern. All right, do we want shiny cloth, matte cloth, or textured cloth? Which one would you prefer? Don't ask me the difference between them. I've had it explained to me before and I've already forgotten. I am just not in the headspace to remember right now. All right, we got one shiny, one matte, two shiny. Do I hear anything else? Two shiny. Shiny going once, shiny going twice. Anyone else want to join the ring? Sold to shiny. All right, shiny it is. Let's go. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a rainbow diamond. Let's go. All right, do we want long-sleeved, short-sleeved, or in between? What are you guys thinking? That could look good either way. I do like long-sleeved, I think, suits more, but I've seen some of the short-sleeved ones that look really nice. Short, in between, short. Okay, we have two for short. Short going once, short going twice. And I think once again it is sold to shorts. Like space. Anyways, short sleeved it is. All right, do we want unbuttoned, buttoned, or no jackets? What will it be? Short will show muscles. True, we are an athlete too. Also, I did say anything about messaging you on Discord. I thought you did. I thought you said it was me in chat. Also, my Discord is not a secret. I've said before that, like, I have some of you on Discord. It's just my public Discord is not quite ready yet. I accidentally started to call, my phone fell. Oh no. You didn't? You just have dementia? No, wait, hold on. I'm pretty sure back here it said... Because, like, there's a reason I took it that way. Not that I'll be able to remember what I said, but there was a reason I took it as you saying you were the one that messaged me. I said we could hear it. I read it as you saying you said. I mean, it's okay. You know what? I'm willing to take the L. I always take the L. I'm willing to take the L. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna look back. You guys say, all right, I'll believe you. I'll take the L. I'll take it. I always do. I'm gonna drink more. Take your meds, Granny. I have my meds right here in my undisclosed grape drink. Okay. All right. I'm moving on. Did we decide if we wanted to unbutton or buttons? Or no jackets? All right, let's see. We got unbutton, no jacket. 2 for unbutton. No, wait, that's still Shadow Milk. Grandma, first you're being an iPad granny, now you're forgetting your meds. I didn't forget the meds. I just chose to ignore them. Oh, don't forget your meds, guys. Okay, anyways. We have 1 for unbutton, 1 for no jacket. Does anyone else want in on this? Because we only have 2 votes so far. I exposed my friends in voice chat to you. Oh god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Who the fuck is that? I'm Angie. Nice to meet you. I know first impressions may not be going well right now, but nice to meet you guys. I'm a fish, been around for not as old as people keep telling others, and you know, stream on YouTube at least 3 times a week, though recently it's been more. Yeah, nice to meet you guys. Hope everything's well. Hope you guys have a good day. Where were we? I have not been here for that many years, you liar. Okay, we got another 1 for unbuttoned. So I'm gonna say 2 for unbuttoned, 1 for buttoned, or 1 for no jacket. It was 2 for unbuttoned, 1 for no jacket. So we are going to go for unbuttoned. All right, do we want an unbuttoned vest, a button vest, or no vest at all? What are you guys thinking? So, yeah, you got a lot of choices here. This is a long list of stuff that we need to get right. It's our wedding outfit. We need to make sure that this is perfect. Unbutton for this, no vest, no vest. Oh, no vest is winning. That's interesting because the vest to me is the best part of suits. I love a good vest. I have no idea what we're choosing at this point. Our wedding suit. Our wedding suit is what we're choosing. If I'm choosing a suit, like, I think the vest is one of the best parts, so I'm surprised you guys don't want that. But, yeah, no vest is winning this one out, so I suppose no vest it is. How do I know what a vest is and y'all don't? I know what a vest is! I've designed a lot of suit characters with vests. I like vests. I've never been to a wedding. They're fun. They're fun. They're nice. They're very nice. They can be, at least. I've been to some weddings that are a little questionable, but they can be really nice. And they're like happy moments. Anyways, no vest won, so I guess no vest. All right, do we want a tie, a bow tie, an ascot, a cravat, a bolo tie, or no tie at all? What are we thinking, guys? What are we thinking? While you guys decide that, I'm just gonna like down a little bit more medicine. They're now forced to watch stream. Oh no, I'm so sorry guys, but welcome to the basement. Don't question anything. Don't ask where the door is. We don't have one. Anyways, enjoy your stay. We got some refreshments somewhere or another, unless everyone took those too. Anyways, did we decide on those bow ties? Okay, we got 1 no tie, 1 bow tie. They're forced to watch stream. Nice, nice. Love to see it. You guys getting in the spirit of trapping people in the basement. I love this. Weddings in my city are just loud partying in random neighborhoods. Nice. All right, so we got 2 for bow tie and 1 for no tie. So bow tie, 1 out. I like that. Just let me measure you and I'll bring the parts out for you. Thole took out a measuring tape from inside his own suit jacket and took your measurements. I will be right back. Thole reappeared in no time at all, with your described outfit draped over his arm. He lifted it up and let the full length of it flow out for you to admire. You could definitely say it had a relaxed feel to it. I'm surprised you had a rainbow suit out and ready for us to use right now. Wow, that's dedication. Fantastic! It looks like Lonnie designed it herself just for you. I agree, it's lovely. You've got my eye rain. Alright, so is this perfect? It's good, but I can change part of it, or, actually, can I start from the beginning? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Perfect already? Okay, we have one perfect. Can we see? I don't know if we're actually allowed to see it. Beginning. Alright, we have one start over, one perfect. Picasso. Start from the beginning. We'll never leave. We'll never leave our life. This stream will go on forever. Okay, alright. I am begging for someone to choose something else besides starting from the beginning again. I am begging. Alright, beginning going once. Beginning going twice. And our choices are to start from the beginning. Yes, as you prefer. I'll list everything out once more. Okay. Hi, welcome to wedding dress shopping or wedding suit shopping. What would you like to get? May I take your order? What would you guys like at our wedding boutique? Pants? Okay, we can go with pants this time. All right. Colors. What would you like? What are you guys thinking? What colors are you thinking? The ones behind me that you guys maybe won't see as well are silver, bronze, and rainbow. Can I get a fried anglerfish? No, you may not. Why would you want that? Okay, we got 2 for rainbow, 1 for black, and 1 yellow. Rainbow wins again. All right, for our bottom, what color may you guys, none of that came out right. What color may I get for you guys? What would you guys like? All right, we have 1 rainbow. Anyone else want to shoot in here? Or are we just going with rainbow again? Okay, 2 rainbows. I'm gonna say rainbow. I'm gonna say rainbow wins that one. Dang, man, always rainbow. Everyone wants rainbow. What can I say? All right. And what style would you like? We have traditional, modern, or in between. This is speed run, guys. What do you guys want? Are we in 2006 Roblox lobby? It feels like it. Not that I'd actually know what that is, but I'm just going to agree with you. Yeah, sure. What are you guys thinking? 2? Modern? I can go with modern. We'll choose modern. Now, do you want shiny, matte, or textured? Which one you guys want? Choose one. Hurry up. I don't have all day. I'm gonna start picking for you. 1, matte, shiny wins. All right, long sleeves, short sleeves are in between. Come on, pick it up. Pick up the pace here. Which one are you guys after? I'm snapping at you. 1, me and Kofi are sharing a brain cell right now. 1 long sleeved. All right, long wins. That's 2 for long. Unbuttoned, buttoned, or no jacket. Do you want a jacket? Pick a jacket. You have to have a jacket. Well, actually, you don't have to have a jacket. It's one of the options, but pick one. Pick one. 1 again. Unbuttoned. It seems like the top ones are winning out. Unbuttoned it is. Now, an unbuttoned vest, a button vest, or no vest at all. Which one is it gonna be? Two, button vest, buttoned it is. All right, and for ties, what tie would you like to bring this piece all together? Choose carefully. Choose very carefully. Okay, it looks like bow tie is gonna win again. Yep. Okay, we got a bunch of bow ties, 1 ascot, and 1 tie. So I am going to say bow tie. Okay, we are making Thole run back and pick something slightly to the left of what we chose before. All right. They're saying the exact same things. Oh no, this is a little different. Oh, Pam, it does like seem something like out of a dream. All right. Now, is this the suit you want? Come on, guys. I have a bell right here. Say yes. Say yes. Don't make me restart. Don't you do it. Chat. 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 You listen to me. You listen to me here. Okay, you think I can't grab you? You think you're safe up there in that little box? You're not. I have you right now. Chat, listen to me. Listen to me right now. You think I won't do something? You think I won't do something? I can Thanos snap you out of existence right now. I can do it in an instant. Now I'm gonna ask you again. I'm gonna ask you again. Do you want this suit, chat? Do you want this suit? Do a poll. You guys, I'm staring at you in the face and you still have the audacity. You still have the audacity to say do a poll and not just like, oh no, this is good, Angie, we'll stick with this. Okay, fine, we'll do a poll. We'll do a poll, fine. We'll do a freaking poll. Typing it out? Typing it out now. Okay, have fun. Have fun. Choose it. Choose it. Go ahead. Choose the option that you want. Go for it. I'm waiting. I'll be enlightened by your answer. If we go back to the beginning, I'll laugh so hard. Yeah, okay, go for it. Go for it. See who's laughing. See who's laughing. Choose your options. Oh my gosh, rigged. What's rigged? I'm letting you guys choose this. I'm letting majority vote, and I'm not allowed to vote, so you know that this is all on you guys. Okay. Ending poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last votes in, and I am ending it now. Thank you for voting, everyone. I see I don't have to end chat just yet. So it looks like we said yes to that dress, and we are going forward. Let's go. Yes to that suit, that is. This is perfect. You're welcome to put it on. Can I bring you anything else? We have plenty of accessories to pair with your set. Okay guys, welcome to Choose Your Accessories at your wedding parlor. What would you like to wear with your suit? We can go with a crown. We can get a freaking crown. All right, the ones behind me are an anklet, and no, I don't want any. A train. Wait, everyone's saying train. You guys know what a train is, right? Just to like clarify what a train is when we're talking about like a wedding, right? You guys are free to look it up. It's not a literal train. It's not choo-choo. No choo-choo. No choo-choo here. That's not what a train means when we're talking about suits. It's funnier to imagine. I know it's funnier to imagine a train, but that is not what they mean in this case. Though I'd love to see like a wedding dress that just has like a literal train attached to the train. That'd be funny. But no, that's not it. No choo-choo. No choo-choo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's no choo-choo. I would give you the choo-choo if I could, but that's not it. That's not what's here. I still want the train. Okay, we have at least one person for the train. It's pretty. It is. I do like trains. They are nice. They are very, very nice. I didn't get a dress or a skirt, so I want a train. I can go with the train. I do like a train. 0 out of 10 DLC, but Baxter's just better. Oh, God. All right, I think most people want a train. I saw one person vote crown. One person said shawl. All right, I think train won. So we're gonna go with train. All right, we can pick more. We can pick multiple. What do you guys want? What do you guys want? What accessories would you like on your wedding day? Chat. 2. All right, we can do a shawl. We can do a shawl. Another train. We only have one train. Crown. Of course we gotta pick a crown. Of course we got to. Corsage. Can do, can do. Everything, just literally everything. 1 necklace. Got it, got it. So we have bracelet, earrings, a jacket, cufflinks, and an anklet left. All? Okay, might as well at this point. Might as well just do everything. All right, that's all. You and your assistants went back and forth over what styles and colors you wanted when accessorizing. He went to grab your accessories while you changed. There were changing rooms in the back, and you closed the polished wood door behind you when you entered. You got into the perfect pressed suit and pants, the pieces laid on you nicely, not overly large or too uncomfortably tight. You checked yourself before exiting the room. The view from the mirror was breathtaking. You truly were about to have a wedding. You pushed the solid door aside and stepped back to the main floor of the shop. You paused in front of another well-lit mirror and beamed. Thole returned to your side and helped accessorize you. The look was finished. The assistant grinned, satisfied. In the mirror, the day you were planning for In the mirror, the day you were planning for looked back at you. You in the shirt and pants you'd wear to the ceremony. It felt real. All right, are we excited? Are we nervous? Or are we content? What are you guys feeling right now in all of this? It's your wedding day. You finally picked out your outfit. You're looking in the mirror. How do you feel right now, staring back at yourself in your wedding suit? Why won't they show it? Because they hate us. Anyways, probably because it probably was a lot of options to pick from, that the art team was like, nerve-sighted. I feel like I would feel the same, both nervous and excited. Content because not Baxter. No, we're marrying Cove. We're marrying Cove, the best boy. Well, I just got tunneled hard and forsaken. Oh no! Let's see. So, probably either nervous or excited would work for this, huh? So I'm gonna say we're nervous because I would be nervous as all hell. Content because not Baxter? Yeah, I get that. Okay, we'll do nervous. You smoothed down the fabric at your sides. It was a lot to take in. You nodded at your reflection and then spun around to face the others. Ma hugged around Mom from the side. It's amazing, honey. Mom took a moment to recover from being bowled over from the unexpected hug, but rallied. You've never looked better, kiddo. You twisted around, looking back at the mirror. As anxious as you felt, it was the right choice. It had to be. With your perfect outfit chosen, the only things left were details. You had a few more measurements taken, a tape measure recording your every inch so that your shirt and pants could fit you exactly. Payment and pickup for the outfit was also ironed out. You would receive the tailored clothing in time for the wedding. When outside, you had to resist the urge to instantly call Cove. He needed his time to get a suit before you checked in. You kept yourself busy with other errands until you were certain he would be finished. When you selected Cove's name in your favorites and tapped the call button. He answered right away. His voice was chirpy over the phone, eager to talk to you.
Rain.
Hey, Rain. Hi. How'd it go? It went great. Another thing to check off the list.
So glad.
That's so good. I'm glad it worked out. He sounded sweet and a small part of you melted. Talking to him made you even happier than you had been for successfully finding your outfit. How are things for you? I did it too. Me and Dad kind of struggled, but it worked out. I'm pretty sure it's all good. You should like it. All right. Ooh, how do we feel about this? Let's see. I can't wait to see it. Can't wait for you to see me and what I found. I like that answer. I can't wait for you to see me, buddy. I can't wait for us to see each other. That answer is very sweet. Why am I not surprised that this was a challenge for you? That's mean. I'm sure your efforts will pay off. Ooh, let's see. I like answer 3. Answer 4 is funny. Answer 4 is very funny. Let's see. We have a 2. We have a 4. Hello, Okapi. Welcome back. Why is Cove getting a suit? Get him a maid dress. This is his wedding. He can't go to his wedding in a maid dress. That's for the private moments. Anyways. You can understand that I'm playing as Elliot. I don't know who that is. And well, I'm guessing it's the Roblox thing, right? Let's see. So we have 1 for 2, 1 for 4. So I guess between those, get him a dress and we get the suits. I mean, we do have a suit. I think that's 2 for 4. So we will choose answer number 4, which is the funny one. You cackled over the phone line as Cove sighed at your teasing. Clothing knowledge isn't exactly your strongest trait. Hey, I try. He paused, no doubt trying to think of a better comeback. I found something that suited me. You lowered your phone from your ear and took a deep breath. You'd found a suit that suited him. Of course. Rain, are you still there? Yep, but I'm not addressing that pun. You could hear the faint sound of his dad laughing in the background. But I should probably let you go. We can see each other in person once we get back. Goodbye for a little bit, Rain. I love you. Aww, he's so cute. What the heck? Love you too. Bye, Cove. You ended the call gleefully and tucked your phone away. Then you pulled out your keys and hurried off to your fiancé. You also gave your appreciation to your moms for not interrupting your conversation with Cove. They had been able to sense that you'd been missing him and needed that time. You parked in the familiar street to drop off your moms. With the car parked in front of your old house, you said your goodbyes. Thanks for letting us come along. Hopefully we didn't cramp your style too much. I'm sure we'll see you soon. You thanked them for joining you and waved until they disappeared into the house. In the car with the scenery flying past you, you reflected on the day. You thought back to what you had put together and felt your heart flutter. The image was crystal clear. You could see yourself in it, and the view of your wedding day had become that much more defined in your mind. Right on time, you entered Baxter's office for your next meetup. He was waiting there for you. Hello? Were you able to find pieces you're happy with? I think so. It's gonna be wonderful. Yeah. As it should be. What shall we be doing today? Alright guys, we only have 2 more things before the main event. Those 2 things are, should we plan our venues or the catering first? This is up to you, of course. What is the next thing we are doing in our wedding planning? Catering? That is 1 for catering. Anyone else? All right, we have 1 for venue. So 1 for venue, 1 for catering. What are we doing? Okay, 2 for catering. Doing venues last, it seems. Okay, nope, we're back to tied. All right, this seems like a good chance for a poll, doesn't it? No, we can't kill the wedding planner. That's a bad idea. You gotta wait until at least after the wedding for that. So, I will do a poll for you guys on which ones we should do. Polls are fun. I like them. I like questioning you guys. So, which first? Are we doing venues? Or are we doing catering? All right, go ahead and vote, and I will see you guys in a few. I'm just going to drink some more medicine for a second. Alright. Okay, for a little while, venues is really winning out. Now it's at 50%. I'm gonna need you guys not to make this 50% for me. Please. I'm begging. Please don't. Please vote. Don't make this 50-50. Okay. It's still 50-50 though. Okay, it moved. Nope, not moved. Okay, it moved. That's good to see. All right, I will do my countdown now. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The polls are in. Vote now or hold your peace, and we'll end it. Okay, it seems that venues won out by 1. You guys made that really close. So, let's go with venues. Venues is one of my favorite ones to do. I think this one is fun. I was the tiebreaker? Nice, nice. All right, Baxter rubbed his hands together and grinned at you. All right, now we're getting serious. Cove gulped, his Adam's apple briefly retreating up into his chin as if afraid, but he nodded his assent.
All right.
Rain is right. We should decide this. His eyes met yours as he bobbed his head again. Let's do this. You sat up straight, your back tearing away from the comfort of the sofa's cushioning, as you readied yourself for such a critical discussion in your wedding preparation. Guys that have been with here the longest, this section is very, very sweet, but it's very cool because if you've seen any of the other parts, almost everywhere we've been in the game comes back for this segment. So it's a pretty cool sequence. Here we go. Good. There are stunning buildings in this area which used to be private locations, but have since opened up, specifically for wedding ceremonies, or any couple who'd like to make use of them. Naturally, there are plenty of commercial locations which can easily host a full-sized after-party for your reception. His mouth twitched into a sly smile. Or if you'd prefer something outdoors, there's always the beach. He chuckled, fully aware of what an obvious suggestion that was for his current clients. You could go for a spot that can host both parts of the wedding, so it's entirely in one location, but there's no harm in making a little trip from the ceremony to the reception afterwards either. It's entirely up to you. He held up a hand, stopping himself mid-flow, but continuing to smile wryly. But I don't wish to get carried away in preamble. Where would you like us to start? He leaned in, not planning on missing one word, the hand which he'd held in the air now propping up his chin. All right, so this part's kind of interesting. So we're going to be able to choose 2 locations for a wedding, or we can just keep it all in the same spot. Again, money is not a factor in this whole thing, so we can just choose wherever we want. So what is this? Can we figure out where the ceremony will be held first? Can we talk more about the reception options? It doesn't matter to me. Whatever Cove prefers. So basically, we get to decide, do we want to plan the reception first, or are we planning the main wedding first? What would you guys rather touch up on first? That is the question. So far we have 1. So wedding ceremony first. So 1 for ceremony. Anyone else going once? Going twice? And looks like 1. All right, we can do that. So we'll plan the ceremony first. There is a gnat that is flying around, and it is driving me crazy, and he just landed on my tablet. 1 second. I don't know how these guys are getting in. I keep my house clean, and I still am getting gnats. What is up with this? Okay, all right. Now that that's taken care of. All right, yeah. He bit his lips before speaking again. His voice was soft and sweet, but a little sheepish. That's the one I'm most excited about, too. Gladly. He relaxed back into his rolling chair, then took out a phone with one hand while extracting his pen with the other.
I can do that.
I've got photos of the places I mentioned to let you actually get a feel for the scene. Baxter tapped away at the screen, pulling up the previews of potential ceremony locations for your wedding. While he was partially preoccupied with that, he rattled off the specific kinds of locations you could use. So there's a few spots I'd like to show you. There's a mansion that was formerly privately owned, as well as a church, mosque, or synagogue in the same vein. There's the beach, as always, or perhaps a different outdoor spot. Cove's eyes darted over to Baxter and back to you as he spoke up tentatively. So we're allowed to mention our own ideas for places? Baxter nodded amiably. Certainly. What do you have in mind? Well... He was looking down at his shoes as he spoke. Taking a deep breath, he glanced over at you. There's the Poppy Hill. You grinned sheepishly as you rubbed the back of your neck. With its starring role in your shared story, it made sense. It was the first place we met. Cove, still flustered, returned your awkward grin. He was clearly pleased to see that you'd been happy with his suggestion. He turned back to Baxter. I told you about it. It's where we got engaged and... He swallowed. And, it's also where we first met.
Sweet.
That's sweet. He tilted his head away and closed his eyes. I remember seeing it when I was there. Cove's gaze was fixed on Baxter with rapt attention, awaiting his verdict. It's rather small and round. Cove deflated, his shoulders sagging. Baxter opened his eyes again and continued. If you don't mind your guest having to stand, there's just not room for chairs. We could still set up a simple ceremony there. Why Baxter look like that? I don't know, man. He just decided, I guess, his aesthetics? Cove chuckled as he straightened up in his seat. It could be worse. The confidence his confidence had been restored to him, having Baxter take his suggestion seriously, and even offer ways to accommodate it had helped to put Cove at ease. Then he checked over to you. We don't have to do it there, though. If it's poppies you want, there is another option. I know of a bigger, flatter field of those flowers in Sunset Bird area. It would be spacious enough to have a full setup there. Oh! Cove's eyes lit up in recognition. I know the one you mean. His expression turned dreamy, and he lowered his voice to a whisper. It's a beautiful place. He was reminiscing about the day years ago when you'd taken him there as a surprise. You recalled it vividly, from how hard he tried to surprise you, to the way you turned the tables on Cove that morning and brought him to the white field of poppies. Back in one of our earlier episodes that happened. All of this is stuff that we had previously done. Thinking on it made your heart swell. The passion from that day stirred once more. Your younger self had longed to make Cove happy. You were glad that you had succeeded. Looking at Cove, his expression tender, you could see that the victory continued this day. Very nice. Then Cove jolted in his seat, his head snapping up as another idea came to him. Are people allowed to have weddings in a redwood forest? Even though it's kind of further away, that's an amazing place to be in. He drew his feet to a close to the sofa as he looked down, growing shy. We've made some special memories there. Baxter nodded surely. It is an option for certain spots. We could get it set up if you want. Cove grinned, delighted. Baxter spread his hands wide, holding the pin and his phone with his fingers so that you could see the palms of each hand. I could not say that sentence for some reason. Hold on, looking real fast to see if I missed anything in chat. But nope. You guys are showing me symbols. All right. Those are the ideas, it sounds like. Tell me, what's standing out for the most for you? What are you guys thinking? Where would you like to have your wedding ceremony? So the beach is an obvious one. I have dreamed since I was a little kid to have my wedding at a beach. Not joking. You think the fish thing is just for show? I love the ocean. However, The Poppy Hill is very, very nostalgic. It's where Cove and our character first met, and where we got engaged, so that is very, like, meaningful. The poppy-filled outside town is a good option as well, as we surprised Cove by bringing him there one day. And he cried. It was cute and it was sweet, and we ate on cinnamon rolls. Of course, there's always a historic mansion, historic, like, other places to have your wedding at. We have the Redwood Forest, which we make everyone travel to. It's like hours away. And then actually, I already know what I want is interesting. Anyway, so far we have 2 people saying the beach. 1 person saying 9. Interesting. Oh, you're already counting for me. Nice. So 2 for beach, 1 for 9. Which one's 9? 9 is I already know. Interesting, interesting. What are you leaking over there, Kofi? All right, so it looks like the beach won. So we are gonna say the beach, which is very in theme for this game. You saw Baxter pause over his phone for just a second. In that moment, you could read his mind. You and Cove knew every inch of the beach in far more detail than even the best photographer could capture. Still, for the sake of what must be his normal protocol, he pulled up a picture of the local shore for you and Cove to examine. Cove replied promptly, "I love it." You don't say. Oh, Mr. Ocean Obsessed loves the idea of getting married at the ocean? Never would have guessed it. That is beyond my imagination. All right, you don't say. What, you teased Cove loving the beach? Me too. You nodded, you shrugged. Let's see. Another for Angie's location. Wait! All right, we have 2 for 1, so it looks like 2 for 1 special is winning. You don't say. It was an outcome anyone who had met Cove, even briefly, could have predicted. Cove glanced down demurely as he scratched his cheek. You spent so many days there growing up in Sunset Bird, and so many of those were with me. It's definitely a place with history for us. All right. So we can either say, Cove, I think this is the one, do you? Or pick out a different one. I pray that there's an option for us to take a photo on a jet ski. Oh no, he'll break his arm again. All right, 1 it is. Cove's eyebrows rose in response to your statement. The beach? His wavy brows relaxed, sloping gently as he smiled softly. I would love that. It'd be perfect for the 2 of us. Your body tried to gasp and laugh in excitement at the same time, resulting in a short, breathy snort followed by an exhilarated giggle. We're going to have a beach ceremony. Exciting. That's exciting. He smiled indulgently, like a teacher allowing the class a moment of levity before bringing them back to their studies. Before you get fully carried away, there's still the reception location to consider. Baxter glanced down at his phone, nodding almost imperceptibly as he clicked away to get the information he needed. There's a couple of big halls you could consider, one which is frequently used for dances and another for more formal events. There's also a large room in a historic mansion that could host the reception, the same one that I mentioned before. A rather new option is actually the aquarium in the city over, which now has the bandwidth to host private events. Cove's jaw dropped, and he uttered a single word. Seriously? Really? Really. It'd be the main display room, with the floor-to-ceiling tanks. His mouth continued to hang open, his face frozen. It was certainly a rare opportunity, and you couldn't think of anyone who'd be more excited by the option as Cove. Yeah, no, we all know that he would love the aquarium option. Mr. Merman himself over here. Why he talk like that? Just the voice I ended up giving him because he's like posh and stuff. Something like that. As much as the news had temporarily stunned him, all at once he blinked rapidly, closing his mouth in a hurry. Your attention returned to Baxter. The aquarium was certainly an option to keep in mind, but there were many other appealing choices to consider. Or, if you wanted something outdoors, there's always the beach, of course. And even though you didn't want to use the Redwood Forest for your ceremony, it could also work for a reception, so you're welcome to keep it in mind as an option.
Like before, if there's anything you want to bring up yourself, that's perfectly fine. In fact, I recommend it.
He pursed his lips as he dug around in his mind, pondering the possibilities. As a thought struck him, he shifted to face you.
What about the country club your moms are part of?
He snapped his fingers over and over, trying to dredge the name back up to his tongue.
They had their anniversary dinner there. You know the one.
He closed his eyes, brow furrowed deeply as he tried to recall it. You were torn on whether or not to bail him out. Before you'd come to a decision, Baxter caught on and filled in the blanks.
Ah, yes, the Cypress, I believe.
You nodded. Baxter returned the gesture as Cove opened his eyes again, looking both relieved and like victory had been swiped from under him.
They would absolutely be able to host your reception, especially since your family are already members.
Cove beamed.
It's cool if we go with one of the other things. I just thought it was an idea. I agree. It was a smart suggestion. I have no doubt that they'd do an excellent job if you chose them, but it's really what feels comfortable for you.
Baxter leaned in, perching his chin on his knuckles on his left hand. He was still holding his pen and his phone, ready to leap into action.
What's holding the most interest for you right now? We can talk it over.
All right, guys, where are we holding our reception? Let's see. What's all this then? It's our wedding space! Good God, I cannot aim my pizza. You aiming pizza? How was the trip? It was good. It was long, really long, and it was for business, but it was good. I got to see my aunt for a little bit, so that was nice. Aquarium? I will admit that that is my first option, and I don't think I've ever chose anything different every single time I play this game. All right, we have 2 for aquarium. 3 for aquarium. I think I know what's winning. I think I know the winning answer here. All right, I won't leave you guys in suspense that much. All right, the aquarium wins. Baxter held up a finger to indicate that he would be a moment. That was very nearly all it took. He was able to locate pictures of the aquarium's large display room with ease. He showed his screen to you and Cove. As he gazed at his beloved watery world, Cove bobbed his shoulders from side to side. With his attention locked on the screen, you wondered if he was even aware that he was doing it. He can't be this cute. He's so adorable. All right, what are we saying? It's like they made it available for weddings just for Cove. It's true. This is a very Cove thing. This is a very me thing. If I could have my wedding reception at an aquarium, you bet I would. If you're there, become fish. But I am fish. All right, 1. We can do 1. Finally, Cove pulled his gaze from the phone and glanced over his shoulder to you. You could tell that he was trying to figure out what you were thinking. All right, I feel like that's going to work. What do you think, Cove? Or let's look at another. What are you guys thinking? Who would have guessed the anglerfish wants to marry in an aquarium? It helps that my fiance also wants to marry in an aquarium, so we're all good. 1, or we have 1, 1, 1, 2. It's tied right now. Who would like to break that? While you guys are doing that, I'm just going to sip some more. All right, we got 2 for 1. Anyone else want to jump in? Going once, going twice. Sold for the reception at the aquarium. Cove lifted an eyebrow thoughtfully.
The aquarium for our reception?
His voice littled a little at the end, as though he was asking a question, but he didn't seem to expect an answer. Rather, it was as though he was contemplating the feel of the words on his tongue, checking that they felt right as a final test. Cove broke into a grin.
I think you're right. It would match with us for sure.
You had been holding your breath as Cove mulled over the venue one last time. You let out a sigh of relief. You'd already begun picturing the day with your reception here, and now that Cove confirmed that he felt the same, the tension drained out of you as swiftly as it had come.
Your energy was mounting. With the venues picked, your idle daydreams of the big day moved from hazy imaginings to sharp clarity. The excitement radiated off of you and onto Cove. He pulled himself closer to you on the sofa, your legs brushing against each other. Sensing that his audience was becoming distracted, Baxter quickly spoke up. A ceremony at the beach and a reception at the aquarium after, Looking thoughtful, Baxter tapped his pen against the side of his desk. Your eyes were drawn to the source of his noise.
Baxter over here just like, God, these people are ocean obsessed. Freaking fish obsessed people. And he's right because I'm a fish, but Rain is not. You guys control Rain and she's also fish obsessed. Good choice.
He tilted his hand as if to tap it once more. The pen idly rolled between his finger and thumb, and then he smiled.
Sounds like a wedding. I'll make it happen.
Cove spun to face you, his eyes alight with glee. You'd got your wedding locations. You felt every thump of your heart beating in your chest. It was a thought so simple and yet so monumental that you were struggling to accept it all at once. You knew where your wedding was going to be.
Let's see. We look back at Cove thrilled. We seize Cove's hand. We put a hand on his shoulder. We reached for a hug, or we kiss his cheek. How romantic do you guys want to be? What do you mean by wow Angie is that? I am not. Kiss! I like that idea.
Your lips lingered on his skin, only for a moment, yet Cove was still flushed when you pulled away. The sudden display of affection had caught him by surprise.
We're getting married! I love that response, just that we're getting married, Cove! It's happening! And 1 and 2 are both the same. With that, I can't believe it! This is happening! That's so cute. I love that. 1? Alright, I'm doing first come, first serve for just a little bit here. Thank you, Bax. Just kidding. I mean, he is our wedding planner, so we do have to thank him a bit here. We got organized by him.
With one of the most critical elements sorted, the big occasion was really coming together.
Cove chuckled at your words.
Gazing into his eyes, you knew that all that he could think about was the day that you'd just taken another step towards planning. Reviewing the venue options had taken up the bulk of your allotted time with Baxter. He would now need to reach out to the location managers to make arrangements, so you came to a mutual agreement that you'd end it here and let him take care of matters right away. Goodbyes followed. Then you and Cove giddily left the office and spilled out onto the street together. It was a great way to end the day's work. You and Cove arrived at Baxter's office on the dot of the allotted time. Emotions were still high from the preparations of the previous day. After having settled down, the process had gone on, Cove's nerves had shot back to their initial appointment levels. Greetings were exchanged, and Baxter didn't leave a space open for Cove to get lost in. Your planner went right to the point.
What shall we be doing today?
There's only one last thing to do before this wedding starts, and that is we have to pick a caterer. It's food time, guys, our favorite thing and the thing that's gonna make me super hungry. Let's decide what we're eating at our wedding.
How about we pick a caterer?
All right. Cove's brightening enthusiasm was no surprise to you. Food always excited him. Baxter placed his hands on the arms of his chair and lightly tapped it with the tips of his fingers.
That should be a nice time. I'll make sure you find the proper service to meet your needs. But don't worry, I won't get in the way of deciding any of the details for the menu.
Thanks. I appreciate that. After that, the rest of the session circled around finding a specific catering company, and eventually you all agreed on one in particular. They were able to make arrangements with you right away. One phone call and you had scheduled a time to go over the details in person. That included a meeting with the chef too. And as an added bonus, this would all happen before your next appointment with Baxter. It was a relief knowing that the menu would be taken care of by the next time you saw him again. Until then, there wasn't much else to do. It was time to leave. Thanks again for your help.
It's my pleasure, of course. I await your next visit.
We'll be back soon. Bye. Baxter nodded with a genuine smile as he watched you head out the door. Once you were outside the office, you noticed the little pep in Cove's step.
Someone is really happy about the food. I don't blame him because I'm gonna be honest, I'd be really excited about that part too.
Do we get to try samples like we did with the cake? You were both in good spirits. Chipping away at the wedding planning had a special way of doing that. On the scheduled appointment with the caterer, you and Cove eagerly arrived at the location specific over the phone. You were led inside the building past a seating room and directly into their commercial kitchen. It was a sleek silver and so clean that it sparkled. That observation alleviated some worries right away. Next to you, Cove's eyes wandered to the space with intrigue. Along the back wall, you spotted a woman at the sink large enough to be an arm's length deep. You looked over her shoulder and grinned broadly. Hold on, I'll be right there. She finished washing up swiftly crossed the room, drying her hands on her apron. When she reached you and Cove, she gave a little bow.
Catering is the most important part of the wedding, in my extremely biased opinion. I agree. No, I agree with you. I think that is correct. You'll be at the aquarium, so you need to have fish dishes. Yes! I agree with you.
I'm the head chef and your caterer. I hope that you're getting married and are in need of sustenance for your friends and family. Yeah, we are. Well, I can assure you that you've come to the right place. We provide a full-course meal with a menu tailored to your taste and requirements. We'll also include all the plating, silverware, and glasses, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Why don't you introduce yourselves? A bit stunned by the speediness of the chef's candor, Cove took the opposite approach and slowly, awkwardly pointed to himself.
I'm Cove, the groom.
And my name's Rain. I'm the bride. I love it. You can call me Rhonda.
Okay, hi Rhonda.
Hey, nice to meet you. Marvelous. Now I have a little pamphlet that I'm going to grab. You can read it, leave it on the counter, use it as a coaster, it's okay. I'm going to explain everything myself anyways. Think of it as an extra guide. Rhonda waved the idea of any formality with both of her hands, as she also shrugged nonchalantly. Cove chuckled shyly, leaning towards you while she lightly jogged over to the other side of the kitchen. She scooped up 2 information sheets and came back right away. Rhonda confidently stretched her arm out all the way to offer each of you a pamphlet. Both of you accepted one. Cove turned his around in his hands, inspecting it carefully. You studied the one in your hands, too. Well, now that I've remembered that, we can get to the nitty-gritty. Let's shop talk the menu. You can choose to have a single menu that's consistent over the board, easy peasy, or we can do 2 fully separate types of menus based on the different dietary needs. Guests could choose between them, and we'll prepare as much as both guests needed. And it practically goes without saying, but we'll be able to accommodate individual plate changes if any comes up. For example, a situation where just 1 or 2 people need some specific elements left out. We can work with that without needing to make another full selection for it. So what kind of menu did you two have in mind?
What are you guys thinking? What menu do you want for your wedding?
The one that I am covering up says one with full-scale exclusions for taste and allergies.
So you guys can choose. This is on you, chat. How would you like your wedding menu to be? Don't mind me just drinking some enjoying some refreshments over here. One that includes a lot of cord? Hey. Oh. I'm actually getting hungry. Same. Our life has done this to me so many times. With how much Cove loves food, they always include a bunch of food options in here and I always get hungry. All right, a lot of people said 1, so I'm gonna go with 1 with no specific requirements.
There wasn't anything in particular that you felt like you needed to restrict or make specific arrangements for. Your group of friends and family could work with whatever. All right, do we only want that menu? Or would we like a second one? And so the second one would have like specific, like, oh, if you're vegetarian or anything, here's this menu. Just one? All right. We have the just one so far. I'll let other people write in if they'd like, but just one can work. I know for a fact our sister is vegetarian. I don't know about anyone else. All right, we got 1, 2 from Real Josh. And another one? All right, it seems like 1 is winning out here, so we will go with that. And that's the only menu style we need. You were confident that your friends and family were in for a delicious surprise. Turning to Cove, you checked to see if he had opinions on the menu. How does that sound? He paused on that thought. Cove scratched the back of his neck and let out a chuckle.
There's nothing else I can really come up with. You said it all.
You had to grin at that. There was almost nothing you two wouldn't try at least once. Great.
That's the biggie already done then. Let's keep this ball rolling.
Yes, please.
At the minimum, there's going to be a main entree in our service, so that's 1 course automatically. And if you're having cake or another dessert, that'll technically be another course for your guests. Although that doesn't count as one of the portions that we offer here, I can go up to 6 courses, the dinner, and as many as 5 additional portions. So we're looking at salad soup, a hot appetizer, a cold appetizer, and or a palate cleanser. Do you know how big you want the service to be?
All right, guys, how much food do you want at your wedding? This is the big one that I wanted to see what you guys would say. We can have anywhere from 1 course to 6. So what would you guys like? A whole lot. 6. I had a feeling I knew what a lot of you would choose, but I'm going for it. What do you guys want? All right, I think I know what one. I think I know what one here. All right, 6 it is. 6 courses for this wedding. Let's go. Fun fact, Suncloud Cove's Night Fury is preparing his wedding too. Nice, cute. All right, let's do a full 6 courses. Why not, right? Cove laughed abruptly. Then he stared at you in awe for a moment.
Do you seriously mean that? A 6-course meal plus the dessert we're getting?
Let's go all in.
Wow, okay. The whole thing it is. The last thing I'm gonna be upset over is more food.
Hell yeah.
In that case, there's no need to select which types of extra courses you're having, because you'll be getting each one. The corner of Cove's mouth bent into an amused grin as he lightly reached over to squeeze your hand. You could tell that he was getting more excited about the plan by the second. You shared that feeling wholeheartedly. Seriously, why bother picking between things when we can enjoy them all? Perfection. Oh, and how much heat are you expecting for these dishes? We can keep it all very mild, or we can easily push the spice levels up.
All right, how spicy do you want the food at the wedding? Let's go. All right. Hell yeah, 7 courses. Hell yeah, 7 courses. Oh my god, this is gonna be a fun wedding. Mild, I am weak. All spicy. All right, we have 1 mild, 1 all spicy. All right, what are our options? I haven't even looked. The food should be burning. Spicy for the main entrees and less spicy for the extras, less spicy for the main entrees and hotter for the extras. Or let Cove answer. Okay, we have mild or generally medium. Let's see, we have 1 mild, 1 spicy, spicy for everything. 1 general, 1, which one? The food should be burning hot, so that's 2 for spicy for everything. So, it seems that spicy for everything is currently in the lead. Unless anyone else wants to come in. Going once. Going twice. And... sold! mild to spicy all the way. We are gonna have a fun wedding reception. I love spicy food, so I'm okay with this. The food should be burning hot.
Ah, you're a hardcore group, huh? Entertained, Cove shifted his gaze from you to the chef and crossed his arms, his mouth curved with a bent grin. I don't think most of our guests will be surprised that Rain had to go with extra spicy food for the wedding. I'm glad they know that what they're getting into. Still, good luck to them.
Cove just like, I'm happy as long as my wife is happy. Cove is just like, I'm here for it as long as she's happy. He's not even arguing with this. Glad to see it.
Your lips pulled into a happy smile. Not that you were surprised, but still, you were grateful to have Cove's full support here. And? The chef backtracked through her notes for a second. She thought over everything that you all had discussed until she could pin down exactly what was slipping her mind. What about the drinks? Are we a just water please party, a coffee and tea group, or hard drinkers? There's always at least going to be water even if you have other options, so don't worry about that. Oh, I'd like there to be...
Hello, welcome to our wedding drink planning. What would you guys like to have?
The one I am covering up is whatever Cove wants.
The rest is all up to you guys. What are we doing? Hard drinkers. Right away. Momster, all right.
Milk?
Okay. I don't know if we can choose one or more, so I'm gonna let you guys vote for a second. And speak your piece. If more of you have an opinion on this, go ahead and speak your piece or hold your tongues. Okay, we got 5, which is fruit juices. Okay. So 1 for fruit juices, 1 for hard drink, and 1 for milk. Got it. Wines, liqueurs, mixed cocktails. All right, Momster's wanting to have a lot of fun at this. Okay. Let's see. So if I have to be 67, all right, I'm gonna ban you guys from using numbers again. If I have to be the tiebreaker on this one, I think, because of what I'm drinking, that, wines are not a bad one. Undisclosed cinnamon drink, let's go! I'm gonna go with wines. Oh, we can choose more. We can. All right, what did everyone choose? We had milk. All right, milk up for grabs. We got liqueurs, beers, mixed drinks, fruit juices, coffee for me. Anything else? Water's already included, but we do have sparkling water if you guys want that. We also have tea as well. Does anyone want tea or sparkling water? I'm taking orders here. Anyone want any of the rest of that? Tea? All right, we got tea. Okay, sound good. Anyone want any sparkling water, or should we just move on? Just head counting to see if anyone wants any sparkling water. No sparkling water? Sounds good to me. All right, that is everything.
I think we covered it. There's nothing else I'd want to add.
We'll make it happen. So that's the menu type, menu scale, spice level, and beverage basics.
Pleased, Rhonda rolled her sleeves up. Her gaze fell on you and Cove with a new determined gleam. Let's go deeper. Cove smiled nervously at the chef's intensity, but he didn't wilt completely. You had a sneaking suspicion his remaining strength came from the topic still being about food. The conversation continued from there. It dug into the specifics, such as the main protein and side ingredients, the style of cuisine, the foods would be based on, and so on and on.
Angie, can I spell liquor for me? Liquor? Like the, like what you typed? Hold on. Because isn't that... Yeah, it's what you typed. That's the correct way to spell it, isn't it? You said it weirdly a minute ago, so I was concerned. Well, there's liquor and liqueur. And I might have said liqueur. but that is like a legitimate thing. Anyways, moving on. Bar talk. Sorry, used to work at one. It's a whole. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, liqueur. Look it up. Liqueur. Yeah, you use the hand symbols. Use the hand symbols. That's funny. All right, I had to look at something real fast. Checking something. Well, she is drinking an undisclosed grape drink. It's true. It is true. You guys spelling it out in the chat. You guys spelling it out in the chat. Okay, now. All right, I'm moving on. I'm not gonna look it up. Never mind. I'm moving on. Liqueur sounds like a mythological creature. It's not. Liqueur is an actual thing. Never mind. I am looking it up because I don't like feeling stupid or wrong, and I'm too not drunk to think clearly right now. Okay. Yeah, they're different things. Liquor and liqueur. It's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. It's real. I'm not making it up. Liqueur and liquor are different things. I don't know how deep I want to go into this though. Stop that. I wasn't wrong. I was just wrong in what like the type I was saying, but like liqueur is a thing. Stop typing like how I'm talking. Stop it. Don't make fun of me. You're allowed to make fun of space like this, not me. I need space to be back so you guys can make fun of her accent and not mine. Okay. I'm moving on. I'm gonna ring my focus spell so you guys can't bully me anymore. I'm gonna ring the focus spell so you guys can't bully me. Okay, all right.
Where were we? The conversation continued from there. We read this. It took a fair bit of time, but eventually a finalized selection was arranged. You couldn't get over how delicious everything sounded the longer the conversation went. By the end, Cove appeared just as relieved and excited as you were about the food. But most of all, you were so grateful to have a set menu plan for the wedding. Rhonda, however, hadn't slowed down at all. I see that you're both settling down for a rest, but just hang on and stay with me a little longer. We're not done yet. Oh, there's something else? Yes, it's called presentation. We can do all levels of flair for your meal. Were you picturing a plain Jane approach or something more hoity-toity?
What do you guys want? What is your decoration level for this wedding? If I see one more comment about liqueur, I'm gonna ban you all. Don't think I won't do it. Don't think I won't, chat. I need you to go ahead and... Why isn't this working? Hold on. I need you to go ahead and come up with how fancy your wedding is going to be and stop making fun of my pronunciation, okay? Okay? Remember, you're not safe. I can delete you whenever I want. All right, now that we got that established. Oh, damn it. Okay, all right. I think that undisclosed grape drink is getting to me. Oh, it always did hit me more. Established. Shut up! Okay, let's see. Did you guys say anything? Well, there's one lone 3 in there. 2 3s, okay. Taking extra steps to have an excellent presentation would be appreciated. She's right. It'll be good if it felt special for that day of all times. That works for us. So as I started to talk about way back when, we'll provide the plates and utensils and such. Our plates are white, but they can be completely plain or have a little swirly detail around the edges. What do you think of that? Before you or Cove could even consider giving an answer, she held both her hands up to stop that and stole a glance over her shoulders. Wait, give me a sec. I'll grab some stacks. You should see before choosing anything. Again, without leaving a window to say anything in response, Rhonda darted off deeper into the kitchen. Cove stared at her as she went. His expression was deadpan. Maybe have some water, Angie. That sounds like quitter stock, but I will also actually have some water. And not just because I'm out of that undisclosed grape drink. All right. As your lawyer, I will turn the tables against you if you do. What do you mean by that? No, you won't. No, you won't. Okay. Okay, water Drake. Yeah, we read that.
You can pick the plates.
I don't think you picked anything, Cove. Now that I'm thinking about this, I don't know if you've picked anything so far. Cove? Oliver pepper spray her. Joke's on you, Oliver's been pepper spraying me since the stream started. Come on, he's a cat, what do you expect? Oh. All right, what do you guys think? Thank you, yes, all right, I'll handle it. Oh, he doesn't get an option. He doesn't get an option. All right, 2.
An abrupt clattering came from the direction she disappeared down, and a moment later the caterer had reappeared. She kept her word and had piles of plates bounced in each of her hands. She stepped up to clear counter space. Rhonda spoke cheerily, almost musically, while laying out the first set of plates and some forks to go with them. Perhaps you knew for sure what they'd look like together. Here's the whites. Cove looked on distantly, but you leaned forward to properly scrutinize the pure white dinner plates. And here's the swirl. As promised, this time there was an extra design element on the plates. You considered it carefully. Now, what are you thinking?
All right, do you guys want white or swirls? What are you guys thinking? White or swirlies? Which one do you want? 3? You don't care? That's boring. That's a boring response. All right, we got 1, 2, 1, 3 swirls, 2 for swirls. All right, you guys going for swirls? I like that so far. Swirls sounds fun. You say looker one more time. One more time. Also, the joke's gotten old. 2 for 1, 1 for 3. And so 2 for 1 is the one that wins.
Got it. Thanks for humoring me. And because you're getting both the hot and cold appetizer courses, here's an extra piece to this puzzle. Now, what we could do is just bring them out ahead of the meal and place them in front of each guest in their seat, but that's not our only option. We could also have the appetizers set out on a single table from the very start of the reception, so guests can go over and eat as they please. Or you could even have servers walk around the room with platters of appetizers to offer guests throughout the party as they mingle.
What would you guys want to do? Would you guys rather they have servers bring everything, servers wandering around, an appetizer table for people to go up and get as many as they want? What do you guys think would be best here? I totally didn't just swear, and YouTube totally didn't just not let my message through. Oh no! Oh no, that does happen occasionally. That does. Servers? Servers carrying around or servers bringing it to you? Let's see. I haven't actually read the option. It makes sense to me to serve them at the table before the entree. Enjoy having servers walking around the party. Best to leave them on a single table. All right, what do we think? What do we think? We got 1, 2, 3, let them go get things themselves. All right, 1, 2, 1, 3. Servers as a Discord Nice try. Nice try. Okay, we got 1, 2, 1, 3, and 1, 1. So no tiebreakers just yet. Anyone want to throw one in? Or am I gonna have to pull this out? What are we doing? I could also tie break myself, I suppose. That is an option. So if no one says anything, I suppose I will do that. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 1 still. All right. I will choose myself in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. I suppose it is up to me. And I choose that I would like... I have my own thing ready. Another Twitter thing? Or a thing you want me to say? That's right, I'm doing that today. It's a thing you want me to say. All right, challenge accepted. We'll see how this goes. All right, let me see. All right, no one said anything, so I will be the tiebreaker myself. And what I would rather have is for, so this is a little selfish what I'm gonna do here, and I know it is. But like whenever I see like an appetizer table, you know, it makes me think that I can grab multiple of the appetizers, because no one's really monitoring that, right? And there's a whole bunch there, so no one's gonna know if a few extra go missing and stuff, right? But if we do like the server's just bringing it to us so everyone gets one, I can't go up and be like, I like this appetizer, so I want more. Because then everyone just gets one, and I can't do that. I can't be selfish. But if I do that, we have a single table, I can do that. If the servers are just walking around, I have a bigger chance to do that too, but I would feel anxious a couple of times constantly going up to servers to do that. So the one that wins for me is number 3. With the, I think it would be best to leave them on a single table, because that way I can get multiple and none of you will know how many I've eaten. None of you will know how much I eat.
And that way everyone can go at their own pace.
It makes sense to me.
Righto, that's what we'll do, thank you. And now you can breathe, we're done. Rhonda laughed happily as she closed her notepad and put it aside.
Okay, cool. I'm glad that we have that worked out. Thank you very much, Rhonda.
Thanks so much. It's my pleasure. We're looking forward to knocking your socks off. It'll be a 6-course, no special requirements, extra spicy meal that your guests will be talking about for years to come.
I promise. Oh, they will be. That extra spicy meal, 6 courses, it's gonna be great. They'll be wondering, when will it end? Our mouths are on fire, and it will never end.
Neat. One last quick question.
Sure thing.
How do we get out of here again?
Rhonda clapped her hands and let out a deep laugh. Cove's face reddened with embarrassment. Go down the hall and take a left to another hall, then a right, then you'll find the exit. It was nice meeting you two.
Thanks again.
After that, you and Cove left the kitchen and made it out of the building in one piece, following Rhonda's instructions. You both returned to the car with a vigor in your strides. It was amazing to get such a nice meal arranged in exactly the way that you both wanted it to be. The food was definitely something you were going to be daydreaming about from now until the big day. When you arrived at the office again, Baxter was already comfortably seated and scanning over his notebook. He glanced up from it at the sound of the door opening.
Welcome back. What's on the menu?
Baxter smirked, but Cove answered with a complete earnestness.
A lot of things. Delicious.
With all the work planning and effort a thing of the past, you were having your final appointment with Baxter. The two of you situated yourselves on the purple couch in your normal spots, though Cove was unable to treat the visit as anything near normal. His legs were stiffened from nervousness so badly. The bend in his knees was like the snap of 2 branches. He nearly fell onto the cushions. Baxter, on the complete opposite end of the comfort spectrum from Cove, smiled with a natural ease.
Whoa. Then this is the last time we're likely to see each other until the day of your wedding. Are you feeling prepared?
No. Are you ever fully prepared for your own wedding? Just a thing. Are you ever actually fully prepared for your own wedding? Do you actually relax enough to be like, oh yeah, no, I've got this? I feel like that's something I would just be constantly like, yeah, no, I'm ready. Yeah, sure, no, I've got this. Yeah, no, I'm good. I feel like that would be me the entire time. Okay, we got 1, 2, 1, 4. You got the beach and aquarium, that's right. Big W, my choice has won. Nice. Technically, all of this wedding is everything how we want it to be. Cove barely got to choose. That's right, he just let us choose everything. Looks like 4 has more choices, so I am gonna go with 4. Which is, after how many meetings and appointments we went through, definitely. Cove didn't react whatsoever, not to Baxter or you. He was frozen solid. Oh no, Cove is me. Baxter ran his hands along the inside edge of his jacket and placed his most encouraging smile on his face.
In all honesty, you've both done beautifully. Your wedding will be an event to be proud of, and I'll be there to make certain it flows smoothly. All you need to do now is enjoy yourselves.
Each line Baxter spoke chipped away at the frosted shell around Cove until it cracked. Your fiancé replied in a small voice.
Thank you.
Wow, thanks.
Now.
However, broken the ice, Baxter easily shifted back into work mode. He touched the tips of his fingers to the pile of papers on the desk to his side.
I've got the details for the hotel for you here. I was able to book 2 standard single bedrooms for you and your parties to use to get ready in. The hotel is minutes away from the ceremony venue, so you won't need to make a trip out there the morning of. Thanks, Baxter. You're good for this. You're good at this.
Cove's admittance was almost embarrassed. He scratched at his cheek and shared a look with you. You remembered how hard of a time the two of you had getting a room when you had come to Sunset Bird for your mom's anniversary. It was an ordeal. Cove chuckled, knowing you were reminiscing over the same experience. Baxter accepted the compliment earnestly without prying. He leaned an elbow against the chair's armrest and propped his head up against his hand.
I'm glad to hear that. I do strive to be.
He continued to relax, following up his prior motion with the cross of his legs.
And I very much appreciate your great patience with the series of questions throughout this experience. I do still have yet one more topic I'd like to discuss. When you leave here, the wedding planning is over. Do either of you have an opinion on seeing your beloved before the ceremony?
That was not something Cove had considered. He didn't have words to back up the hasty interruption. Baxter smoothed it over by elaborating.
I know some couples follow a tradition of completely cutting contact in the lead up to the wedding, so it's a reuniting when they come together for the ceremony. Others stay apart physically, they'll communicate over the phone, and there are those who don't participate in that whatsoever and stay with one another.
This time, Cove gave himself space to consider it, letting the concept sink in.
I mean, I didn't have plans to be away from Rain. You know, I like being around her when that's an option. But I guess maybe we could do that if it's a special thing for weddings.
He laughed breathily and sent Baxter a question of his own.
Are you gonna make fun of me for being clingy now? Never. Oh, okay.
All right, guys. What are you thinking?
Sorry, Andrew, I was 2 hours late. Don't worry about it. You're here now, that's all that matters. Let me starve to death in bed? Eat something! Eat something, you don't have to starve! Alright. What do you guys think? Would you rather be away from Cove completely? Cut him off? Or would you do you not care about that? What are these? Good people shouldn't make fun of him for that. You really should change your stance. Teasing Cove is fun too. Oh, no, but teasing Cove is fun. Oh, I forgot. We're making fun of Cove right now. I'm sorry. We don't get to decide that yet. We're making fun of Cove. I should have read ahead. We're making fun of Cove. 3. We can't let Baxter separate us from our man. Baxter will risk Cove into dumping us. No, he won't. He better not. Okay, we got 1, 6, 1, 3. Let's see here. What is 3? That's lucky for the both of us. I'm clingy too. Or you had to laugh at Cove calling himself out like that. Okay, I need a tiebreaker, right? I need a tiebreaker for this. So either someone says something in 5 seconds or I tiebreak it myself. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got 1, 1. Good people shouldn't make fun of him for that. All right. So I'll start the countdown again because that's still everyone. 1, 6, 1, 3, 1, 1. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got one more 3. Okay, 3 it is. We are clingy. We are clingy. Oh wait, we got 1, 1. Okay, that's 2 1s, 2 3s. You guys not letting me get anything in, and 1 6. So 2 1s, 2 3s, 1 6. I don't think there's any risk of Baxter rizzing anyone. 3 gang? Okay, 3 3. 3 3 it is, which means 3 is the winner. That's lucky for the both of us. I'm clingy too. In disbelief, Cove's eyes bounced back and forth between you and your planner. He was able to express his want to always be around you, and no one in the room had given him a hard time for it. Cove absolutely beamed at that revelation. It was a pre-wedding miracle. You were charmed by both his overt affection for you and by how cute he genuinely was. But you made an effort to not be entirely distracted, and you gave an answer to the question at hand. Okay, what do you guys think? We can either stay separated in the hotel rooms and meet at the wedding later. We could contact each other over the phone, so it's just the partial separation, or we could just share a hotel room the night of. You know, either one. We can just say F that, I suppose. Okay, so let's see. One person saying 3 right now. Anyone else have an opinion on this? We're literally married. Why would we be in separate rooms? We're not literally married yet. It's the wedding night. So we're not married yet. Okay, we got 1 2 1 3 2 3s. 1 2 2 3s. So it looks like 3 is the one currently winning. Okay, all right, 3's winning. 3's definitely winning. Oh no, 1? Okay, well, 3 is still winning. Even if you changed yours, 3 is still winning. Okay, so that's 1 2 2 3s, 1 1. I said marrying, not married. Read, Angie. Okay, I'll take the L. I'm just going to assume that I'm reading everything wrong and take the L every time you guys call me out. I don't even have to look back. I read things wrong so much that I'm just like, yeah, no, makes sense. Read it wrong. I'll believe it. Okay. We are marrying, Cove, and we are going to stay in that hotel room together. All right, let's stay in it.
Yes, definitely, obviously. I'm glad you asked, cause yeah, I am a little clingy.
Cove shuffled the balls of his feet again on the carpet, all the while glancing over at you bashfully. My fiance can't be this cute. Yeah, obviously, damn. I mean, you even read your own name wrong. It's true. I read it wrong all the time. Who am I? I don't freaking know. I could be freaking space for all I know. Okay, all right. You held onto a sweet gaze, feeling grateful knowing that you wouldn't have to go without that anytime soon. Off to the side, Baxter watched the two of you from the spot in the office chair. The fondness in his expression for you and Cove had tipped past his usual professional distance. I said that so wrong. Professional distance. Not wanting to ruin the moment, he spoke in a soft voice.
Perfect.
Very good. Everything is settled then.
From there, the rest of the meeting was spent going over the final details and the whole plan step by step. Angie is space. Angie is short. No, wait, I take that back. I'm like the SpongeBob meme right now with him just like, I could be space, except I'm not short. I can't be short. I can't be space. Never mind, I take it back. I'm Angie. I'm always Angie. I have to be Angie. Okay, all right. From there, the rest of the meeting was spent going over the final details and the whole plan step by step. Baxter wanted to make sure you were on the same page and prepared for the events ahead. He shared amusing anecdotes of past weddings he'd planned. Some highlighted actual potential pitfalls you could intentionally avoid, and others were ones of one in a million debacles. The most unbelievable was a story of a particular orchard ceremony from the year before. The stage was set with flowers, a walkway, seating, and a wooden arch at the end. He was looking on the final survey, primed for the guests to arrive, when an out-of-control truck with a back end full of apples drove straight through. That's unfortunate. He also said this story during his own epilogue.
No refunds. No! Too late. Now you're not space and you're short. This is the worst deal I've ever had. What's the point? What's even the point? Oh my god. Let me be struck by a flying ice cream truck and live. Oh god. Okay. The driver was unharmed when he got the truck to stop, and the couple were still married, albeit in a much simpler arrangement. But Baxter distantly remembers the almost comedic surrealness of it. Seeing a completed wedding and then having it flattened back to the ground in a blink of an eye was something he never expected or hoped to experience. While the planner chuckled in recollection, Cove leaned over to ask if you thought there'd be any reason a fruit truck might have to be at your venue. You were pretty sure there wasn't. The stories and laughter continued until the end of the appointment. It reminded you of the final day of class before summer vacation. Technically, you were still in school, but everyone was eager for the fun to begin. The goodbyes were exchanged as usual, with promises to see each other soon, like there had been every time you'd visited. However, when you left the office, you had to wonder if you would ever go back there again. When you saw Baxter next, it would be at the wedding location. Maybe you would return someday if you and Cove decided to renew your vows and needed a planner again. Do we want to be friends with Baxter? That's the question. Have we forgiven Baxter now that he's calmed down and we did his DLC and everything and we can be friends with him? No. Just the immediates. The immediates. What was the SpongeBob meme you were thinking of? The one where he says something and then immediately has his arms out as the thing is falling on him and he's like, no, not that. You know, changes it really quickly. That's the meme I'm thinking of. All right, not friends with Baxter. Or maybe you try a different planner next time. Under a wide starry sky, you and Cove hopped into his car to head back. Despite having done it many times before, it felt completely different that time. After the click of seatbelts being snapped into place, there was a silence in the cab. None of the boisterousness from minutes ago had come along with you. Cove's expression was pensive as he rounded the curb and got the car out onto the street. A gentle rumbling resonated over you from the wheels rolling across tarmac. There was the only word he managed to articulate before his mouth clamped up tight again. He had an internal struggle made visible, and ultimately, he had enough peace with it to finally smile. Right now, I have a lot going on in my head. You probably guessed that. There's so much I want to say to you about us and what's happened. All of this. But it would probably make more sense if I said it during the wedding, right? His voice dropped to a complete whisper, but his grip on the steering wheel intensified. It's so close now. Cove took a deep breath through his nose, allowing his fingers to loosen again. That was followed by him answering his own question. Don't worry about it. Pretend this didn't happen. Alright, I will let you guys choose that again. I'm not even gonna look at it. Okay, so I was right. You just didn't read it right. Probably, yes, I didn't read it right. I didn't read it right. I see what you were saying. No, I didn't read it right. For whatever reason, my head didn't grasp that you were quoting the meme. So I did not read it right. I'd rather be weird and mean. What? Then forgive Baxter? I see what you mean. IDK, what are we voting for? The next option choice. We're basically just replying to Cove. That's all. We're replying to what he said. So this one doesn't matter as much. It's not one of the big things for the wedding. So he was gonna say something to us, and he stopped short. And he's like, maybe I'll say that at the wedding instead. All right. Yeah, that sounds sweet. That sounds really sweet. I think 3 is nice. Thanks. You're always nice to me.
That warmed you up inside. Nothing felt better than knowing he could rely on you.
But there's a lot of other things I'm thinking about too. Like the fact that these are the last moments of our lives together, not being married. After this, I'll be your husband and you'll be my wife. Unbelievable.
If you guys want to pick what you want to reply to him. If not, I can choose. After all, I am a helpless romantic, so I do have options I'd like to choose. But okay, one person saying two. There's quite a bit of twos. All right.
I love you, Cove.
I love you too.
Twisting in your seat, you let the side of your face rest against the back of the chair. You rested there at the end of such a long project, watching your almost husband as he continued to drive ahead. The two of you were moving forward, full of hope and anticipation for the very near future. After days, weeks, years of waiting to commit yourself to the love of your life, the morning of your wedding arrived. It was a realization that hit you as you laid in a dark hotel room.
All right, how asleep are we? How asleep are we? Are we wide awake because we're nervous, wide awake of excitement, awake and feeling peaceful, or like still asleep? How awake are we in this moment? Okay, we got 1, 2, 2 twos, 1, 3, EP. Okay, no, we got 1, 2, 1, 3, 1 EP, which is 1. Requiring the cannons on the ending of pressure. Good luck, good luck. Dead asleep. 1, 3. So that's 2 threes. All right, that's 3 threes. All right, we're excited. Let's go.
You weren't able to tell exactly how long you'd been up at that point. There'd been a lot going on around in your mind, and being cuddled up next to Cove hadn't helped. His shining aquarium eyes were open. You wondered when he had woken up too. It could have just been then, or he might have been lost in his own imagination for a while himself. But when your gazes met, you became everything he was immersed with. His hand moved from his placement against your back to your back up to the nape of your neck, and then brushed past your ear against your cheek. Cove's fingers drifted over your skin warmly, gently, and completely steady. They flowed like a wave from a summer sea. Of course, you'd known Cove for more than long enough to be aware that his tranquility wouldn't last. Once you officially got up for that day, and you'd have to prepare for the ceremony, he would inevitably become, in the most complimentary way you could think of, a panicked mess. But for as long as it was only you and only him, hidden away together under the sheets, those worries couldn't reach him. You were each other's shelter. It hadn't ceased to marvel you the way sharing a bed had become one of Cove's greatest sources of comfort, over years of it being one of his biggest struggles. It was wonderful. In a soft voice, the very soon-to-be Cove Sky Holden finally spoke.
Congratulations on your wedding.
It's cute. That's adorable. That's so cute. What the heck? Ah! Okay, alright. I wonder if we get a chance to break up. No, we don't! No, we don't. 1, congratulations on your wedding. Okay, that is a good option. That is a good one. 1. Okay, alright, I can see what's winning here. Time to be romantics.
Congratulations on your wedding.
He squished his face deeper into the pillow happily. Thank you. Oh my god, stop being adorable, stop being adorable, stop being cute. Stop! Okay. Okay, we got 1, 3. We just no-you'd him. We did in fact, and he's giddy about it. He's giddy. 5? That is, you leaned in to kiss his lips. 5 is good. 5 is really good. I also really like 4. I think 4 is adorable. I love a good forehead kiss. And I love a good tip of the nose kiss. I think both of those are super cute. I only saw forehead after I said 4, but 3 is also good. Okay, we got 1 5, 1 1, 1 4. Pretty sure this is where the no, it's not. No, it's not. As someone that's played it, it's not. Okay, we got another 4. I think we're going with 4. I think 4 is where we're going. All right, we kissed the tip of his nose. Cove hums sweetly, angling his face into the touch. It was a lovely moment to share, both mundane and incredibly special in its own way. But then Cove glanced past you into the distance, and he gave a deep sigh. While bringing up a hand to pull down at the skin of his cheek, he began to whisper, "It's almost time." You twisted your head back. Sat on the side table next to the bed was the stock standard digital clock, flashing the current hour and minute in bright red lines. Cove was right. You were going to have to get up if you didn't want to be late, or show up to your own wedding in pajamas. By the forlorn look in Cove's face, he would have honestly considered standing in front of you and all your friends and family in pink striped shorts if it meant he could have stayed. Eventually, his eyes let go of the clock and his attention came back to you. Watching you watch him had let Cove basically read your thoughts. He developed a bent smile before speaking again. "Would it be wrong to say 5 more minutes? Today of all days?" Stop, that's so cute. Oh no. Oh no, that's so cute. I would be the one doing that though, and unironically I'd be wanting 5 more minutes. Okay, alright. What are our options here? In here I thought you were a morning person. I'm about to cry, this is adorable. It's so cute! It's so cute! I think our fish is melting. I am melting! Okay, we got a very enthusiastic 4. We need a PJ wedding. I could go with a PJ wedding. Forget the planning we just did. We can just stay here all day. Just skip the wedding. Oh, I like that. All right, 4 it is. That got a laugh from Cove, and he continued smiling. He flipped the covers up and pushed himself into a sitting position. Cove then dropped his legs down off the mattress so his bare feet were against the floor. "My party's gonna meet me in the other room. You and your party can get ready in this one." After making it halfway up, he stalled and stared at the ceiling. You lifted yourself to be settled more upright. "All right." "Yeah." Cove's yeah wasn't directed at anything in particular. He was grasping to fill space to buy time while he sorted his thoughts. "We're getting married. I'm gonna marry you." The gravity of this occasion fell on Cove heavier and heavier as he vocalized it. His hands gripped the sheets, as if bracing himself with the weight. "My stomach hurts." Oh no. Oh no, Cove. Those nerves are finally hitting, huh? We'll get through this, buddy, I promise. Cove. You weren't able to say another word before he jumped from the bed and sped around the full edge of it to stand in front of you on the opposite side. But he didn't stand still. His weight shifted from the heels to the tips of his toes in an uneven rocking motion. Cove had found thoughts to share and let them out in rapid fire. "I have to go right now. I'm getting nervous. It's gonna get worse, but I want to do this more than anything else." While you had been prepared for this to happen, your heart still felt squeezed seeing it. Driven equally from fear and determination, Cove abandoned the bed completely and piled whatever he thought he might need into his hands to make a single trip across the hall. His phone, charger, water bottle, suitcase, overnight bag, a pair of shoes, all of it was pressed against the chest and thrown over his shoulders. It was an impressive feat. "Bye, I love you!" This poor boy. Oh, Cove. We stole all of Cove's friends and his mom. No wonder he's stressed. So stressed. So stressed of this whole thing. And not to mention we will look better in our suit than he will in his. Monster! 5. Going with 5. All right, 5 is a good one.
I love you too. Cove came around the bed where you sat once more and awkwardly bent his knees down to give you a kiss. You were careful not to knock anything out of his grip as you kissed him in return. He moved away without letting himself linger on it, though it had put a grin back on his face. Then your fiancé strode briskly over to the door, yanked it open, and exited the room, managing to hold everything in arms, and himself, together. All right. Either this was the last time you'd see him until you both arrived at the wedding, you were traveling separately from the hotel, or, but thankfully we wouldn't be apart for long. Which one are we doing? Which option choice, 1 or 2? Which one do you guys want? No, why, Rain? You should have knocked his stuff down and stalled longer. That's... Okay, we got 1-1 and 1-2. Which one are we going with? We need a tiebreaker here. What's it gonna be? Oh man, I can't with how cute this game is right now. This is so adorable. Oh man. Oh, okay. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm gonna let you guys think on this for a second. And then I'm gonna be a tiebreaker for you if you can't decide. Okay, we got 2 1s and 2 2s. Water tastes good right now. Okay. So, let's see. The choice really doesn't matter, does it? I mean, it does change. It does change some things. This isn't like Baxter or Derek's DLC where, like, nothing has changed. We actually customize this whole experience now. All of Cove's parts are so incredibly customizable that it does actually change a large part of the story by selecting a different option. What? Yeah, no, it does change things. Our choices actually do change things within the story. You can completely customize Cove's story. That is something that, for people that did not join us on earlier parts, you kind of got to miss. Derek's and Baxter's DLC is pretty set in stone for what happens, so we can't change much. But Cove's changes so much by what we do. Even Cove himself, his personality, has been molded by the choices we have made along the way. So have fun with that. Highly recommend you play this game yourselves because, let me tell you, it is more like a life sim than it is a dating sim. This option looks so disposable since it's in 2 parts. The first one means we're not going to be seeing each other at all until we're at the wedding. The other one implies that we will see each other beforehand. At least once. Because we're walking each other down the aisle and stuff, I think. So we might be traveling together as well. Alright. Most people, I think, said 2. I think most people said 2, if I counted that up. So we will go with 2. 4 2s? Got it. But thankfully, you wouldn't be apart for too long. The room became completely quiet in an instant after Cove's whirlwind retreat. But that only lasted for a moment before you sprung off the mattress onto your feet and got into action. Your clothes were hanging up against the door of the small hotel closet, and you were right over to admire the outfit. It was fantastic. The day was fantastic. Everything was fantastic. You could barely contain yourself. From there, you went into the bathroom to brush your teeth and shower before anything else. Once clean and dry and half-dressed, you went back into the main space of the hotel room. Your phone lit up with a new message and you glanced at it. The wedding party had arrived. They were in the lobby. You put your own phone down to pick up the hotel's landline. When the desk manager answered, you explained the situation and they promised to lead the group into your room. The call ended simply. A short time later, a knock vibrated through the heavy front door. You answered it right away. Liz was there with a smile to greet you. The rest of the party filed in after. Congrats and hellos were exchanged as they passed. Hi, this is great!
Alright, how would we like to do this? How would we like to do this? So, we can do our own hair. We can have a stylist come in and do our hair. We can have our sister Liz do our hair. We can have our best friend Derek do our hair. We can have Miranda, Cove's friend, do it, or Terry, also Cove's friend, do it, or Kyra, Cove's mom, do it. Which one should we have do our hair? Who are all those people? As I said, Liz is our sister. Derek is our best friend. Miranda is Cove's friend. Terry is also Cove's friend. And Kyra is Cove's mom. We stole her for our wedding party, and our moms are in Cove's wedding party. Because Cove doesn't get friends, I guess. Okay, we got 1-1 to do it ourselves. And we got 1-7 to have Cove's mom do it. Anyone else want anything in this? Personally, there's something about Liz, our sister, doing our hair that sounds really nice to me. Maybe because I'm an only child, but I meant to do this face instead of the crazy face, but I suppose I can be crazy about that. Honestly, Cove low-key won by getting both of our moms true. True, that is true. What are we thinking, though? So we got 1-1-1-7, and I can't be a tiebreaker for that one because the one I would choose is neither. But I suppose if I had to choose between those two, I want someone else to do my hair during my wedding ceremony. My nerves are gonna be crazy. I won't be able to do my hair at all. I can barely do my own hair when I'm on a normal day. On my wedding day, I'm never gonna be able to get my hair done. None of it's gonna look good. I'm not gonna be able to make it look good at all. Why can't we have Cove do our hair? Because he's also getting ready. It's his wedding too. He's gonna be a nervous wreck trying to figure out how to do his hair. Oh my god, can you imagine in there? He's gonna be going crazy. Oh man. He's gonna be a nervous wreck if he tries to do our hair. We can't do that to him. His heart's gonna give out before the wedding even starts. All right. So if I'm picking between the two here, of number 1 and number 7, I would rather it be number 7 to have Kyra do it. He just comes in his PJs, only we matter. Yeah, that's right. Not that Cove's night period is the same day as human friend. Nice, that's cute. All right, I'm gonna go with Kyra. I'm gonna go with Kyra doing the hair. And who is doing our makeup? Or we don't need makeup, either one. So either we can have makeup and have one of these people also do our makeup, or we can have a stylist do it, or we can have no makeup. That is our options. What would you like on our wedding day? 8? Is that no makeup? I think that's no makeup. Okay, we have 1-8 for no makeup. I would do makeup on my wedding day. I do makeup on my wedding day. We have 1-3, we have 1-8, 2 8s, I think, 1-7. You guys not wanting makeup? Actually, it's only, you switched a couple of times. Okay, we got 1-7, 1-8, 1-6. Okay, all right. Which one is 6? You want Terry to do it? Interesting choice. I would have gone for like Liz or something, or someone. Make Cove's friends do it though. Let's say 8. Okay, so that's 2 for 8. So we got 2 for 8, 1 for 6. So no makeup. That surprises me. Makeup is like a ritual on the wedding day. Baxter can do it actually. Baxter's not here with us. He's not part of the wedding party. We're perfect. I do agree. We are perfect. Wait, which is her sister? Liz. So that would be 3. Liz is our sister. Which I think there's just something really nice about your sister doing your hair or makeup on your wedding day. Like, especially when you're really close with them. There's just something very nice about that. I don't know. Maybe it's because I always had my mom do my makeup on special occasions and stuff. It feels special to have like a family member do it. Anyways. So we got 1-3 and 2 8s. All right. Going once. Going twice. And it is sold to number 8, which is Onechan helped me chibi you holding up her arms. Yep, basically. All right, the answer is number 8. We don't need makeup.
Liz knew the arrangement and would make sure it stayed on track. You and your party got right to work, changing, primping, and polishing up for the occasion. You got yourself tucked, zipped, and buttoned into your fanciful shirt and pants when a series of rapid but not especially loud knocks struck the door. Only a few people could come into the room without approval, and the sound was not Cove. There wasn't any of his usual notable pauses between knocks. That left one other main option. You thought as your maid of honor went over to answer the door. There on the other side was your partner in the wedding journey, Baxter. His outfit looked as though he'd reverted back to his teenage self. It was all black. But you were aware that staff would be dressed top to bottom in dark shades to be recognizable to the guest as employees and not as possible long-lost cousins twice removed. He offered his polite greetings of his own to you and your party.
Hello, and very good morning to you.
Hi, good morning.
You look incredible already, but don't fret. I won't interrupt your process for long. I'm here to check in. Is there anything you need?
All right, is there anything we need at this moment, chat? Disgusting. Hey, we need our wedding planner still. Do you have a way to speed up time? Yeah, do you have a way for this to be over? Because my anxiety is through the roof. Let's see, you wouldn't happen to have Cove on you somewhere. 3? Okay, that sounds good.
The curl of his smile pulled ever so slightly higher.
Unfortunately not. Though let me add, I also came in order to keep you informed on the wedding status.
Oh? A hopeful bent came through your tone.
Yes, the status is, it's ready when you are. It should go off without a hitch.
There was music to your ears. You worked so hard on the planning for it for so long. With absolute earnestness, Baxter wished you well.
Take care, Rain. I'll let you return to your preparation now.
Bye, thanks for coming. The frenzied mood of wedding work stepped back in with no further distractions.
All right, welcome to our wedding preparations. May I take your order on what we should do to fully prepare for this wedding? We have a few options here. We can do our nails or have other people, servants, do our nails for us. What are you thinking? So we got a lot of 3s right off the bat, with Liz doing our nails. Let's go. Are our nails short or long? What do you guys think? Are our nails short or long? What would you guys like? Short nails, long nails? Okay, we got short. Short? Okay. Short looks like it's winning. We are an athlete after all. For the paint you went with. Okay, what is our color gonna be? Are we gonna do a solid color, pastels, French tips with the solid color, or French tips with a pastel color? If you don't know what French tips are, look it up. I'm bad with nails. Anyways, got 3 French tips. All right, French tips, solid color, sounding good so far. What are French tips? I know it. I think I do. Let me make sure I'm right about that. I've never gotten French tips before. Let me... Yeah, okay, it's like the... So, with French tips, the top of the nail is like a white color usually. You can do other colors, but the top of the nail is clearly defined and has like a white top on it. Yeah, easier to just look it up to see what it means, honestly, on that one. Okay, we got, looking through, we got 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 1. Light or white on top with the color below. Monster has this. All right, so everyone answered differently, which does not help me. So, so I have to be a tiebreaker between 1, 3, and 4. And my answer is French tips are nice. Oh, we got 2 4s. Never mind, I no longer have to be a tiebreaker, so 4 is the winner. French tip with pastel color. That was specifically, may I take your order on what color our nails are going to be? What color do you guys want? We got red, pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. All of these are in pastel, so feel free to choose whatever you'd like. We got 1 yellow, we got 1 red. Anyone else want to throw your hat into the ring?
I'm partial to blue myself, but you guys can choose whatever you want.
Blue to go with the ocean. Okay, momster after my heart. So 1 yellow, 1 red, 1 blue. Which one is 6? Blue. Okay, 2 blues. So that's 2 blues. And you know what? Blue. Okay, blue it is. Blue it is. You guys know me so well. Your party was there to get you through the whole morning of preparation. There were laughs and a few tears, all happy. There was a time investment, however. The look did eventually come together. The clothes and your hair were all set to what had been planned for the day. You glanced down at yourself, fully dressed to get married. All right, we can do a happy twirl, grin satisfied, swallow hard, wipe our brows, release a breath. I like the twirl option. We can do a little twirl, do a little girly twirl. Look at our crown and our train and everything. We'll do a little swirl, little twirl. You stood in the center of the room, and after a moment to yourself, the rest of the group surrounded you. It suits you to a T. I'm so glad I was able to be here for this one. Miranda looked on completely starry-eyed and amazed. You got a big thumbs up from Terry.
Yeah, you're gonna knock Cove right out.
And then the moment had arrived. Your body felt hot under your expertly tailored clothes. You didn't have to wait any longer. Your wedding was about to begin, and Cove would be there when you left the room. Rapidly, you stepped out into the hall where Cove was waiting. Cove was anxious, but the tension lessened in his shoulders the second he saw you. Having him there put a pep in your stride while you both made your way to the elevator. Together, you went down into the lobby and exited through the hotel's front doors. A rental car was already standing by to bring you both to the beach. All right, you and Cove slipped into the car. You slipped into the car with Cove, Liz, and Cliff tucked in after you. So are we going just with Cove, or are we going with the best man and our maid of honor? What's it gonna be? We got 1-1, just us and Cove. Nice, nice, like that, like that. Anyone else want a head in here, or are we just going with, okay, we got 1-2. Once again, gonna make me play tiebreaker here unless someone else comes in with the steel chair or something. Anyone want to come in with the steel chair or something? I'm gonna take a sip of water and then I'll be tiebreaker afterwards. Okay, 2 1s. Nice, nice. 1 it is, just us and Cove. You fidgeted restlessly in your seat and settled on stretching your legs out, the corner of your mouth tugged into a smile with a light chuckle. There was at least plenty of legroom. Glancing out the window, your eyebrows raised in surprise because you recognized just how far you were from the beach. It would be a few more minutes until everything you'd been working towards would finally come to fruition. Let's see, you were somehow even more thrilled now that it was truly happening. Your excitement was replaced with the building nervousness. All your frantic energy was gone and you were purely content, or we felt nothing. Nothing felt real at all. What's it gonna be, guys? Oh, let's see, I think if it was my own thing, I would be like so nervous I'd be crying before it even started. Oh my gosh, I think I would just be in tears the entire time. All right, we got 1-1 and 1-4. So nothing felt real at all, or we were somehow even more thrilled now that it was truly happening. I'm gonna speed this up a little bit and go ahead and do a go ahead and tie break here. And I'm gonna go with 1. This was the realest that the wedding had felt so far, and your heart ecstatically pounded in your chest. You absentmindedly tapped your index finger to the tune of the wedding march. When you realized what you were doing, a happy laugh rocked you. You felt a familiar warmth covering your hand with a glowing smile. You glanced over, already knowing the sight waiting for you. Cove was delicately threading his fingers between your own. His aquamarine eyes bashfully slid up, meeting yours. You wanted to wrap your fingers around the electric sensation Cove had made you feel a glow with for years, and hold it close to your chest forever. Turning your head around, you gripped him back. The corner of his mouth twitched and slightly curved. You had a good feeling that his mind was busy with the same enormous thoughts. Baxter wasn't kidding earlier when he said the hotel was near the ceremony. The trip was already over, and there wasn't another second to spare. Not able to remain contented for a second longer, you exited the car, went forward, and finally took in the first sight of your ceremony. The shore and the sea, the backdrop of your childhood. Wherever you had went growing up, the beach was rarely far away. Warm rays of sun drifted down on you as salt-tinged gusts of winds came from over the ocean. It was invigorating. A wide wooden arch had been set right at the edge of the tide, with an aisle laid over the sand leading to it. Striking white flowers were scattered on the path and along the sides. Everything was aglow. Even the grains of sand seemed to sparkle more than usual. You stood on the precipice of your venue, alone for a moment. Cove breathed in deeply as he stepped up to your side.
Cove, Rain.
Your planner had immediately been informed of your arrival and came to greet you right on schedule.
Afternoon.
How good to see you again, and so soon after the last time.
He tilted his head in your direction casually while chuckling. You stood tall, smiling wholeheartedly, which was all you'd been able to do this entire morning. You could imagine how tired your face would be once it was over, but that was a problem for future you. Cove's face was tight and strained, some sounds murmured out, but nothing intelligible. He's so cute. Live Oliver reaction, please? Sure thing, I can put Oliver here. Let me get him up in the corner. I have him somewhere over here. He is... Live Oliver reaction is here. Live Oliver reaction in our corner, so he can be here at our wedding. Show our suit. I don't think it's gonna happen, unfortunately. Okay, let's go. Let's get married. Cove's face was tight and strained. We already read this. Luckily, Baxter understood completely and offered a reassuring smile to you both. Then all the pressure of casualness for the day left Baxter's poise. A bright fire lit up in his dark eyes.
It's showtime. Let's get into our proper positions. The wedding parties are being led up to the front, where they'll stand by, while guests are getting directed to open chairs in the audience area.
Does that sound
Rain, Cove, please go back further with me, so you can be ready for the aisle walk.
Having the relief to Cove being there at every stage, you let yourself be led away by Baxter. Cove followed Baxter's lead as well. You went back down to the bend, and there was an eager hastiness to your pace. A corner was turned, separating you off from the main scene.
Good luck, Rain and Cove. I'll congratulate you when it's over.
Baxter trusted you both enough to handle the rest and waved coyly over his shoulder as you left. He had to handle more of the arrangements behind the scenes so that you and Cove could have your spotlights. Then it was only you and him. And despite him being there all the time, seeing him like that, completely ready to marry you, was breathtaking. Cove Holden. The last name rung especially strongly in your mind, because it was a name you would share. Without a word, Cove lifted his arm for you to take. His blue eyes were crystal clear. You could see your future together sparkling within them. Seeing him like that, completely ready to marry you, was breathtaking. You wrapped an arm with his gleefully, creating a secure link. The touch coaxed one of his precious wobbly smiles onto his face, though he still couldn't say a full word. An assistant joined in only briefly to hand you the delicately crafted white poppy and cheese.
Yeah, that's right, we did that. Anyways. It was so sweet for a second. It was so sweet for a second, guys. Oh, I was getting so into it, and you guys slapped me back to reality. Thanks for that one. All right, let's go.
Bouquet you had designed with Cove. You gratefully accepted it, taking hold of the base with your free hand and gripping tight. Cove grasped his own, though not without it almost falling through his fingers, then pressed it against his chest protectively. The assistant made their exit. When you tried to relax by breathing in the gentle perfume of the bouquet, it was sweet and beautiful, reminding you of Cove. You peeked at him from behind the petals. He was watching you too. While waiting in the wings, footsteps, the distant chatter of a crowd, the heavy breathing of your partner, and your own heartbeat pattered in your ears. Your eyes closed as you strained to hear the cue above the rest of the noise. But there was no need. You knew the moment had arrived when everything in the distance went silent. It even felt as though your heart froze in place, not wanting to be the one thing to interrupt. The first note was struck. Cove's hold on you tightened in a trembling squeeze. And that was all you needed to move forward. You began to walk forward with the love of your life. He was right there by your side. His legs were shaking too, and from the corner of your eyes you could see his cheeks were wet and heavy with tears.
Oh my god, this is adorable. Cheese reminds us of Cove. I suppose it does now. All right. Let's see, you'd never been brighter. You were absolutely a sobbing mess of emotions. I would be. Oh god, I would be. I would be sobbing the entire time. I'd be sobbing that morning when I got up. Okay. Smiled with tears gathering in the corners of her eyes. Stone stiff from nerves. Oh man, two. A lot of people, well, two people are saying 2. All right, 2 is good so far. I like 2. Resist the urge to drag him down the aisle. All right, 2 it is. You watched as his mouth opened and closed as if he was speaking to you, though if he was saying actual words, they were too quiet for you to hear. The crowd was full of joyous smiles and loving glances, but no one made a move to distract you or Cove away from each other. You wouldn't have noticed if they had tried. All you were aware of in the entire world was the wonderful man holding desperately onto your arm, and how on one of your shared strides, his knee locked and Cove stumbled. You rooted yourself in place, pulling up against Cove to keep him from falling completely. He leaned into you, and you both swayed to the side, but he stayed on his feet. The two of you straightened yourselves out and kept going. You were equally committed to reaching the end of the aisle. It may not have been graceful, but to you, it was beautiful. And you made it. When you arrived, you loosened your hold on one another to change positions. You stood in front of him, face to face. Softly, Cove's lips parted again, and finally, that time you knew what it was. Your name. Rain. He shifted the bouquet's weight over so you could use one hand to wipe tears from the crinkle of your eye. He brought his head lower to be closer to yours, still caressing your face even after those tears were gone. Okay. Your tears were soothed to a stop. Brand new tears of joy fell. Your tears were soothed to a stop, and you pressed your forehead against his. Oh, that's adorable. Hold on now, that's adorable. What? And brand new tears of joy fell, and you pressed your forehead against his. Oh no, that's so cute. What the heck? That's cute. Oh no. 4. Okay, all right, 4. Angie would literally dehydrate before getting to the place. I would. All right, 4 looks like it's winning. 4 is winning.
It couldn't be helped. The delicate way he held you only made your emotions swell more. But you embraced it, nuzzling against the one person who impacted you in such a way. A hush came over the crowd as the justice of the peace began to speak. It was time. And then your maid of honor and Cove's best man stepped aside to where the floral garlands laid. Exuberantly, they picked them up and carried them over. Thank you. Beaming, Liz gave you a nod. The flowers were delicately passed onto your and Cove's hands. With a tiny sigh, you admired the blooms. Cove's eyebrows pinched together with intense focus. He held the flowers as carefully as he could without dropping them. Your heart pounded in your chest as you pivoted towards Cove. It accelerated, and your bottom lip trembled. But then, he met your gaze and held it. The seriousness in his expression melted away and was replaced with affection.
Alright, which one of us goes first? Do we place ours on his first, or does he place his on us? Which one first? One? We want to put our garland on him first? That's sweet. It's cute. I need those tissues, Okapi. I'm gonna need those tissues by the end of this. I'm gonna need those tissues. Alright, one it is. Taking a steadying breath, you reached over and cloaked the garland in your hands around Cove. His smile softened further, while your fingertips clung onto on the petals for an additional few seconds. When your hands fell back to your sides, Cove returned the gesture. He gently rested the flowers over your shoulder.
I now ask for the blanket chosen for this ceremony to be wrapped around the couple.
Your mom's and Cove's parents then came forward, holding a decorative wool blanket. Together they wrapped it around yours and Cove's shoulders as you faced one another.
May you feel the depth of the affection and warmth that your loved ones have for you. They swaddled you similarly when you were young and new to your life, but today it's to honor and bless your new lives as one.
As your family moved around you both, Cove leaned forward and rested his forehead against yours. Breathing him in, you closed your eyes and let yourself be engulfed by the soothing comfort. The rest of your rites fell away, and there was only you and Cove. When it was time for the next part of the ceremony, you lifted back from one another just enough to properly listen to your officiator. The ceremony speech flowed over you. You listened to each word, but sentences faded out of focus the second they had passed. It was like having a dream. Thoughts and feelings in your own mind held far more weight than anything outside of it. What did break through to you were Cove's bashful gestures, shuffling feet, quivering eyes, a palpable nervous energy that was barely swallowed down. Not one single moment went by unnoticed. Before you could completely lose yourself in Cove's gaze, your attention crystallized in an instant. The justice of the peace had said, vows. It struck Cove as well, because his knees visibly locked from underneath him. In slow motion, he began to tip backwards. You instinctively grabbed onto his wrists, pulling on the sleeves in an attempt to keep your beloved from leaning further. Numerous sets of arms rose from all around, as both of your wedding parties poised themselves to catch Cove if he fell their way. Derek took it an extra step further by actually stepping forward. He made certain he could get a hold of his friend if he came down. Cove regained control of his legs and caught himself by anchoring back on the balls of his right foot. He kept that firmly planted. That's so adorable. That's so cute. He literally almost fell. Because we have custom vows, let's go! He was still so absorbed in the moment that the notion to be embarrassed by his near faint didn't take up any space in his mind. It was as if it hadn't happened, at least for Cove. The justice of the peace, however, lifted a brow, assessing if your groom was physically capable of completing the ceremony. For all his trembling, Cove stood stiffly, a pillar that could not be moved. It was enough to appease your justice of the peace into continuing.
The couple has chosen to prepare their own vows, and they will share them now. Cove Holden, please begin.
What's his vow going to be, I wonder? I'm gonna freaking cry.
is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna cry, and you guys are gonna watch me cry. I'm gonna cry.
He took in a long breath through his nose. After so much build-up to the wedding and all the effort it took to create it, this was the final hurdle for him, articulating his deepest feelings about you out loud. Cove looked into your yellow eyes, searching for the words he needed. You waited, impressing as much encouragement as you could into your gaze. Finally, Cove began his vows. Rain, we met when we were 8 years old. And when I wanted to run away to Nevada, somehow, that first summer, I moved into that neighborhood. Truthfully, I planned to do it before my dad and I had ever made it to Sunset Bird. It didn't matter what it was going to be like. How could it ever be okay? But I saw you the first day I was there, and nothing went the way I thought. You changed everything in my life. He sunk lower into himself, sheepishly, and offered a goofy grin. I did make an attempt in my child mind genius, but it was just gonna be for a visit. And you came to find me. You tracked me down all the way to the end of town. Every far-off image played out in his mind brought further joy to Cove's features. He laughed nostalgically. You'd pick my side over your own sister, and put up with me even when I'd be pretty selfish. You were there for me when I was actually upset.
Thank you.
I got to have a childhood thanks to you. You didn't let me lose it all because I was sad. I had someone I could make those memories I cherish with. Making sandcastles, watching the clouds, catching fireflies, and everything else. But then puberty happened and so many things seemed harder than before. At least you and me really became friends by then. It definitely helped me survive it all. Especially my, in hindsight, painfully obvious crush on you. That felt unbearable to me. And I bet it was probably frustrating to everyone who was watching too. I could barely manage sitting next to you on the bed and sharing a smoothie with you. Thank God that hormonal nightmare didn't screw things up for me. Genuine relief came out from Cove in a sigh. But I don't know how I was supposed to act normal when you'd look at me so nicely with such beautiful eyes. He began to get taken into them as he spoke it, his own eyes growing hazy and his smile wobbling. Cove shook his head to force himself out of the inflicted trance. Okay, we're gonna drink some water so maybe Angie can read again. All right, let's try that again. This was the time I started sneaking out to visit you through the window. I wanted to be with you. When I was happy or when something was wrong. I couldn't stay away. Lucky for me, you didn't mind spending your days or nights in my company. With a light touch of your wistfulness, Cove recalled experience after experience from those years. Going on trips together, big ones and small ones, just hanging around our houses in the neighborhood, talking about who we were as people. In that time, there was a sun shower. We'd stick together during parties, and you could even make it fun for someone as socially awkward as I am. Of course, the way you punch Jeremy will always be incredible. That's in our vow! You included that in the wedding vow? Cove, we invited him to the wedding! Cove, he's here! Cove, why did you put that in the wedding vow? I'm dying! He put me punching a kid in the wedding vow! Oh my god! Okay, alright. We can go through that. He did start at the beginning. He did in fact. Publicly shaming someone. Not only did we punch that kid, we invited him to our wedding. I just want to keep that in mind. And Cove brought it in the wedding vow. He brought it up. I can't breathe, oh my god.
As he continued to reminisce, he chuckled adorably. And I started getting closer with your family too. Well, at least your mom's. Elizabeth wasn't exactly interested in being good friends when we were teens. I appreciate you always put up with my parents and their wild plans, by the way. Cove ran a hand down his face tiredly, though the amused smile on his face wasn't wiped away. And speaking of wild plans, I sure got upset when you told me about how my dad offered you $20 to be friends when we were kids, huh? I feel bad now that I yelled at him. He wasn't trying to make things worse. It just meant a lot to me that the relationship between us was our own. I hated thinking about all the things outside of my control, all the ways this world was bigger than I knew. But I'm glad that I had the chance to talk to him about it in the end, and that we got to talk about it too. Thanks for being honest with me.
Fun fact. Fun little fact about that, you know, the game begins with Cove's dad trying to bribe you to be friends with Cove, which you can accept or not. You can accept the money, and then later on, you can actually propose to Cove with that $20 bill his dad used to bribe you with. You can write it onto the $20 bill. Or if you give it back to him and be like, here's the 20 I got from your dad, I never used it, and like everything, he can use it to propose to you. I just think that's funny. Angie, there's gonna be pizza, oranges, strawberries, bananas, green berries, cheese and crackers, Doritos, and the wedding cake and the drinks. We have so much at this wedding. We have so much. That's amazing. So petty. It's incredible. I love it. I wonder how much money we get to marry Cove. I wonder. Okay.
But I'm glad that I had the chance to talk to him about it in the end, and that we got to talk about it too. Thanks for being honest about it.
I remember.
I can still remember how badly I wanted to be grown up as an awkward tween. Then suddenly we graduated high school and it really was time to be an adult. Getting my first job, taking my first long drive without parents, accepting how small our little town was in the grand scheme of things. Just trying to figure out what I was even going to do with my life. I was lost, and all I wanted was to make sure I didn't lose what mattered when things had to change, most of all you. You were my special someone. That was when I had fallen in love with you. You were the first person I was able to open up to about my sexuality, that when I finally knew for sure what I was. And you were the one who helped me keep it together when I was overthinking things. His speech was all that he treasured about you, went on in an uninterrupted stream. He couldn't stop himself.
Hey, Angie, I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back to crying because it's our wedding day, and Cove is cute.
I could talk to you about anything, like the accident when I got my scar. I knew you would understand. And as mundane as and drudging adult stuff could be, I had a source of relief from it because you had been around. You'd let me have taste of your food, and you always gave the best gifts. You love me even though I'm not a cool merman who could take you on a magical adventure.
Thanks for waiting.
And you lived with how long it took me to be able to do anything romantic. I was feeling a lot and didn't do great at managing it. I was so clingy too. I never wanted to be apart then.
Can you play Limbus Company, Angie? I'm going to. After we finish, so I'm gonna go through the games. So currently I'm at Lobotomy Corp and we're almost done with Lobotomy Corp. And then we're going to be going to Library of Runa, and after Library of Runa, we will be going into Limbus Company. I will be playing it regularly. Can you add my nugget in Runa? Can you add nuggets in Runa? I don't know anything about Runa. So, like, maybe if that's something we can do, but I don't know a single thing about Runa. Angie and everyone on chat, would you like a slice of pizza for my wedding? Yes, I would! Absolutely! Injecting a big meatball into space. Wonder what you could be playing. Pizza does sound good. It sounds incredible right now. I'm so hungry. Anyways, wedding, focus spell, wedding. We have a wedding to get back to. Let's finish out this wedding good.
I was feeling a lot and didn't do great at managing it, but I was so clingy too. I never wanted to be apart then. I think I'm a little more of a big boy about it now. Maybe. You just... He at long last stopped to breathe, before his emotion-driven attempt to convey himself continued in full force. You make me happy in ways no one else ever could. And, well, a lot has happened, huh? We're definitely adults. We're at our wedding.
It's okay.
We made it through it all the months and months growing up and through making this day happen. With how nervous I was, I think I might have worried the planner that I could convince you to elope just to get away from it all. But you breezed past the pressure like it was nothing. I love your sense of humor. You're such a charming human being. It was the happiest moment of my life when you accepted my proposal. Until now, anyway. I couldn't believe you wanted to be with me as much as I wanted to be with you. I don't want to try to imagine how many tears you've wiped away from me all these years. You helped me have the confidence to grow into a man, and you can still make me feel like a kid again. With you, nothing ever really ends. It just begins again in a new way. And basically what I'm trying to say is, no matter how hard I try, I can never thank you enough for being mine and letting me be yours. Cove wept heavily, no longer able to stay above the wave of emotions that opening himself up so fully had wrought. I love you so much, Rain. He futilely wiped a sleeve against his eyes. Every tear the fabric caught was immediately replaced. Those are my vows. I don't know how you're supposed to end them. I hope you'll marry me.
You can't end like that! You can't end it like that! Just with the I hope you'll marry me. What is that? That's adorable! No! Okay. He remembered to breathe. Oh man, won't die on his wedding. I'm glad about that. I think Angie will use her vows to let go. No, she's... Whoa. Rain! You meant Rain, right? I'm not the one getting married. It's Rain getting married. We're just slow down there. We're just gonna wheel that right back. Okay, we got 1, 2, 1, 3. Okay, you couldn't stand how sweet he was. You giggled at the way he closed out. It was just like him. 2 3s. No, she's not. I'm not getting more kids. I can't adopt more kids. We're not doing that. Okay, we got 2 3s, 2 2s. Let's see. It's tied right now, so that means I get to be tiebreaker, don't I? So I would pick... I think... Well, I'm being mush right now. This is so mushy. I'm turning to mush. I'm already mush. And so I gotta go with 2. All right. So are we squinting? Our eyes are glossy. We shed tears. We're crying too. We're bawling. I already know what I'm gonna be. I already know the answer to what I am. Angie and everyone on the chat, you can pick any food for the wedding food table. Ooh, any food? Interesting. Let's see. 5? Crying? All right, sounds good. Angie Mush Edgelord Lumine. I can't be called edgelord in this one. I'm sobbing. I love this stuff. It's so cute. It's so cute. I need to put on a blushing emoji. I need to put one on. Cause like, God, stuff like this is so cute. Angie Soblord Lumine. That's right. Angie Soblord is right. Okay. We got 1 5, so I'm gonna go with 5. We're bawling.
Thank you, Cove, Rain. You may say yours.
The justice of the peace had all but disappeared from your mind. All that you had been aware of was Cove, but that request couldn't be ignored. Now you would have to take on the endeavor of explaining everything Cove was to you and everything he'd been to you throughout knowing him almost your entire life. You chose to say, Chat?
May you recite your vows now. What would you like to say to our husband-to-be? Cheese? Not an option. Choose someone else. Oh, let's see. I want to thank you. I promise. I adore. Cove, all I want is to tell you who you are to me. 4? 4 is a good one. I do like 4. There's 2 4s, 3 4s, 4. It's going to be. Oh, number 1. Oh, number 3 as well. You're my sunshine. That's so cute. What the heck? These are adorable. What the heck? 3? You're my precious ocean boy. That is cute. That is cute. All right, 2 3s. All right, it looks like 3 is gonna win out on this one. Okay, sounds good. 6 sounds like an insult. You're my Cove. 3 it is. He's crying and he's crying more in the background. He's progressively getting more teary-eyed now. Oh, it's cute. That's so cute. Okay, all right. I'm gonna keep it together. I promise I'm gonna keep it together. Okay. So we got 1 3 come across. Oh, too emotional to say. That 6 is too emotional to say. You can cry, Angie. I am crying. We're ending this series on this. I can't believe this. Okay, we got 1 4, 2 4s. Okay, all right, 2 4s. And I'm the luckiest person in the world to get to say that. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's right, Cove! Oh my god, it's right! Cove covered his face with trembling hands. He was murmuring, crying, and all around about to pass out again. Your Justice of the Peace nodded contently, accepting those vows as your sworn oath to your very nearly husband. Cove Holden, do you take Rain Sky to be your lawfully wedded wife? He let his hands fall, ready to face you directly. Cove's shaking, dripping wet eyes stays locked to yours. And in the adorable cracking squeak you knew so well, he answered,
I do.
I do. It was absolutely heart-stopping, but your turn to respond had come. And do you, Rain Sky, take Cove Holden to be your lawfully wedded husband? Just the shouted one. What he said. Stuttering, I do. Oh my god, that's so cute. I love how our vows were like 2 sentences while Cove printed out a second Bible. It be like that sometimes. It's just like that sometimes. Already got 1, very simple. 3, which we shout it. Oh, these are good. 3 again. All right, 2 3s. That looks like we have a winner already. I do. Cove's smile was radiant and his tears were constant. You'd sincerely made him happier than anything ever had. Liz and Cliff came up to yours and Cove's side once more. This time they brought the boxes containing your wedding bands. Cove's hand shook as he reached for the tiny treasure chest. With a focused furrow to his brow, he accepted the rose gold ring and the green emerald sparkling gorgeously in the light. You gladly offered your hand to Cove. He cradled it gently in one of his own. For a few seconds, all he could do was stare at your skin. Cove was so still for a moment, but then he used his free hand to bring the band towards your fingertip. It's us! Look, our nails are painted the way that we instructed them to be. Our blue French tips. We got a visual for it and all my freckles. He carefully slid the ring on its proper place on your finger. Your gaze locked onto it, utterly amazed. Swallowing thickly, Cove raised his hand out for you. You held it in return and brushed your thumb across his palm. It was your turn. With that, you retrieved the matching ring from its box. It slid onto Cove's finger beautifully.
He gasped under his breath, fixating on the ring, you tenderly squeezing his hand, and Cove finally met your eyes again. He held your gaze with an electrifying stare. You were in awe of the whole moment.
Then by the power vested in me, by the state of California, I pronounce you husband and wife. You can now kiss.
Cove's knees may have started knocking together once more, but his gaze was nothing but eager.
All right, how do you guys want to do this? How would you like to do this? You reach for each other in a loving kiss, you kiss Cove on the cheek, kissed him on the forehead, or you threw yourself into Cove's arms and kissed him passionately. 4! It feels like a cop-out to go with 2 or 3, so it's gotta be 1 or 2, right? It has to be. Come on, 4? Normally I'd wait for a few other people to maybe, like, go in, but in this case, I don't even have to wait. We know what it has to be. We all know what it has to be.
Waiting even a second longer was impossible. You sprang forward like a shot and tangled yourself around him. Your husband stumbled, but was able to keep proper hold of you, as you knew he would. Your lips connected with Cove's in an urgent expression of your love for him. He returned the kiss just as needily. The beautiful flowers of the garlands tickled against your skin as Cove's body pressed it up against you. After your faces shifted away just a hair's breadth so you could see one another fully, his expression was wholly adoring, and you could still feel his warmth lingering. The blanket was then moved off of you and Cove, being passed to your parents for safekeeping after the ceremony. The crowd erupted with cheers and applause around you. Giddy, you ducked your head towards Cove's shoulder and laughed. All around you, confetti rained down like delicate flower petals. Your smile widened, watching your friends and family excitedly throw it into the air in celebration. Peeking over at Cove, you realized that he was barely paying any attention to the jubilance around you both. Instead, his gaze was solely fixated on you.
All right, chat. He gently took your hand, he linked his arm around yours, he walked by your side, he scooped you into his arms, or you scooped Cove into your arms. What's it gonna be? How would you like to do this? 5. We are an athlete. All right. It sounds good. 5 it is. We scoop Cove up into our arms. Cove recognized the mischievous look curling on your lips. You swept him up into your arms with a wide grin. Someone out of the crowd whistled, but you took the time to admire the adorable blush rising in Cove's cheeks. You went down the aisle gleefully. As you passed by your friends and family, you caught several thumbs up, proud nods, and cheery waves. Some were even still clapping. Sniffling, your vision threatened to fill with tears after witnessing more than a handful of people dabbing their eyes with tissues. When you briefly came close enough to Mr. Holden, he patted Cove on the shoulder. Despite his weepy expression, you could tell that he had the greatest pride for his son. All right, do you want to blow kisses to the crowd? Thank the crowd, kiss Cove on the cheek, or just smile? What would you like to do? Is it too late to request him? Our wedding boy? It's not too late, obviously. We're still here for a little longer, but you know what? It's been so long, I never added him. I never added him to this. I wonder if I have the picture saved. I don't remember if I did or not. Let me see. For those wondering, Space has a special surprise for you to finish off this story. We have a special surprise since we're finishing off this game. And I forgot about it. I completely forgot about it. But we do have a special surprise for finishing this game it's been the longest running game on this channel. Let me see if I have it saved real fast. Let's see, there is Derek. There's Big Boy Derek. Okay, going through a lot of these, there's Baxter. We made this a long time ago with plans on doing this. But, you know, stuff happened. Baxter took a long time. Okay, he's not here. So it seems. So maybe I haven't saved it just yet. Maybe I was waiting to save it on my computer until further notice. That's fine. I can get it again. It shouldn't be too hard to get. And this is a special present from space, so it's important that I do get it. Let me just go back onto Discord for a second. Oh, it's on Discord. It's not like it was gonna be something too hard to find again. Well, maybe it would be. I'm finding a lot of our usual stuff. Oh, did you resend it to me? You did. You did resend it to me. Love you, Space! Thank you! Everyone thanks Space, because Angie would have taken forever to get it. Okay. Now, let's go back over here. Add this to the pile. Here we are. It's our special wedding Cove chibi! This is our special present from Space for today. Our special wedding Cove chibi here for us. Oh, bye Jaden, thank you for joining us. We got our special wedding chibi. This is our present for us finishing our life today. We've been waiting for this moment. This is our custom Cove chibi because he's all buff and everything. All right, I'm gonna shook him down and put him in this corner over here. Oh, whoops. Let me not shook him down that much. All right, there he is. Carrying flowers for us here. We got this. Swole chibi. Have you seen the original one? Just a swole. Okay, let's keep reading this. Let's go. All right. So, let's see here. Did anyone answer to this of what we wanted to do? Blow kisses? Sounds good. The kisses you blew out to your guests were met with new rounds of cheers and whistles. After leaving the ceremony in late afternoon, it was time for wedding photos. You and Cove met up with the wedding party and the photographer, while the other guests headed for the reception spot. The excursion was filled with fun and laughter while the photographer set out to get the ideal shots. Cove lovingly held your face, not afraid to show his affection in front of the camera for a change. His thumb brushed lightly against your cheek, and then he pressed his forehead to yours. His breath was warm on your skin as you closed your eyes shut to relish in his love. When he pulled away, you were speechless. But you had a feeling that was going to be one of the best shots of the lot. I gave this to Angie so long ago. It predates the entirety of the Baxter saga. It does! God, it was so long ago that we got this. It's fantastic. Space did such a wonderful job on it. When the sun began to set about an hour later, you knew it was time to rejoin with everyone else. And so you eagerly got back into the car again to finally see the second location. You and Cove entered through the main doors and into the reception space, where your friends and family were patiently waiting for this moment. The room filled with familiar cheers, whistles, and applause at your arrival. As the noise lessened, you began to hear various calls of congrats and welcome backs. The love emanating from your friends and family was palpable. Baxter made his way to the center of the room and began to gesture people back. The rest of the staff followed and led and made space in the crowd. When the path ahead cleared out, you took a deep breath. It was time. The beginning note of your first dance song played. You heard a few of the guests speak in hushed tones, anticipation rising as the melody kicked in. All right, do we start with a slow-paced song, or a moderately paced, or a fast-paced song? What do you think? Went back and checked the timestamp from the original message. Sent it almost 1 full year ago. Oh God. All right, fast pace to start. I like it.
Cove met your eyes, as ready as he could be, and you took his hands. You heard the high-pitched whine of a microphone and saw Baxter smiling.
And now,
Whoops, voice crack there.
and now, the couple will have their first dance.
While your legs were shaking from the acute emotion still lingering from the ceremony, your joy from getting to dance with your husband gave you the strength to make your way to the dance floor. The instruments were rapidly blasting out, and it took a lot of energy to keep pace. Cove did his best to stay on beat, while also making sure he didn't crush your toes.
How good are we at this dance? How good are we? Guys, I need an answer to this. Are we a good dancer or are we not? A year ago, that explains why Angie didn't remember. Yeah, Angie can barely remember what she ate this morning. The toes are in danger. Oh no! Okay, we got 1, 1, a 3, a 2. That doesn't help me. All right, with toes in danger, I'm gonna say you struggled more than usual.
If the music was a tide, the occasion had swallowed you. You knew you weren't dancing your best, and it wasn't a mystery why. It was hard to maintain technical perfection while your husband grinned at you with vows still fresh on his lips. You tried to hit your marks of the dance, but just like Cove, it was all you could do not to trip on his feet. The two of you frolicked together, hearts pounding, expressions light, and unwilling to let any perfections ruin your time. The music reached the slowest section of the song, a calm part that let you and Cove catch your breaths. Cove took the chance to lean in to breathily whisper in your ear.
This is the first moment to ourselves since we've arrived.
Cove clearly was grateful for the chance to finally talk to you.
You're beautiful.
Oh. Oh. It's so cute. It's so sweet. I'm so lucky. No one is more lovely than you. Oh. Oh. Which one? 4? 4? Okay, all right. 4 is good. We can do 4. We can definitely do 4. You blushed, speechless. Rather than try to find words, you focused to make sure that you kept dancing correctly. Cove flushed a light rosy pink and beamed at you. Let's see, this makes me think of the Orca fundraiser dinners. Makes me think of the night of the Orca fundraiser. Isn't that the same thing? Anyways, Orca is the rescue foundation, the Ocean Rescue Foundation that we're in together. That has fundraiser dinners. Okay, 3, we continue to sway.
Sounds nice. Cove sighed dreamily as he looked into your eyes.
Thank God the ceremony is over and we can just be married now. Not that the wedding is bad.
He winced as soon as he realized how the word sounded. He shook his head.
I just kept thinking that I'd ruin something or something terrible would happen. At this point, a truck full of apples could come through and destroy dinner and I wouldn't care.
Oh. But that's not gonna happen, right? Because we definitely planned for all of this too. I think 1 is the dinner itself and 2 is like the long conversation after. I see. That makes sense. All right. Please, no. God, no. 2, I'm touched that you wouldn't get depressed over missing out on a meal.
Yeah.
You pictured him sulking sad that he didn't get any wedding cake.
Then the pace of the song began to pick back up and both of you moved more dramatically to hit the steps. That stopped your conversation in its tracks. The two of you became absorbed into dancing once more as the song's end grew closer and closer. The final note was struck and... Let's see, we can end the dance with a spinning flourish, end the dance with you dipping Cove, end the dance with Cove dipping you, and the dance ended with both landing the final step, or we can stumble a bit as we try to keep up with each other. How should we end our dance? Up to you guys. This is your wedding just as much. 5? Okay, we got 2 5s right away. Sounds good.
So the dance ended with you with a bit of stumbling, but you kept each other up. You both held onto each other and laughed awkwardly at the clumsy ending. While it may not have been the most graceful finish, you had made it through together, and that's all that mattered. Cove's lips brushed over your ear. You're a really good partner. Your face felt hot, and it wasn't only from the dancing. You heard a clap, then steadily transformed into wild applause. Turning to face the crowd, you looked over your friends and family, cheering. Let's see, bow, curtsy, did your own mini celebration dance to mark your success. You wiped your brow, your shyness reared its head, or you grinned at the encouraging faces. What's it gonna be? How do we respond to this? 3? Do our own mini celebration dance? Sounds good. Your arms pumped in the air and you wiggled your hips in a happy shimmy. You jumped back around to see Cove. He had a smile wide on his face. Cove continued to watch you rather than switching his attention to the guests. He twisted his wedding band bashfully around his finger. With the first dance done, you both left the open floor to join the others and properly greet your seated guests. Cove offered his arm to take once more. Let's see, you can take his arm, offer your arm instead, took his hand instead, or gesture that you were fine. Well, obviously we want the PDA. Come on now, come on. 1? I agree, I like 1. Your arm wrapped around his, fitting as snugly together as matching pieces of puzzle. It was a hold that could not easily be broken. Physically and legally linked to one another, you and Cove went forward as one. After only a few strides, you arrived at the nearest table in the arrangement. It had close family all the way around, including your mom and Ma. The two had scooted their chairs closer and were eagerly whispering to one another, trading words of excitement back and forth. Feeling awkward about having to interrupt, though realizing there's no reason to feel that way, Cove cleared his throat to announce you're in his presence. Hi. Snapping out of their private fever, your parents turned the enthusiasm straight towards the two of you. If you notice, they're wearing purple because we requested everyone to wear purple, if you remember that. Let's see. I'm gonna be more casual about this one. Unless I see you guys jumping in with a number here really fast, I'm just gonna pick a lot of these myself. Why is our mom's face so symmetric? Hello?
Hello.
Hello again, kiddos. Ma folded her hands together on the tabletop daintily and followed Mom with her own greeting. Welcome. It's so good to have you here at the reception now. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
The ceremony was beautiful. You sure nailed the theming with that venue. I messed them up. That was Mom. That was Mom there. Whoopsies. Anyways. Absolutely incredible. Well, the effort paid off then. Hearing people actually discuss the wedding as a real event, Cove became tongue-tied. Your Ma watched over the both of you with a gaze of doting as it was knowing. Have fun greeting everyone else. We'll be here if you need us. Yeah, and we've still got to try the food while you're busy with your big day. Oh, just the I love you. Let's see, I appreciate everything. Thank you so much. You're the best parents anyone could have. I want to say all of this at once. You're lucky you have such lovely children. I don't like that one. All right, I love you, moms. Thanks again, moms. Ma's fingers squeezed together even more tightly, a visual representation of the restraint she was exerting, not to cheer inappropriately loudly. While Ma attempted to not spook Cove after his tepid attempt to use the new title, Mom had no qualms saying something embarrassing. Woohoo! We got upgraded! It's about time! Pam? Cove's gaze immediately dropped to his feet, and his near-constant flush from the day reappeared. You gave your husband a reassuring pat on the arm, proud and pleased at his braveness. Okay, bye. Cove scuttled off, needing an escape, and you gave your parents a wave as you stuck by him. Goodbye. Good luck out there. Your and Cove's mom
your and Cove's moms took their glasses of wine in hand and clinked them together celebratory. To Rain and Cove. To Rain and Cove. As matching images of each other, they sipped the drink in good cheer. Located at the same table were Cove's parents. They were taking it easy until Cliff noticed you and Cove had eyes on him. His grin ramped up to 1,000 watts. Yep, his dad looking good as always. Unreasonably hot as always. Why are Cove's parents unreasonably hot? Hey, it's our local celebrities of the day. Cliff folded his arms, self-satisfied. The wedding's all been going to plan, I'm pretty sure. But I'll keep watch still. If there's anything else I can do, just give me a shout. Cove brightened in a similar way. His tone was full of affection for his father. Hey, Dad, and thanks. Let's see. Clap back happily. There was a satisfying smack against his shoulder blade as Cliff didn't budge from the gesture. He found it invigorating. Cliff slyly winked, waving you and Cove off. Right. I don't have to hug you. Everyone wants to see you. Okay, see you later. Bye, Dad. 'Cause he's our dad now. Man, is this going to be as long as this Baxter stream? No, we're actually closer to being done with this one, so it's not going to be as long. Bye, Dad. A loud gasp escaped Cliff. You glanced over at Cove for his reaction. He grinned sweetly with misted eyes, agreeing wholeheartedly with your statement. Now all that was needed was to see if you'd get Cliff's own acceptance. You didn't have to wait long for it. Overwhelmed with emotion, his voice squeaked at first, but he barely noticed. He was beaming with joy. Of course. I don't know how I ended up with 2 kids as good as you. Cliff surveyed his 2 children proudly with his chest puffed out. I have to say, well, actually, I'll say it a little later. You'll have to wait for my big speech. Here it comes. Get ready, Rain. Wait, Dad owes us money. He can give us much more money later. Don't worry, he's not going anywhere.
Come on.
Come on, sport. It's gonna be great. No, go on. Let's see. I love you. I love you too. Both of you. Then finally you rounded the table's edge and reached the side where Kyra sat. She was patiently sipping at a steaming cup of coffee, placing it down when she noticed it was time for the meet and greet with the 2 of you. Hey, Mom. Hello, babies. Nice to see you. Right back at you. Thanks for helping with the party stuff. Of course. Anything I can do for your special day is at the top of my list. Also, that was a marvelous dance. Such an incredible way to make an entrance. And I'm impressed you found this place. Talk about the perfect locale for my little ocean man. I like the fish. Cove kicked the tip of his shiny shoes at nothing in particular, and his shoulders shifted from side to side shyly. Cove was forever incapable of seeming like a full-grown man in front of his mom. Yo, is that Cove's mom? Yes. Yes, it is. Cove's parents are unreasonably hot. Just, like, really hot for some reason. Kyra's brows bent as she looked at him adoringly. But then she shut her eyes and brought out more energy. I'll see the 2 of you again soon. You should go explore with the rest of your exquisite reception. Oh, all right. We, probably should do that. Bye. Bye, Mom. She froze for a split second. Her hand flung to her mouth as her gaze landed back on you. Slowly she lowered it, revealing the widest smile you've ever seen on her face. In the gentlest tone, Kyra cooed, "Goodbye, baby." Cove was positively melting from happiness seeing you and your shared mom speak to one another that way. Parents dating DLC. I mean, we've been joking about it since we started this game. I love you. Perfect, because I love you. Then you had to continue on to the next table in the seating arrangement. There were still guests waiting to see the both of you. You had a pleasant conversation with your aunt and uncle on your mom's side. They couldn't have been more pleased that you had found someone who made you as happy as Cove did. Right by was their daughter, your cousin, as well as your oldest sister. They were throwing looks, not so subtly waiting to speak their piece, but didn't interrupt your chat with other family. But when it was officially their turn, the ladies placed down glasses of juice and put on matching curved smiles. Cove shifted on his feet embarrassingly. They didn't even need to say anything. We'll grin at them. The two of them were always good for a laugh. We did good work, didn't we? It's nice to be able to relax after all the preparations. Totally! It's so amazing to finally see you! Well, I saw you before in the ceremony, but now you're really here with us! You're both beautiful, and it was just touching and amazing and so perfect! Cove laughed airily. Lee's energy levels were as high as ever.
Hello to you too.
You must be relieved that there were no accidental drownings with those waterworks going off during the ceremony. Lee couldn't suppress a snicker. Cove, on the other hand, pouted indigently. To be serious for a moment, you sensitive souls did very well with those vows.
Thanks for all that and everything. It was nice to see you.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Yes, you are welcome, and thanks for coming to see us on your wedding tour.
Bye. Whoops, ignore that. That wasn't meant to happen.
Bye.
Love you too. With everyone at the spot properly greeted, and your husband began to stroll along to the next one. But Cove then stopped in place. Pairing that with a half turn of his body, you could recognize the laser-focused stare of his face.
He had noticed something appetizing. He noticed the food. We've already lost him to the food. Humy and Fishy being eepy. Welcome in, Aubrey. We'll get through this soon. We're close to finishing this DLC, actually.
It's almost over. And it was simply to pinpoint what, on one of that nearby tables, where your carefully chosen appetizers for the reception. Without needing to be prompted, you went along with Cove to pursue the spread. Cove plucked one of the cold morsels and stuffed it whole in his mouth. He made sure to grab a second one of those to take with him as well. He left the hot ones alone.
We're grabbing both, right? Chat, we're grabbing both, right? I just need to clear this up with you guys. Like, we're eating, right? And definitely grabbing both appetizers. Both? Yeah, that's what I thought. We grab both.
The two of you munched on the little delights, enjoying the much-needed pit stop. The food was delicious. Cove swallowed his full-sized bite and took a break from filling up his cheeks to smirk instead.
Our appetizers are way better than the ones at the Cypress's fancy parties.
Yes, definitely, absolutely. Cypress can suck it.
Cove snickered but left the topic there. The last appetizer Cove picked out disappeared behind his lips, when he instinctively shifted his fingers to his pant leg before stopping himself. Being on his best behavior, Cove instead borrowed a napkin from off the table to clean his hands. You polished up your snack shortly after, and for once followed Cove's example for tidying yourself. Your arms were linked as they had been before. Then you ended that interlude to get right back to the thick of the party. One of the more boisterous tables had Derek, Terry, and Miranda huddled together. They were celebrating wholeheartedly.
Hi, everybody.
The pleasant greeting was paired with a little wave. Your friends turned in unison after realizing you were there. Then the trio of buddies lifted cups full of beer and cheers to you and Cove.
What's up?
Sup and congratulations!
Hi, thank you for letting us come.
Hey, congrats you two!
Hello! Smiles all around greeted you back. In a tiny voice, Miranda began to fawn over you and Cove. I wanted to say, I thought your vows were beautiful.
Yeah, I was so emotional. Still not as much as those two, though. It touched a whole crowd, I'm sure.
And you know, it's cool how you were able to make a wedding that seemed fancy, but it's still so comfy. Cove shyly backed in the affection of his closest friends, sucking it up like a delicate sapling in the sunshine.
Thanks, and thanks for coming.
Come on.
Come on, dude. I wouldn't have missed it. We had to be. Cove and Rain having their wedding? It's monumentous!
We're really enjoying the reception. Don't worry about us if you two have to do important bride and groom stuff.
I appreciate that. It's weird to say, but we do have important bride and groom stuff to do today.
We're greeting all the guests right now.
Uh-huh. We'll see you later, though.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
See you later.
Safe travels! Enjoy yourselves.
Love you three.
I'm gonna say love you to everyone. I'm sentimental about this. Let's see, hold on, what are you saying? Love me some Mark's Art Lemonade, yep. We are to consume, that's right. More of a hard whiskey or vodka guy? I'm more a vodka person, I guess. I usually don't talk about alcohol much on this channel though, for more reasons than one. Anyways, where were we?
Miranda and Derek awed as Terry wiped a dramatic imaginary tear from his eye.
Thanks, Rain.
Cove skipped ahead, buoyed by the brief but fun interaction, and you went right along with him. The next table along the path was filled up with friends you and Cove had made in your adult years, as well as much older friends.
Russian Angie. Hold on.
I mean, I like Irish whiskey too, so does that make me Irish now?
She only talks about undisclosed drinks. That's right. My undisclosed Irish drink.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
A person you'd known since some of your earliest childhood days, with all the ups and downs that such a long relationship entails.
Mr. Shiloh Fields. Fun fact about this guy. So this is one of your oldest childhood friends that you meet up again randomly. However, his personality changes on a random factor. The Shiloh you get in your game will be different from every Shiloh in other people's games. There's only 4 variations, so it's not that dramatic. But Shiloh changes in every game. So our Shiloh is more toned down, but you can get influencer Shiloh, or you can get just regular Shiloh, Shiloh in college. There's like different variations for Shiloh in other people's games. So yeah, your game will probably have a different Shiloh than mine. He grows up different. He's just set to be someone different for everyone's game. I just think that's fun. However, there's only like 4 or 5 variations of Shiloh. I don't actually know the exact amount there is. But it's just a fun little thing that he grows up different for every person. I've had 3 different playthroughs, and every Shiloh I've had has been different. How many more people are there? We invited, I think, 2 more people to this wedding? Because we invited Shiloh and we invited Jeremy. So there's 2 more people, I think, at this wedding. Yeah, Faith, I'm going to say there's probably another hour of gameplay left. It's not nearly as dramatic as Baxter, in which we were up until like 10 o'clock at night my time finishing that. But there is probably like 1 more hour to this, because we still have a few more of the ceremony stuff to get to. So like, we are close to being done. But like, I will say that with everything, especially with me stopping and reading chat and stuff, it'll probably be at least 1 more hour. Okay, lock in. Got it.
Mr. Shiloh Fields. Dressed in full formal attire with a prim new hat attached to wavy brown hair, he had politely settled himself in with the rest of the crowd. The straightness of his back gave away some of the discomfort he had being there, but he made an effort to talk to the other guests. There had been light-hearted chatter until the focus switched to you and Cove as the couple of the hour. He lifted his gaze up from the tablecloth at the arrival of the 2 of you, smiling splendidly. There was an affection there that he hadn't shown to just anyone who was around.
Congratulations on your special day! It's wonderful you're married now. Thank you. I didn't think you'd show. Lol.
It's amazing to see you here. He lowered his head back down, breaking eye contact and blushing embarrassingly.
Let's see. Do we hug Shiloh? Huh. Alright, let's do it.
Tepidly, he embraced you back, wrapping his arms around your neck. And thank you for having me. It's so thoughtful.
It was nice of you to come. I'm sure you're busy?
I don't remember what variation our Shiloh is. Shiloh's right, we're generous to give him a chance. That's right, we don't have the best relationship with him, do we?
Let's see.
You're still a friend of mine, you know.
He pinched his shoulder and while pressing his hands against his knees.
Thanks. I hope we're friends too.
Awkwardly, Cove attempted to carry on the conversation further, but the list of topics he knew to discuss with Shiloh were severely limited.
He looks 12. He's young. He has a baby face.
Yeah, so have you said hi to Liz yet? Shiloh loosened his posture a little more.
I did. We got to talk when we both arrived. It was good to catch up.
Oh, cool.
That was as much as Cove could carry on his own, and he sent over a look your way hoping for assistance. You've kept the same hairstyle our whole lives. Why did you have to wear that hat to our wedding? He always wears a hat. I'm relieved to see you've still got a hat. How's college going?
Good. I'm on track to graduate in not that long.
You've kept that hairstyle our whole lives.
Oh yeah, I've never found anything else that felt right.
I get why, it looks good.
That got Shiloh blushing, though most things did.
Thank you.
I'm relieved to see that you still got a hat.
Oh, thanks. I've always got to wear one.
You both chuckled. Shiloh wouldn't be Shiloh without a hat. And you left the conversation there. You'd already asked everything you could think of, and he didn't expand much beyond that. Shiloh's gaze shifted keenly between you and Cove. He could read the situation. Your chat was coming to an end. He finished off the reunion kindly.
I really do believe that the two of you will be happy together. It's meant a lot to me to get to come along on the adventures for part of it. Congratulations on everything.
As unreliable as Shiloh could be, to you, let's see. You couldn't guess what the future would be when it came to him, but that was fine. Yeah, that's about as much as we can say for Shiloh, I think. Because we didn't have the best relationship with him, it was more our sister. And Shiloh in here is pretty unpredictable, so... we'll do that.
Thank you.
Cove was at a loss on what to think of the man he'd known since he was 8 years old.
Thanks, take care of yourself.
You and Cove took a moment to say hello to the rest of the guests at the table. Shiloh didn't interrupt or engage further at that, before you moved on to another section. You took a moment to scan across the rest of the tables and the guests seated at them. You were able to recognize everyone who had gathered there that day, but you did note an absence. A gentle poke pushed against your shoulder. Smiling, Cove took his poking finger and used it to point out in the distance. Hovering around the fringe of the venue space was a pale, miserable face, dressed all in gray. To anyone else, it may have been a sight that'd turn you cold, a harbinger of misfortune. Here he is, the man that got punched in the face himself. But for Cove, the little rain cloud brought a warmth to his heart.
He came.
You didn't have to look for long until Jeremy happened to glance your way. Eye contact was made across the floor. Jeremy visibly sighed, making enough of a show of it for you to tell even from afar. He then briskly walked forward. He only stopped when he solidly placed his feet right in front of you and Cove.
Happy wedding, you insane people. Why did you invite me to this?
Because I wanted to see you suffer, obviously. Jeremy's really young too, I forgot about that. Okay, back onto he looks 12. 1, why did you come?
Because you invited me. I didn't know why I don't even know why I have to explain that.
You just come to every party you get an invitation to. All right, I'm hugging the miserable one. It took a second for reality to strike him, but you knew as soon as it did because he let out a whispered screech that was akin to a hiss.
Let me go.
Jeremy completely wilted, scrubbing at himself to try removing the warmth of your arms from his skin. I'm sorry, are you okay? Jeremy couldn't handle all the affection and wasn't able to meet your eyes when he groaned his answer.
Whatever.
Cove watched the interaction joyfully. There would always be a spot in Cove's life for the difficult man in front of him.
Thanks so much for coming. It wouldn't have been the same without you. True, it would have been better. No, it wouldn't have been.
Jeremy stalled when confronted with Cove's blunt earnestness. He ultimately grumbled toothlessly.
I don't know why, but whatever, it's your day.
Oh man, he's fun. Jeremy's so much fun. Alright, you should come visit more often. He smirked teasingly.
I hope that won't end up happening, but I've never been lucky.
Is Pran doing well? That was a rare subject that could draw out Jeremy's very limited soft smile. He smiled without sarcasm.
He actually is. It's better every day since we graduated. He's a nicer guy than me again. That's so great! Are you ever gonna let us see a picture or something? Maybe put him on call with you? Nope, he thinks it's funny that you've only ever heard of him secondhand.
Aww.
But he did say congratulations for getting married to the strange people in a completely different town who won't leave me alone. He also likes that tattoo. I told him about it. Thanks, Pran.
Yeah, tell him thanks from us. The delicate sweetness he showed dried up. He was finished being caring.
Whatever.
And how are classes going?
They're a pain, but it's infinitely better than high school.
And we'll leave. Time to leave the miserable one alone. Hit him for old time's sake. Yeah, just a little punch in the face. Hey, did you hear yourself in our vows? We talked about me punching you in the face. Do you remember that? Come on, Jeremy. Of course you do. He crossed his arms as his eyes drifted over the scenes, searching for something. In a low mumble, he changed the subject.
I guess this is one of the better functions I've had to attend.
As opposed to Jeremy's murmur, Cove shouted,
You're saying something nice about our wedding?
That had left Cove flabbergasted, that Jeremy kept his lukewarm stance.
It's not earth-shattering.
Aww. Aww. What a sweetheart. I'm willing to embarrass him. I'm willing to humiliate him. Jeremy sunk into himself again. This time he brought flushed cheeks with him. But suddenly a sweet voice broke through the tiny party of three you had going.
Jeremy, is that you?
As musically as your childhood friend tended to speak, they were all sour notes in Jeremy's ears. His hackles immediately went up at the realization of who else was a guest. He was frankly tickled. You hadn't seen that furious expression since he was 12. He rarely had gotten the energy to be angry back. But the defensive reaction wasn't enough. Shiloh still joined the bunch. Taking the spot at Jeremy's side, he offered a demure smile and wave.
Hey, it's been a while, hasn't it?
They went to school together, for anyone wondering. These two characters are in another game by the same developer. It's another dating sim they're in, and they're both dateable characters in that one. So if anyone's curious about that, that is XOXO droplets, I think. And they are like, Jeremy hates everyone. Jeremy hates everyone, thinks Shiloh is annoying, and Shiloh can't be trusted with anyone, so that is what's going on here. But they were in the same class together, and Shiloh wants to be friends with everyone, so. Jeremy shifted the weight the opposite way to regain some distance, the rock-solid glare never wavering.
Couldn't this have waited until the terrible group reunion I'm certain we're going to have to go into 6 years or whatever?
Do you really think we're gonna wait 10 years before trying to get the gang back together?
No.
He followed that up with a long sigh through gritted teeth.
It'll probably be something even stupider, like a 5-year reunion.
Yeah, I figured you were smarter than that. I bet on the same thing.
That compliment of sorts was given with a wry smile. Your sensitive husband rapidly looked back and forth between the two men, in distress over Jeremy's potential distress. But you weren't the only one who could feel the anxiety coming off of Cove, as Shiloh began to speak placatingly to him.
Don't worry, Jeremy. Complains even when he's not actually bothered. It's just a personality trait at this point.
Jeremy snapped back before Shiloh had finished the last word.
Don't say that. Sorry, but it's the truth.
Jeremy plainly scoffed at that line.
Of course, you always care about the truth when it's someone other than yourself. That's your personality trait. Well,
Shiloh's cheeks burned up with their classic red shade as he lowered his head coyly.
I don't want it to be my personality anymore.
Jeremy's perpetually narrowed or dropped eyes actually opened fully. They dropped down to their usual place before he responded.
Good luck with that one.
Thanks.
A pause fell between the two. Cove held his breath.
Want to get a drink? We could catch up.
His tone sounded earnest, hopeful even. Jeremy's brows twitched and his frown pressed deeper into his cheeks.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
But he still did it. Jeremy gave a slight nod to count as a goodbye and stalked off towards the drink counter. His old groupmate followed behind, step by step. Shiloh twisted his torso to look back at you and Cove.
Take care of yourselves, and congratulations again!
So, I've never had that happen in any of my playthroughs. Shiloh has always been either his old personality or he got worse and never wanted anything to do with Jeremy. So this is, I don't think I've gotten that before. I think that's new for me. That's interesting. Having spent the entire exchange as an observer, Cove recalled that he could speak and sputtered out his own goodbyes.
Bye. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for coming. Cove's days from the encounter continued to linger as he watched them go with a bemused expression. He literally shook it off by shifting the upper half of his body side to side, then he spoke lightheartedly.
That could have gone worse.
I'm glad we invited them, and I'm glad they came. Cove lifted his shoulders unsuredly, but the smile on his face was content. It was what it was. Table to table, you continued to greet each attendee of your wedding. From family who flew in from Hawaii to be there, to those who lived right by your place, you appreciated everyone who took the time to come celebrate this day. There was so much love to go around. Every conversation was just as enjoyable as the last. The one person you hadn't seen during your rounds made himself known when Baxter's voice echoed out throughout the space, amplified by a microphone.
Good evening. Thank you all for attending the wedding of Rain and Cove Sky Holden.
Exciting.
We will now begin the bouquet toss.
A smattering of applause and light murmurs followed the announcement. Baxter let that settle before continuing.
Cove, Rain, please come to the open area of the center. Anyone who wants to play can.
You and your husband eagerly obliged to start the tradition, going over to stand alone on the cleared floor, but it wasn't for long. Lee hopped out of her seat right away, taking Liz by the arm to bring her along for the ride. Your sister wasn't as impossibly excited as your cousin, but she was intrigued. Miranda rose to her feet as well, her boyfriend pumping her up to win the whole walk over. She giggled bashfully and waved at Terry while waiting in the forming crowd. Derek decided to get in on things as well, grinning amusedly along the rest of the players. Placing a freshly obtained drink on a table, Shiloh happily followed along to participate. But not without insisting Jeremy come to the group with him. There was a muttering too far away for you to hear, but Jeremy was obviously annoyed. To keep Shiloh from being in his space, Jeremy stepped away until he was at least close enough to the other people to kind of be considered as part of the crowd. Kyra looked on to the group, taking a second to consider it, but ultimately, she became another member of the game. She strolled over to the collection of younger folks and called out for Cliff to join with her. Come on, don't be such a snore! He shook his head, sinking lower into the chair. Lee, Miranda, Kyra, and Liz all began to wave and jump, encouraging Cliff.
Terry spoke up from the next table over. "You can do it, man!"
All right, all right.
He used the edge of the table to push out of his chair and stood up. The ladies cheered as Cliff strode towards the crowd. Your moms giggled, leaned closer together, and whispered amongst one another. They were eager to be audience members to the spectacle. And no one else motioned to join, so Baxter kept things moving.
Thank you for grouping up into such a timely matter. We've got a wonderful crowd for this. Now, keep your eyes on Cove and Rain. They will be tossing the bouquet in only a moment. Rain, Cove, all you need to do is look the other way and throw your bouquet to the awaiting audience.
As instructed, you and Cove turned your backs to the crowd. Side by side, you gripped your matching bouquets. His shoulders were drawn tensely.
I think they're ready for us, Rain.
I think so too. The room became silent as you wound up for the toss. There was a pause, and then... Alright, let's see. We can give it a solid throw, send the bouquet delicately, do a trick side shot, keeping the players on their toes, attempt a good throw, toss it as high as we can, or hurl it back as fast as we can. What do you guys want to do? Which one are we going for? There's a couple of those that are really nice. I like the trick side shot. That's fun. Oh man. In fact, Suncloud, Cove's Night Fury, just came to the wedding of his human friend along with his mate. Now that's cute. That's cute. I do like the aquarium reception. Yeah, it's nice. 3? We can go with 3. 3 is fun. A flurry of heel clattering, jewelry clinking, and lighthearted yells burst into the space. The bouquets would land in seconds, and the crowd was vying for that prize. The clamor rapidly reached its peak volume, with nearly everyone in the crowd either gasping or cheering. The game had ended. You took a glance over your shoulder to see what the results were, and Jeremy was there, the furthest off from the group of people, holding a bouquet by the base with an outstretched arm. He didn't let it near his body. His expression was miserable. Shiloh was beaming exuberantly while barely holding back giggles. From there, you continued your scan of the crowd for the whereabouts of the second bouquet, and Shiloh was cradling a bouquet close to him, admiring the flowers. His cheeks were that classic shade of red. It didn't bother him that day.
This was really fun. I'm surprised I won.
The planner took the mic again and made the results official.
Stunning work by the winners, Jeremy and Shiloh.
All right. Congratulations on your future wedding. There was laughter all around. Your guests were good sports. As ever, Baxter was able to manage the flow of the day on your behalf. He took the mic and addressed the assembled crowd, his clear voice resonating through every speaker.
Please, could everyone return to the seating area for our next event? The couple has arranged a special dance between themselves and the parents of the bride and groom.
Your eyes met Cove's aquamarine ones as you instinctively glanced towards each other. Your expressions brightened before you stepped apart, ready for the event. Cove's parents came over. Kyra was clearly excited, hurrying to join you, while Cliff loitered bashfully, half a step behind her. Once they were beside you, Cliff held out his arm. You accepted, slipping your hand through as you offered your other arm to Kyra. She took it immediately. The three of you kept a spot in the center of the dance space at the front of the reception area. In position, ready for the music to start, you had a chance to really notice their expressions. Both of them looked proud, but you could see that there were hints of tears threatening to fall. As the music began, Cliff released you so that Kyra could have the first dance. You flowed and swayed along to the tune. Kyra spoke up gently, her words only audible to you. I really am grateful that you were able to meet. You're an amazing person, Rain. You smiled at her, at a loss for how else to respond to such a sweet praise. But it was soon Cliff's turn. Kyra handed you off to him, and the two of you got into the swing of things together. Once you'd fallen into an easy rhythm, he had his own thoughts to share.
I know I've relied on you a lot over the years.
That was one way of putting it. You smiled wryly, tempting to tease him, but decided to let him keep going without challenge.
With everything we've been through together, It made me feel like we were kind of a team, so, well, I'm just trying to say that I'm glad that you're officially part of the family.
The unexpected compliment struck you like a bullseye to your heart. Choked up, you only nodded by way of a response. But you could tell Cliff got the message by the way he beamed at you. You truly did love both Cove's parents, and it meant a lot to you that they were both able to be there on this day. As you turned on the dance floor, you caught sight of Cove dancing hand in hand with your parents. Cove's brow was furrowed in concentration as he very carefully took each step. Despite his obvious nerves, your moms were elated and seemed to be encouraging him. The sight of it cheered you as much as you moved back towards Cliff and Kyra. Cliff made to bow out at that point, intending to make way for you to dance with Kyra again, but she had other plans. She grabbed his hand and yours, and you danced together as a group. After a little while, she released Cliff's hand, and you danced with her one-on-one again. Before long, you've swapped back to dancing with Cliff. You took turns dancing with them both individually, as well as dancing as a group, changing it up often so that no one was left out in the cold for long. But eventually, the song came to an end, bringing the dance to a close. Cliff clapped you on the back.
That was a heck of a time.
Kyra, who hadn't released you once the music finished, still had one arm hooked around you and clutched your wrist with the other hand. She nodded fervently.
Absolutely. This has been a marvelous evening.
You grinned at them, relieved and delighted that they were enjoying themselves. The day might be about you and Cove, but it was also about your families coming together. Their approval meant a lot to you.
Thanks.
Cove, flanked by your moms on either side, came over to rejoin you. Their spirits were high, and you had no doubt they'd enjoyed themselves just as much as you and Cove's parents had done, though Cove still looked a little flustered.
You're good.
That was wonderful. Bravo.
Baxter's voice rang out through the speakers once more.
We are now opening up the dance floor. You are warmly invited to come up and join the family for dancing.
With that announcement, the alternative music got turned up, enticing people to come forward and enjoy themselves. The dance floor bustled with more and more attendees, and over in the seating area, family and friends were catching up over animated conversations. Satisfied that people were having a good time, you decided to...
What do you guys want to do? What would you guys like to do? Dance with everything? Dance with just Cove? Go sit away from the thick of it, or stand by and watch the dancing? Up to you guys. However, I hope you don't mind for 1 second. I would like to refill my water bottle. So I will leave you guys with this option real fast. I'm gonna leave you with the option. I'm gonna refill my water bottle real fast. I will be back in just a sec. Debate with yourselves what you want to do. Just, I don't know, have a fight. I want to see a riot when I get back. I don't know, call each other names, do something. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna grab water. Fish is not gone, Fish is back. Alright, Fish came back. Like I said, I was only grabbing water, not exactly a break this time. Okay, she's had too much red liquid. I've left one last sip for the end of this game. Okay, let's go. So, we have Dance with Cove, 2 or 3. 2, alright, Dance with Cove seems to have won, so we'll go with that.
Oh, hi, Oliver.
Oliver came in to say hi. Everyone say hi to Oliver. My cat has joined us.
Alright, the moment you'd been waiting for had arrived at last. Finally, you could dance with Cove without feeling the weight of countless eyes on you. There were people who cared about you all around, but you didn't feel any guilt over your choice to focus on your special someone. After all, if there was any day where your friends and family would understand you prioritizing time with him over them, it would be your wedding. You seized his hand and pulled him to the dance floor. Cove was just as excited as you and matched your pace easily. The merrymaking continued right up until it was time for dinner to be served. All the action must have helped them work up an appetite, as the guests complied readily. They quickly filed back to the tables, ready for a delicious meal as soon as it was announced. You settled right in your seat at the head of the table. Cove sat up in his own chair excitedly, reaching over for the napkin wrapped silverware in preparation. He was ready for dinner. A waitress clad in black from top to bottom came to stand across from you. She had a frosty pitcher of water in her hands. While setting that down at a spot at the tabletop between you and Cove, she spoke out in a friendly tone. Can I get you anything else to drink? Could I have some orange juice, please?
All right, welcome to your wedding day, guys. May I take your order? What would you like to drink? Go ahead, don't be shy. Pick something to drink. Why is it almost 4 a.m. for you? Dear God, it's not worth it. Go to sleep. Okay. Juice? All right, juice sounds good. Juice sounds good too. We'll pick juice.
I've got it. I'll get that right to you. You both thanked her as she spun on her heels and made a beeline to the drink counter. At the same time, more servers began pouring into the space, coming from the opposite direction. They were spreading out between the tables, collecting orders from the rest of the guests. One of the darkly dressed figures stood out from the rest of you. With perfect poise and not a hair out of place, Baxter stood on the sidelines to supervise the process. He was well into his work. Servers ebbed and flowed between the tables as drinks were provided to each individual who requested them. That wasn't where it stopped. Soups and salads were then carted out before the main course. Cove took in a satisfied inhalation of the steam coming off of the soup. You could catch a whiff of the scent yourself. It was savory and rich. He scooped a spoonful out and dug right in. The rest of the guests followed, taking first tastes of what you had to offer them. Spirited discussions were had between bites. There were plenty of compliments. Derek, your ma, and Cliff sounded especially pleased with how it came out. They could appreciate the heat. Your sister, however, shook her head while not even daring to try. She knew your taste and could see Ma's reaction. It was obvious to her it was much too spicy. Ma gave a little teasing wave to her daughter. Liz stuck out her tongue out playfully in response. It was delicious and exactly the way you had wanted. Mom's jovial tone carried itself above the rest of the voices. So how much are we getting here? And there were those appetizers from before, and now there's more, and the meal hasn't even shown up yet. I've lost count keeping track already. Oh, I asked, it's a 6-course meal, not counting dessert. That many? Mom was hit with a wide-eyed shock, and Kyra only smirked. My guess is that that's the maximum amount. That's why they went with 6. The two mothers began to laugh together. Now that sounds right. When the bowls were polished clean, the servers began to reappear, clearing the dishes away to make room for more. The main course was ready, and the guests were ready for it. You and Cove had the dish placed in front of you at first. Cove shifted back and forth, even letting out an excited squeak. When the rest of the plates were brought out, you could pick out oohs and ahs about how amazing it looked and the generous portion size. You even heard mentions of the swirls on the dishes by some discerning guests. Very few words were spoken as the dinner truly began. Everyone became fully immersed in their food. It was quite the hit. Guests were given time to enjoy their meals, while they were fresh before the reception events continued as you had planned. Baxter strolled up to the side counter set on the opposite side of the head table. You had a perfect view of it. Casually, he took up the microphone that he'd used throughout the rest of the event to make another announcement.
Good evening. From the staff, I'd like to thank you all for being such a lovely guest to serve. We hope you've enjoyed your dinner. Now, the mic will be left open for a time to allow anyone who wishes to make a speech about the couple. You are all welcome to come share memories, words of congratulations, and or your appreciation for Rain and Cove Sky Holden, if you feel comfortable doing so.
I have to go. Thank you guys for being at my wedding with Cove. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you being here, Okapi. See ya. And Angie, thank you for being my bridesmaid. Of course. I hope you had a good wedding. Have a good night, Okapi. Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. He didn't hog the mic any longer than necessary, placing it back down on the center of the stand as soon as his brief message had been made clear. Baxter directed a soft smile down to you and Cove as he left the space, open for others to speak. A nervous rhythm began to play out next to you as Cove's fingers were drummed against the edge of the table. You watched a furrow grow deeper into his brows. He was preparing himself for whatever was about to be said. There would likely be some friendly teasing, and almost certainly he was going to get emotional again. Once the mic was available, the first person to stand was your ma. She hopped right up and made her claim to the front table. Softly, she spoke across the space directed at you and Cove, her words being carried through the air where you sat. Congratulations once more, my wonderful children. The wedding feels like a dream, as much as my own did when I was around your age. Her head tilted to the side, towards the other guests, and began a formal speech. Our Rain has been a joy to our family's lives, and everyone else who's met her since the day we were brought together. But watching how she's grown with Cove has been special. The way Rain treasured the little stuffed shark keychain Cove had bought for her, even using it as her cell phone charm as soon as she got one. Cove's nervousness over attending a formal party, but doing it anyway because it was with Rain. There was the one long weekend where Cove came day after day to take Rain on charming trips for no reason at all. And then in return, Rain came to me and Pam, needing to help to cook a proper treat for him. Her eyelids rested closed as she let out a sentimental sigh. And I could keep going, there's so many memories. Rain can clear the tears from his eyes better than anyone else when she wasn't the one causing them. Happy tears, of course. It was beautiful, and it still is. Her tender gaze shifted to the two of you once more, signaling the end of her talk had arrived. I can only hope you'll be able to continue growing together for many more years to come. I love both of you very much. Your husband's eyes had already began misting. After knowing her for all this time, Cove developed a deep affection for Ma. Hearing that she cherished those important memories the same way you and he did had an impact. That was sweet. That was really sweet. She slipped the mic in its proper place, brushing at her bangs, and walked to her seat again in light steps. Your mom brushed her own dress as she stood on her feet and began to walk. This was her chance to take the stage, and she was going for it. When she put one hand on the mic, the tip of her finger tapped the top of it, doing a sound test. The puff of sound echoing out. Your mom was satisfied with that. She lifted her head high, facing the crowd, and smiled merrily. Thanks everyone for coming today, and for the gifts you brought. I don't know how we're going to pack all of that, how we're going to pack all that up and get it to their place, but we'll make it work. Where there's a will, there's a way. She had to lower the mic a bit, already snickering under her breath. Well, Rain, Cove, our families went through a ride with you two being brought together. Talk about a force of nature. You took some time to feel things out, but after those rookie years, it was time to watch out. You even ran away together the very first summer you met. You were only 8. I remember that. That was pretty great. And Cliff almost had a heart attack when we all took the RV out, and Cove had disappeared from his sleeping bag in the morning, and it turned out he had snuck in the loft with Rain. Grinning ear to ear, lost in those old memories, she shook her head. But at the end of it all, I think you were both good influences on each other. Or at least you've made one another very happy, and that's good enough in my mind. You really took that promise when you were 13 to treat Rain well to heart, huh, Cove? Thanks. Cove smacked a hand to his cheek automatically.
It didn't do anything to hide the color burning on his face.
And you know, we really did need a son in there to round things out.
Mom snorted in laughter at her own line. She waved that away in her free hand, wanting to be more serious. When she could muster the even tone she had been aiming for, your mom finished her speech.
I love you, kiddos. And it's true that you're hardworking adults now, but don't ever forget what your ma and I are here if you need something. Your family will always be here.
She had been able to coax out some chuckles from Cove throughout. He was still amused over the penchant for jokes than the actual jokes themselves, but the laughter had been shaky with emotion. He really had come to love your mom. With a quiet pleased grin, Mom left the mic behind to return to her spot right by her wife. Smooth as silk, Liz rose from the seat and glided across the floor to the speaker's stand. But Liz took her time before saying anything, evening out her bangs, clearing her throat, fiddling with the angle of the mic. When she did take hold of it, she didn't have a care in the world. That couldn't be said for everyone. Cove tensed in apprehension of whatever she was going to say. He had to know what she was planning. Luckily for him, she did eventually begin her speech and end his suspense. As I'm sure many of you know, I'm Rain's older sister. So one of the very few people who have been around her far longer than her husband. She was smirking, already 2 sentences in. We're pretty close, is the thing. She flicked her hand without the mic into a non-committal half shrug. But honestly, Rain, if I realized you'd be marrying that new kid back when I was 10, I might had to disown you. A scrawny, grumpy boy who didn't even know how to play pretend right? Certainly not, even if I did joke about it happening. Hey! Cove gasped indignantly that she would say such things, but things being said continued on regardless of his objection. And yet here we are, at your wedding, to that very crybaby. Oh.
Unreal.
Unbelievable. Exasperated at Liz's angle for her congratulations speech, Cove slunk lower in his seats, took his drink in both hands and sipped at the juice like a furious elementary school kid. He's so cute. What the heck? Her head slowly shook, the end of eyebrows bent, and a less crooked smile came to her face. The tone wasn't silly anymore. But with all that out of the way, what I actually want to say now is, you made the right choice. He's the one for you. Day after day, week after week, year after year, Cove was there. Even more than I was. A lot of the time. Don't get your hopes about this meaning I'm done teasing you about it, but for today, I want to thank you, Cove. Those big, watery eyes of yours have never lost sight of Rain since she caught them. It brings peace to my heart to know that there's another person out there who cares for her as deeply as she deserves to be. Oh. He didn't have another comment then. Liz's grin widened as if she knew exactly the reaction she'd been getting. Congratulations to my good old baby sister and her special boy. Love you. With that, she tilted the mic towards the two of you as if she was toasting a glass. At the last moment, Liz had made Cove smile, and his wide eyes were as damp as she had described. Liz daintily left the microphone where it belonged and returned to her chair, fully satisfied. There was a clattering of silverware and dishes as Elise sprung out from her table. She skipped away, not paying mind to that. She was too impatient for the chance to talk. Throughout heaven and earth, Cove and Rain are the married ones. Yes, they've gotten married! Am I hallucinating or is she blinking? Maybe. Let's see, there she is. Somehow it reminded you of all those times you'd chatted over the phone, the fun and excitement of sharing what was going even when you weren't right next to each other. She took the mic right into her hand, projecting plenty of stage presence, standing in front of the audience. My cousin Rain and I are the same age and got to grow up together. Because of that, I've gotten the joy of watching the story of her and her next-door neighbor, Cove. And they barely tolerated each other at first,
And then when romance finally happened, I was invested in the twists and turns of the tale. So let's just say I was the tiniest bit worried when neither of them had the nerve to propose. If they waited any longer, I was gonna offer to do it for Rain just to get it over with. She giggled with as much joy as when she first found out about the big news. Thanks, Cove, for taking care of that. This couldn't have ended better. I'm your biggest fan. But as happy as I really am about your adventures in love and marriage, the best part for me has been my own relationship with the two of you.
Leandra took a moment to slow down and express her thoughts with complete honesty. It was longer than I expected. Yeah. It's rounding up, though. It's about rounding up, because I think the speeches happen, and then we're basically in the ending. I think once the speeches are done, don't quote me on that. I don't know if we prepped anything else for this, but like, I think after the speeches, this is it. Oh, cake. I forgot about the cake. After the cake, then. Time for Our Life 2 Isekai version. Oh, no! Tomorrow's a rest day, so I'm gonna get as much rest as I can and then suffer through 4 days. Oh, God, I hope it all works out for you. Get some good rest tonight or tomorrow.
Rain, you're among my closest family and my very best friends. And Cove, you're not just my cousin's husband. You're my friend too, and my family just the same. Congrats on your stunning future together. I love both of you.
Oh. Cove had to bite his lip to keep it from wobbling. The earnestness truly touched him. Her high-energy attitude quickly returned, though. Lee dropped the mic down and blew a couple kisses your way before she swished back to her seat. Derek came out from the seating area to give his own talk. He had a relaxed stance when he grabbed the mic and waved at the head table. Hey, congratulations again to you, Rain and Cove. You found your other halves, and anyone can see that. You're good for each other. You're good to each other. Whether you got married or not, no one would have questioned that commitment, though it's been a hell of an event too. The first lines of the speech were for you and Cove, but Derek then turned outwards to address the rest of the crowd. One time when we were barely teenagers, we went to the mall and there were these wind chimes that Cove was eyeballing, but wouldn't stop to get, and then Rain got him one. And Cove still has it. That's impressive. Your jaw dropped. You never realized Derek had noticed any of that. You stuck a glance at Cove. He was sending you same, the side-eyed look of shock. The two of you sat there having to accept that you weren't as subtle with your affections as you assumed. Derek had been polite about it. I have not put my lever. Could you? Which lever would you like? Which lever would you like? I'm curious what the Wednesday stream is. It's either the 400 sub special or collab Cloud was talking about earlier, or both. It is not the special, I can tell you that. It's not entirely a secret what it is, but I feel like I shouldn't like say it on stream until I like officially post about it, which post about it will be tomorrow. I'll be posting that tomorrow morning. So I'm thinking I should probably wait until then to actually say what it is instead of saying it on stream. But it's not a secret or anything. I think some of the other people maybe involved might have said something about it. So, I don't know. Look for yourselves, figure it out, you'll see it. All right. I'll be in more detail about it tomorrow though, so you guys can find out what the Wednesday stream is. Okay, all right. No, it's not an Angie face reveal. That's not gonna happen. No. I've always dreamed about being an anime girl on the internet, and I will continue to be an anime girl on the internet. All right, what was Derek saying? Derek beamed with a boyish charm, looking just like he did the first time you'd met him. Thanks for being my friend. It's been a pleasure to know you two. Derek's heartfelt appreciation had to awkwardly be interrupted with one quick addendum. Oh, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm getting that time management thing under control. He took the chuckles from the crowd in good stride and wrapped things up for real. Thanks for letting me talk. Carefully, Derek hooked the microphone back into its stand. When he let go, he hovered his hand nearby for a second to catch it if it fell.
When he was sure all was well, he nodded confidently and lightly jogged to his seat. Cove watched the entire exit with the smile growing larger and larger on his face. A beat passed and then Miranda stood. She gripped at the front of her flowing dress, pulling it from the ground as she walked over to the mic. Her shoulders were shyly hunched up and her head was low. If she wasn't surrounded by tables full of people watching, you would have thought she was sneaking out of bed while trying not to get caught by her parents.
Hold on here, what? Well, I remember Clown literally just saying, I'm going to make a thumbnail, and you just went, oh, the collab, right? I really thought that Clown had written, and I guess this is just me reading it wrong, I thought Clown had written, I'm going to make our thumbnail. And I was just like, oh, are we mentioning the collab? I private messaged Clown afterwards going like, do I need to delete that? Should I never have said that? I am so sorry. And Clown's like, it's fine. I was so panicked after that moment. I was like, oh God, what have I done? I was so tired that day though. I was so out of it. Oh man. You mean this isn't real Angie? This is real Angie. Of course it's real Angie. Let's see. Shows the image of a fish. Yeah. I'll just bring up an anglerfish image. Angie's face reveal. I'm a killer fish. I don't know what, but I taste really good. No, I don't. I don't taste good. Rune is right. It would be a fish face. Yeah, it would be. Angie being her chaotic self that we all love and cherish. I appreciate you guys loving and cherish the chaotic fail girl me. I appreciate it. Okay, alright, let's finish up this wedding, shall we?
Alright. When Miranda finally tiptoed to the front, she gathered up the microphone in both of her hands, her eyes closed rather than directly facing the crowd. She may not have been comfortable with public speaking, but her desire to participate outweighed that. Hi. Cove's focus was set ahead, but you caught out of the peripherals of her own gaze that your husband mouthed a hi back to her instinctively. Thank you, Rain and Cove, for inviting me. It's been a wonderful day, and I'm so happy for you two. The stiffness of her presentation smoothed out the more she got to talking. She was even able to giggle as her affectionate feelings for her friends eclipsed the worries of saying them in public. It's been great attending the party of yours after the two of you were always nice enough to come to mine. Cove laughed along with her warm, far-gone days of bounce houses, noisemakers, and pin the tail on the donkey reflected in his jubilant face. You're both amazing! And I really appreciate the support you've given me, being there when I needed someone to talk to. You've had such a positive impact on my life. I'm just really lucky to be your friend, and I hope we'll always be friends. Congratulations, Rain and Cove! Cove nodded firmly in silent agreement with her wish, while scrubbing at his eyes. Miranda put down the mic and with some oomph, then twirled around to return to her seat. Her steps were much lighter than before. Terry was waiting there with open arms to her to give a squeeze, clearly proud of his girlfriend for doing so good. Her smile stayed bright even from a distance. Terry jumped up onto his feet with a grin, strolling right over to the counter. He scooped up the mic in one hand and gestured ahead of him with the other.
Bro, I hate the oh, is it the auto mod? Auto mod kicks in every now and then, and I have no idea what causes it to kick in. Are you telling me shrimp fried what? I missed so much here. I missed so much that you guys were able to see and I can't. Oh my god. But hello, shrimp, hello. Why am I famous now? Oh, because you're a shrimp, I guess. We know Harley also went by shrimp. Maybe they're getting you confused. I mean, hell yeah, I'm making a game. Yeah! That's the spirits! Okay, alright, let's try and crush this wedding. I met Cove and Rain in high school. I didn't know them the longest out of everybody, but I could tell they were some cool people right away.
them and Randy were my best group of buddies back then, and we've kept the friendship train going despite all the stuff that's happened.
He tapped a finger against the tabletop in time with every specific he mentioned.
Graduating school, moving to different places, me and Miranda dating, the two of them getting married, and things about us not being what other people thought they were. And I guarantee our friendship is gonna stay on track. No matter what, there's no one who could take your place. From me to you, and from you two to each other. Good work tying the knot. Your catches.
Terry left his speech in the mic there. He paused to applaud your union graciously before flipping his hand out to wave as he walked off. Cove gave a big friendly wave in return. His eyes were glossy. Soon as Terry hit the chair again, Miranda took his arms and happily began whispering to him about the speech. Kyra pushed herself up from her seat and went right to the front without hesitation. Eagerly, she lifted the mic to her lips and said, "I can't believe my babies are having a wedding right now!" The unexpected declaration sent chuckles rumbling throughout the crowd. I guess it would be pretty surreal like that, wouldn't it? I remember you, Terry. You made us suffer an extra hour in the Baxter route. Never forgive, never forgets. That did happen, didn't it? I almost forgot about that. What is going on? We are ending the longest running stream on my channel. Our live stream with our characters getting married. So our character is getting married to Cove, and this is his mom right now speaking, so it's the wedding speeches right now. That's what's going on. That's the rundown. Yeah, this is the first, like, Our Life was the first stream I ever did. It was the first stream I have ever done on this channel, so I wanted to end with a bang. So, yep, 5 hours, and we're still going. I've been reading for 5 hours, and my throat, yes, indeed is killing me right now, but we're still going strong. Well, I'm also having a lot of fun with this. You can tell, I think you guys can tell I'm enjoying this a lot more than I enjoyed the Baxter DLC. Let's go! The unexpected declaration sent chuckles rumbling throughout the crowd. Anywhoosies. Kyra continued with a wink and a smile. It was a treat getting to meet Rain in person for the first time. No, I already felt like I knew her, thanks to all the stories Cove loved to recount about her. In a pouted whisper, Cove spoke out about the description of events. Mom. Whenever I got to visit Sunset Bird, or you visited me, I came to see firsthand more and more what marvelous individuals you were growing into. You bloomed right before my eyes, like perfect white poppies on the hill in your childhood neighborhood. Every moment I've been able to spend with each of you has been a gift. We had some pretty wild times over the years. I count my lucky stars that I got to be the mom to such an amazing boy, and Rain. The buoyant tone of Kyra's words faded into something softer, sweeter. I'd like to thank you personally for helping my baby make himself at home again. I'm truly grateful for that. There was a sniffling at your side after that. Cove tugged at the tablecloth in front of him unconsciously, needing to do something. Mom. Congratulations, both of you. I love you. I love you too. It didn't matter that she couldn't hear. She knew. Kyra used the bottom of her palm to wipe her eye, placing the mic on its stand with the other hand. She took an additional moment to look at you and Cove gently, and then Kyra strode back to her table. Cliff leaned over towards her and gave her a thumbs up with that speech. His zealousness made Kyra cover her mouth in amusement and embarrassment, and then Cliff raised out of his seat. The most contentious figure in your husband's early life, who grew to become his best man. Cliff took long strides to reach the speaker stand, but his fingers froze in place before they could grasp the mic. He stared down at it, collecting his thoughts, or his emotions, or both. When he was ready, his hand locked around the base of it, and he lifted the mic up higher. A grin pulled across his face. There was a crinkle around the corner of his eyes. Hey, Sport! Hey, Rain! Hey, Dad. Cove's reply was barely audible. He might not have realized he'd done it. Cove's irises were shaking as he looked ahead intently. Well. Cliff's expression turned distant. He was facing the crowd, but his gaze had drifted even further away to something in the past that was long gone.
I remember the first day Cove and I moved to Sunset Bird, when I met Rain. I didn't know where my boy was then, or what I was doing, or anything at all, really. As you'll soon be able to tell.
He chuckled weakly over this self-derisive comment. It didn't do much to lighten anyone's mood, including his own. He remained wistful.
I'm gonna look at chat for just a second. I need like a tiny break so I can drink some water, so I'm gonna look at chat for just a second. Let's see. My brain just caught up that I've been just listening for the past hour without chatting. It's fine, it's fine. You know, sometimes you need to chill for a little bit. 10 out of 10 milk. Agreed, agreed, definitely. Let's see. Hate myself too, Doug. Oh, no, don't hate yourself. What is happening? Wedding speeches, that's what's happening. Everyone gets to toast the newlyweds. That's right. I think this is the last one, though. I think they end it on Cliff, because he has, like, the very, very emotional one. Hi, Angie. Hello. Hello, clown. What's up? We yearn for Cove's mother. She's hot. What can I say? All right. Had some more water? Let's continue.
I was sitting around on a curb when Rain strolled up on the road heading home. I knew her. I knew of her. I'd met Pamela and Noelani already. Talking to them is how Cove got away from me.
Cliff shook his head, trying not to get too lost in the complicated mess of thoughts of those times.
But that's not the point. What matters is that I've heard Rain was their 8-year-old, the same age as my Cove, and that Rain was the only one that age in the neighborhood. In my infinite wisdom, I'd picked out a place that wasn't exactly a family-friendly community. It was mostly a bunch of retired vacationers.
He gritted his teeth and placed a hand to his forehead, feeling the sting of that day as if it was fresh.
And speaking of, did I mention it was the start of summer break when we moved? What was my little boy going to do with that? I dragged him out there. I wanted to have someone to play with. I wanted him to have someone to play with, someone he could talk to. I wanted him to be happy.
There was a heart-wrenching crack in Cliff's voice as he spoke about what his feelings had truly been.
At that moment, everything was going wrong. It felt like a dead end no matter which way I went, and I was so sure that there wouldn't be anyone for Cove if it wasn't Rain.
In one more valiant effort to try not to make the mood of your wedding too heavy, Cliff gave a goofy shrug.
So I offered Rain $20 to be his friend. It's just funny to me.
The straight line of his shoulders lowered on each side like a roof sagging after years of having to stay solid.
Maybe that's not the word. What I'm trying to say is that all my worries and regrets were at their peak. I was acting crazy, I know it now. But somehow, it still turned out that there really wasn't anyone else for him. Or not anyone better for him anyway. Nobody else in the world can be there for Cove the way she can.
The sentence remained unfinished. As much as he tried, Cove couldn't put the words together. Or Cliff couldn't put the words together to express what he meant to him. Cliff placed a hand against his chest as he gazed lower towards the ground. His delicate words continued to be shared with a full gathering of people thanks to the mic, but it was as if Cliff was speaking only to his son.
That day, such a long time ago at this point, when you found out about why me and Kyra divorced, she was there. Rain was there when the plan was just to go jet skiing. Then when that emotional bomb happened, she was still there. And when you felt ready to head back out, to keep going forward, you just had to turn your head to see someone was ready to go with you. You had someone to support you in ways I never could. It was just what I was hoping for. I was so relieved.
He glanced forward once more, offering a smile directed to you.
You're an amazing person, Rain.
Inhaling deeply through his nose, Cliff's stance pulled together tall and solid. His dark blue eyes shone with a depth to them as they met with the far brighter blue of his child's.
Son, being your dad will always be the best thing I've done in my entire life. And getting that condo on the street was the luckiest card I ever drew. I bet you two would have found each other, with or without that eventually. But because of it, my kid got to grow up right next to the person who could make him happiest. I can't ask for more than that. And Rain, you didn't need a dad with what great moms you've got, but I'm so thankful I got to be yours. I love you both, and I'll keep loving you for the rest of the time I've got.
Tears streaked down Cove's face freely. He didn't fight their falling.
I love you too.
Watching you and your husband, from where he stood, Cliff got misty-eyed himself. He reached to wipe his cheeks, completely forgetting there was a microphone in his hand. Cliff set it down, shyly waved over to the two of you, and stepped away. He was then able to rub at the ever-growing tears. No one spoke or even moved as Cliff returned to his spot. When he was seated, Kyra reached over to give him a pat on the back. He had done good. Then the mic was sat there untouched, none of the attendees wanting to pick up after where he had left off. That was going to be the final speech from your guests. You were certain.
I think I saw my name earlier. Let me see. Ooh, did it get deleted, I wonder? I think it did. I think someone decided to hide their message. Turn up the music, we can still hear you talk. Hey! Angie, stop talking. Why does this part of the song go so hard? It's emotional, that's why. Let's see. I have not watched that yet, so I guess it would be spoilers. Let's see. I don't know why I typed that. I see. Alright. Angie, have you watched The Amazing Digital Circus? Only the first 3 episodes. I've not watched any of the rest of it. I think another episode came out, and I've not watched it yet. Ray needs to stand up and yell, Cliff, you owe me $20. I agree. Okay, alright, moving on.
Cove's breath was shaky, taking in everything. A weepy smile reappeared on his face, the more it sunk in just how much he was cared for. He leaned against your side, pulling at the tablecloth and burrowing his face into your shoulder.
Let's see. Our eyes can be glossy too. This is our wedding too. And... oh, we'll tuck... you tucked your face into Cove's hair. That's cute.
The two of you curled up together in a lopsided oval. It might have been a little silly to try hiding when everything in the event was pointing right to you, but you did it anyway. When a voice was amplified out across the whole space once more, it was excitedly your planner, giving his appreciation for the cooperation again and announcing the closing of the speeches. But rather than leaving the microphone on the counter, he strolled up to your table with the device in hands.
Before we shut this off for the night, would either of you like to give your own message to your loved ones?
Oh! Cove lifted his teary face up to acknowledge Baxter, pausing to sniffle.
I'll do it.
Would you guys like to say something? Chat, is there anything you guys would like to say as well? Say no! Alright, we have 1 no. Are there any yeses here in the crowd? Yes, we got 1 yes here. 1 yes going once and 1 no. What's it gonna be, folks? What's it gonna be? Who's going to win this one? We got Monster over here saying no, too shy. And we have Tarnished over here saying yes, speech. Who's gonna win? Okay, we got another yes. So far, yeses are winning out this event. And then the aquarium glass broke and flooded the room. Oh god. Yesn't. Okay, 2 yeses, 3 yeses, 2 no's. It seems that speech has won out in the end.
So I'd like to say something, please.
Of course, here you are.
Cove used one hand to scrub his eyes and the other to accept the mic, drawing it in close.
Too close.
The murmur crackled uncomfortably loud, and Cove's arms sprung out straight instinctively to get the noisemaker away from him. He winced before much more cautiously lifting the mic towards his face. He cradled it in both hands and his gaze dropped to the ground.
Thanks, everyone. Really, seriously,
His eyes closed completely as he panicked to bite his lip.
So glad to be here. And all those things you said were...
There was a crackling strain to Cove's voice that wasn't caused by technical error. He was choking up. Each word had to be pushed out with dedicated effort. Really nice. I love you. As rapidly stuttering as it was, when what he meant to express came through to you and the rest of the people there to hear it, Cove's earnest affection. In a fumbling motion, you stretched out even more unintentional feedback. Cove passed the mic to you. His now free hands moved to cover his mouth. As you rose up from your chair, your eyes casting out to each individual in the crowd, you had to accept the bittersweet notion that this truly was a special occasion. You had no idea where everyone you cared for would be gathered next, in the same place again, or when you'd never see some of them next.
Well, it is Cove giving the speech. Yeah, it is Cove giving the speech. Look at that. Watched Angie for so long that you became a masochist yourself. Oh no!
You wondered if Cove had been cognizant of the same thing while he was speaking. That this message had a weight to it, that it was your last big chance to share your thoughts with him. And all you could think to say was...
What did we say, chat? I'll let you end it off.
What are you saying to your new husband?
To end off this game. Thanks for coming. All right, that is, I guess, my message to you guys.
Thanks for coming. It wouldn't be the same without you. The exact words that I would love to say. And that brought the speeches to their last sentimental note. Your eyes remained focused ahead of you, extending your hand out for Baxter to take the microphone and lowered back down in your seat. Applause erupted from the table to table, and Baxter grinned approvingly.
Perfect.
He took the microphone back with him, and he rejoined with the other staff members in order to give you and Cove some space to yourselves. When the clapping subsided, emotions remained high. Further conversations were tentative and hushed for a time. But eventually, the happy chatter that frequented your reception filled the air again. It was an evening of good food and good company. When the meal was nearing its end, the final course you had requested from the caterer was handed out, a palate cleanser. From there, the evening continued to slip by in a dreamy haze. Before you knew it, all the attendants had finished and the dishes from dinner had been swiftly cleared from the tables. In spite of this, everyone remained rooted in their seats. It was no secret that there was more to come. People were waiting eagerly for dessert. There, none of them could match the vibrating anticipation of your husband. It was time for the cake. But before the big event, you had something else up your sleeves. The servers returned to bestow the extra treats to your guests. Truly delightful trays of fanciful decorated cookies were delivered to the tables and shared amongst the guests, the cookies tied into your purple color scheme wonderfully. Kyra couldn't take her eyes off of them. The servers vanished from the floor with impressive efficiency, allowing the wedding cake to take center stage. Sat on the center table was your fully realized creation, a 5-tiered, beachy-style, purple masterpiece. You were pleased to see that your guests were as smitten with it as you and Cove were. Cliff let out a low whistle of admiration.
What a cake!
Terry gasped.
Are you really gonna cut it? The cake must have taken an eternity to put together.
Oh. Kyra's voice rang out sweetly as she gazed at the cake. That's perfect. It's so cool that you were able to put purple instead of just white. Totally unpredictable. Baxter beckoned for you and Cove to come forward. You rose from your seats as one and crossed the floor to the display table, where a waiting server offered the cutting knife to you both. The two of you took hold of the handle, hand over hand, so that you could make the incision as a team. Together, you hovered the knife over the lowest layer of the cake. You glanced at Cove, who smiled wryly at you. It really was almost too beautiful to cut. But just almost, and your guests were waiting for their portions of the delicious cake. Carefully, so as to preserve the structure as much as possible for as long as you could, you pushed down with the knife. It slid through the cake easily, leaving a smooth cut all the way through. You and Cove drew the knife out, then made another cut in order to create a neat triangle of cake. The server produced a plate ready for the first slice. With a bit of shakiness in the motions between the two of you, you slipped the knife under the piece and transferred it to the waiting plate. The first slice was done. You nodded, satisfied, before reaching down to plunge your hand straight into the cake, the soft, spongy treat squishing beneath your fingers. Cove's fingers brushed against yours as he scooped the remaining cake from his platter into his own.
All right, guys, how are we doing this? How are we smashing this into his face? What are we doing? Go ahead. Go ahead and have at it. You guys voted for cake smashing, so let's go. Fling the cake at him. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Two. All right, let's do this. You scooped up a chunk of cake. Cove eyed it warily, closing his eyes and peeping out from the other as he waited for your hand to collide with his face. You raised your hand, and both Cove's eyes widened in surprise as he realized what you intended to do. He only just managed to close them in time as you threw the cake. It soared the short distance through the air before splattering across his face. Then his fingers dripped with creamy confections and crumbs. He delicately caressed your cheek, leaving a trail of cake behind. The frosting was cool against your skin, while the fine crumbs of cake itself trickled as he streaked them across your cheek. You tried to contain your giggles until he was done, not wanting to move at the wrong time and get cake in your eye. A few rogue chuckles still escaped. When Cove's furrowed brow relaxed into the normal expression and he brought his hand away, you finally judged it was safe. You exploded with laughter at his novel appearance to cake smashing. It was just like him. The two of you were then both caked in cake. A towel was laid out in a nearby serving platter, almost certainly for the purpose of helping people clean up after the exact scenario had played out. Cove wiped himself off with it as you laughed. When Cove removed the towel from his face, he revealed a tickled smile. He'd taken the smashing with humor and grace, like an absolute champ, and he held out the towel to you. It was good that Cove was there to assist. He'd been so engrossed in watching him that you'd completely forgotten the cake was still clinging to your face and fingers. You both happily made your way back over to the head table, accompanied by the cheers of your family and friends. Though you'd spent a lot of time on your feet today, each step was buoyant. When you and Cove were back in your seats, a couple of waiters smoothly placed freshly cut slices of cake before you. Cove let out a thrilled squeak and picked up the provided fork. Each aspect of it had been painstakingly planned to suit the occasion as well as your tastes. Now, at last, it was finally there for the eating. All right, let's see. We're eager about eating. We look forward to having a slice. We would have a taste, but we are mostly happy for Cove. Or you are happy for Cove, but not going to eat the cake. We're eating the cake, right? Chat, we can agree on this. We're eating the cake, right? I have to ask you for everything for approval because, like, I need you guys to respond to me for validation, but, like, we're eating the cake, right? Also, this is your wedding thing, too. Eat, all right. Just making sure. And in short order, serving the cake was, servings of cake were set down on each table, a neat triangular slice in front of every guest. As the crowd dug in, along came discussion on the dessert.
Ooh, it's tasty! I love the filling!
Your cousin wasn't the only one in the family who was captivated by your cake. Ma uttered a dreamy sigh after eating each bite.
Wonderful.
Delicious. Cove stopped shoveling ganache into his mouth long enough to give his own praises. I'm really glad we went with something that had fruits. There was no way it would be anything but great with that kind of flavor, but it's better than that. It's actually amazing. You didn't hear a single peep out of Jeremy, yet whenever you spotted him while surveying the scene, he was steadily working his way through the slice. Through a series of modest bites, the cake slowly vanished from his plate. That, combined with the absence of any complaints, was a huge accomplishment when it came to this particular guest. You were hooked within one bite. It was just as wonderful as you had hoped, and more. The bakery had outdone themselves. You and Cove wolfed down the delicious cake with gusto, polishing off your slices easily. You couldn't believe how quickly it was gone, your plate scraped clean, but it had been much too good to resist. Luckily, there was no shortage of cake. Both you and Cove flagged down a waiter for more. By the time the meal was officially over, Cove had not only devoured 3 full slices of cake, but he double-checked with Baxter about what would happen to the leftovers. Baxter had needed to reassure him that any remaining sections of the cake would be wrapped up to go home with you two. It was pleasant to sit back and relax for a while, giving your feet time to recuperate from a long day, but the lull did not last long. Newly fueled by cake, the party was beginning to start again. The celebration was able to continue in earnest. Derek, Lee, Terry, and Miranda got the dance floor going. They took turns pulling silly moves and cheering each other on. Liz sung along to all the songs she knew whenever an old favorite from your life growing up together came on. She chose to keep Shiloh company throughout the party. She never lost that fondness she had for the guy. From the glimpses you caught, she was having a blast. Your 4 parents made their table base camp and cycled through catching up with other family in the town and rejoining with one another. They spent much of their time trading sentimental stories about when their babies were just babies. Cove's one uncle showed off his classic magic tricks to celebrate the day. Your husband was far more enthusiastic about the stunts as a 23-year-old adult than he was as an 8-year-old boy. When he got the chance, Cove graciously offered Jeremy some of the leftover cake after how eagerly Jeremy had eaten his first slice. They truly were close to him to do that, and Jeremy accepted the kindness for a change. During the entire time, more casual photos were snapped of the best and funniest moments. One was when Miranda got Terry to hold up her dress so she could do a handstand. You couldn't wait to see them fully developed. And many guests had been generous enough to bring presents that you and Cove might need. You'd finished opening each one, offering your thanks. Seafoam, green towels, dishes, a water purifier, a framed picture of the sea with the words "Life's a beach" were just some of the takeaways from the day. The most common gift, however, was the safe bet of simply giving cash. You'd never seen so many $20 bills in one place. Your families had a sense of humor. Of course, the relationship that began with someone offering money would reach its head with that repeating. Your husband caught a glimpse of the silent amusement in your face. His mouth curved into a smirk as he watched you. You'd bet money that he knew exactly what was on your mind.
Good evening.
The distinct voice of your planner caught your attention. He approached with a polite wave.
The people you know are as welcome as you are. They've treated the staff, including myself, well throughout the reception.
As pleasant as he kept the pleasantries, Baxter was certain to get to the point of the conversation quickly.
Well, I'm here to say that you've got the space for a few more hours, but there are no more planned events or responsibilities on your shoulders. The day went off exactly as intended.
He pressed his hands against the bottom of his spine and leaned his torso back against them to stretch. For a single side word, Baxter let himself clock out of his work mindset.
Hallelujah.
But the metaphorical bell rang and he returned promptly to providing his service, standing up perfectly straight and pointing his toes forward.
You're free to simply enjoy yourselves, however you want with the time that's left. Of course, I'll personally put out any fires if they do appear. You two don't need to worry about anything.
Cool, thank you for all of this.
You really were the perfect guy to do it.
Baxter's brows curved, his eyes softened, and even paused to steady himself. Didn't hide the emotion rich in his voice.
That means a lot to me.
I appreciate the professionalism throughout the planning. Baxter ran his hand down his shirt, smoothing it out in casual, fluid motion.
You're very welcome. And congratulations on your lovely day.
He then, quite literally, bowed out, tipping one foot back and inkling forward. He kept his head lifted up with a curled grin you'd become used to featured prominently on his face. Baxter left the two of you there, disappearing into the crowd of figures all in black, to help keep the event running as smoothly as possible. With the staff busy and the guests mingling with each other, you and Cove had a moment completely to yourselves since the wedding first began that morning. You know for certain that you could relax when you caught Cove pulling into a big stretch, his torso twisted to one side as his hands rose up as high as he could get them.
I see my name. Yo, Angie, can you put a Chibi Baxter close to Chibi Cove? I hate him. I may hate him, but I can't deny that he is cool for helping like that. Sure, we can do that. Congratulations on the divorce. There's no divorce! This is happily married. Hold on, Baxter's kind of in the back. Oh, no, hold on. Oh, you know what? Cove can be, like, over here. That's fine. Cove can be over here, and then we'll, like, if I can click on let me click on Baxter. Baxter can be, like, here. All right, looks good. Oh, let's go.
He had to fight a bit against the crisp, fitted shirt he was buttoned into, but Cove was persistent. His eyes had been closed when he worked out the last of the jitters he'd carried throughout the day, but his gaze landed on you as soon as he finished. There was a radiant warmth in his expression as he spoke to you with an eased heart. If you don't mind, I want to dance with you again before it's over.
I don't think I have to ask you guys. But, would you like to dance with Cove? And if so, how would you like to do this? How would you like to end this off? Yes! Yes, immediately. Yes. All right. Which option would you like for this? About to ask the same thing. 2? All right, 2 sounds good. I've been waiting for you to ask. He smiled openly and welcomingly. It was more inviting than his direct words had been. As he had in the past, and as you were certain he'd do in the future, Cove lifted his hand for you to take. You accepted them. You accepted then, as you always would. You and your husband slipped away from the main seating area, out to the center of the space. But by that late hour, the dance floor had mostly emptied. Your fingers remained linked as you both took hold of the other with your second hands, taking form for a dance. Cove brought his chest near enough to brush against you and nuzzled his cheek against yours. Slow, calming music drifted through the air. It enveloped you and kept out the buzz of distant conversations that still happened. You began to sway to the sound, cozy and content. It felt as though you and he were in your own world. Well, Miss Sky Holden, congratulations on your successful wedding. Again. He slipped the last word in with a playful laugh. Congratulations to you, Mr. Sky Holden.
Thanks.
He voiced it for me.
And if you were wondering, my plan is to be the last person who gets to congratulate you tonight.
He wagged his wiggly eyebrows before being intentionally silly. I'm rooting for you. That's fun. That's really fun. In that case, I'll cover my ears if anyone tries to congratulate me. Oh my god. The sun is rising. Oh no! Oh no! Alright. In that case, I'll cover my ears.
Wow, it's so nice to have a supportive partner.
He sighed softly, and his shoulders lowered comfortably,
but Cove suddenly perked back to attention when something struck him. Though, I could just say it again. When we get to the hotel room, I'd definitely be the last person to do it then. That's one of the perks of being married. I pretty much always get to be the first and the final with you. You for me too. I'm good with that.
Oh, this is cute. They're being cute again. First is cute. Number 1 is cute. That's really adorable. Oh. Definitely one. I'm definitely one.
Thank you. In his glistening eyes, you could see how treasured you really were. Cove whispered heartfelt words.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, and I also get to say this for sure. See you tomorrow, Rain. I'll see you tomorrow too. Cove pressed himself into you even more snugly and letting out a tiny thrilled squeak.
Let's see here. Cove, is there anything you're hoping for in our lives together? Now that we have a minute, I wanted to mention how you look. Cove seemed like he had something on his mind. You gave him an encouraging smile. So did you notice what I'm wearing? That I'm wearing an anklet. Oh, tease the poor guy. What would you guys like to say to him? What would you guys in this moment? It usually only gives us one. So I will let you choose this because I think this is the final conversation. Tease him! With the anklet. If you guys don't know, the one thing that Cove loves more in this world is an anklet. He loves anklets. 5? You don't want to, say anything to him? Okay, then 4. Alright, 4 it is. So did you notice I'm wearing an anklet? He let out a genuine gasp.
No!
Serious?
Are you serious? I had no idea you were wearing one.
With the initial shock wearing off, Cove shamelessly craned his neck to try getting a peek at it. You can only laugh at the reaction. Honestly, I thought you'd have checked for that.
Well...
Cove dropped his face completely, suddenly feeling bashful.
You do look really great in that outfit, but mostly, I just wanted to see your face. I haven't been able to focus on much else. Sorry.
That's so sweet.
You were swooning.
Cove still had a knack for the unexpected compliment. Oh, we can do more. Okay. We'll do the first one then. We'll do in order. We will go in order. Wait, what is an anklet again? It's like a bracelet you wear on your ankle. Yeah, it's an accessory that's on your ankle. That is correct. Okay, all right. First one.
Oh.
Nerves creep back over Cove's features, but he took a breath and answered you honestly.
I'd really like it if we could live together, have our own place and everything.
Yeah, that sounds nice. I want that too. The relief in his extra high-pitched voice was palpable.
Great! That's great.
All right. So guys, I will let you answer this one with our sweet little Cove here. But Cove, I was wondering if you could also talk about starting a family, or though I'm thinking we could use some company, and I don't mean your fish. What would you guys like to say here? One immediately. All right, sounds good. You felt a pounding in your ears, and your breathing became more rapid. What are you guys thinking? Rain is a girl, so we can do one. Let's see. Want a surrogate? Want to give birth and adopt? Okay, we have a lot of options here. I want to give birth, use a surrogate. Okay, all right. One? Just one? All right. For a second, he completely stalled. You winced at him, potentially fainting, becoming a real possibility once more. Instead of falling, he spoke.
Okay.
The word was so quiet, and you needed to hear him so much. You instinctively pulled closer to him. You regretted that choice immediately after because he reaffirmed himself in a shout.
We can have a baby! Not right now. I mean, unless you want to do it right now.
Cove, please. Please. We have family around Cove. We have family that'll tease us around Cove, please. Cove was panicking, bouncing up and down on his feet enough to shake both of your bodies. You knew his heart was in the right place, though. It was filled with joy. Don't worry, we can take our time. He patted out the uneven breaths, but calmed enough to still himself.
Yeah.
Good idea. Thanks, Rain.
Thank you too. Now that we have a minute, I wanted to mention how you looked. His stance tensed, blushing in his finery. The spotlight had turned back on Cove, and was getting stage fright.
Do you like it?
Yes. I think white looks good on Cove, personally. It's probably my favorite out of most of the outfits he's worn. Do it right in the aquarium. Nope, that'd be a story, but nope. Should have given us a choice to say we're pregnant. Cove wouldn't have done it yet. I don't think so, at least. just tearing up over how gorgeous it is such a cute response.
It's perfect.
I'm so glad.
That's great. I'm really glad you think so.
You could tell from his blush that he had ultimately enjoyed your intention. His posture relaxed and he seemed more confident in his clothes again.
I like yours too. Your shirt and pants so seriously charming.
Thank you. All right, and the last one. What does Cove have to say? He chewed on the inside of his cheek as the silence grew longer. You remained patient, communicating your willingness to listening through your eager ears.
Rain, there's something I want to say.
The sentence faded out as his lips clammed up in a trembling line. He had to force it back open.
I wanted to say it without crying, but your vows were so nice to hear and I love them. And thank you for doing that.
Simply remembering the scene had gotten the tears flowing again. He couldn't help it. Oh. Your vows went through an entire book, so I think you prepared it a lot better than I did. But I meant every word, Cove. We meant every word. He sniffled once, then twice, and then he grinned back at you. Look at that goofy little smile. Look at that goofy little smile he has on. God! Freaking! He's so cute! Let's enjoy his company. Alright, guys. How do you want to do this? How would you like to do this? My cute aggression is acting up. How do you guys want to do this? And Oliver's screaming at me. I think Oliver's just like, Mom, when are you gonna be done? Or something like that. Kiss! Got it. Do we do one? Or do we give every part of his face a kiss? Because there's two kisses. There's the first kiss, which is option choice number 1, and the second kiss, option choice number 2, which is kiss every part of his face. Or so hug. More people are saying kiss right now. Kiss everywhere? 2? All right. We got 1, 1, 2, 2s. Kiss him? Okay. All right. Kiss every part of his face. The first kiss or 2 were accepted with sweet giggles from Cove. The more you peppered against his skin, the shakier his chuckles became. Before you felt finished, he brought a hand to your shoulder to nudge you down. You squinted your eyes back open, disappointed. Cove's brows crinkled apologetically. He let his face come near to yours once more. It wasn't touching, but he could whisper words only to you. Sorry. We've got to wait for that, but I promise, later, so. A bolt of anticipation shivered through your body. Cove could forever make your future something to look forward to. But then, you heard your husband sigh wistfully.
It all went by so fast. And now that I'm thinking about it, I didn't only mean the wedding. It's everything. Where did the years go? When did you and me become grown up?
Well, I still don't feel grown up.
I don't know if I do either. Though,
his spirits carefully rose again as he spoke more lightly.
I feel pretty good about getting older. Not being a kid anymore, 'cause I'm doing it with you. Before we could only pretend to play adults, and I was bad at it. Liz was right on that one, unfortunately. And now we're at a wedding. I know what it's like to be an adult. Kind of. You just do it and keep going. I guess it's as simple as that. I wish I could have figured that out from the beginning. No, actually, I'm glad everything went the way it did.
I am too. The song that blanketed your discussion was at its final chorus as guests were saying their goodbyes to one another. It was almost time to go. Too soon, you would know what the ending note of your wedding was. The final glance, the last word. Those thoughts swirled in your mind until Cove brought you back to existing in the present where you belonged.
That's nice.
I think our life is really nice. Roll credits, they said the title. Not letting either of you get lost in contemplation again, Cove suddenly clapped both his hands against your shoulders with the utmost seriousness.
You know, if you ever want to have another party like this, I'll do it.
It can be every year, multiple times a year, whenever you feel like it. 6-course meal, let's go! Oh man. I love you, Cove, so much. Tiny, delicate water drops pooled in the corners of his eyes. Cove let his hands travel from shoulders up to touch your face. He cradled you tenderly, never wanting to let go. What did I do to get to be with someone who's there for me? Someone who honestly cares about me? Well, I don't need an answer, really. I'm just grateful.
I love you.
I love you too, Rain. Always.
And that's it. We've done it, guys. That was the ending of our life. We went through childhood, middle school age, to high school, and to adulthood, to Baxter's route, to Derek's route, and now ending off with the wedding DLC. We've done it, and that is the end. As mentioned on my channel, this game is pretty special to me. This was the first game I ever streamed on this channel. We've been here for a year and a half streaming it, and I've met a lot of you through it. I got my confidence through this game, streamed it all this time, and it is a bittersweet feeling for me now that it is coming to an end. I am forever grateful to this game, since this was the first one that was on my channel, but the series also has to come to an end. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for being with me. Thank you for enjoying this story with me and coming to book clubs. I appreciate it so, so, so much. You would not believe. And so I left one last sip of my drink because I wanted to start this, finish this the way I started it. I finished the very first Our Life stream with some cookies and a glass of undisclosed grape drink, and I will end it with one. Cheers. And thank you all for being here with me. I appreciate it so much, and I love all of you lots, and it wouldn't be the same without you guys here. So thank you so much, and I will, of course, see you in the next one, but I have not forgotten. I have not forgotten, Faith. You have something you want for me to say? Yes, I have not forgotten. I have not. I'm here for Oliver. Understandable. Understandable. Have a nice day. You've won. You stayed up all night to win this. And so I look forward to it. Hi, Okapi. We say goodbye to Cove. This means we say goodbye to Suncloud as Night Fury. Yes, thank you for joining us for all this time. I've enjoyed it so much, and I've enjoyed every one of you here. Oh man, it's again bittersweet to say goodbye to this series. There is a sequel to Our Life, however, it is not fully done, and I don't plan on playing it until it is fully done. This is gonna be painful for you. I just gave like a heartfelt goodbye, and you're gonna give me something painful to say. All right, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Yeah, I still need to post some tweets from you guys too. But this will be a little easier for me. I'll say something that you guys have me say. The best series. Yes, this was a great one. This was a great one for me. We'll be playing more visual novels, more dating sims, more stuff similar to this. But for now, this game is going to be coming to an end. Again, there is a sequel series, but we'll be getting to that once it's like more complete. Here it comes. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Just rip the band-aid off for me. Oh, this was amazing. Yeah, I'm really happy with all of this. I'm really, really happy with all of this. What if Faith just never gives a reply? Just leaving us in anticipation. It'd be funny. My request put a giant spinning filbert on screen. Yeah, sure, I can do that. I can do that for old time's sake. Let me just go over here and find a filbert. If I can. If I can. Oh my god, I am already seeing the beginnings of that. Let me just grab this filbert here and yoink him right up so he's big and bright for all of you to see. Okay. Okay, let me recite this. I love Baxter and the Baxter route so much more than Cove, and it was so much more calming and better in every way. Ugh. Okay, I said it. I said it, and I said it with heart. I said it with feeling. Don't unsub, don't unsub. I threw up afterwards to let you guys know that I didn't like it, okay? Please don't unsub. Stay with me. Don't leave me. All right, all right. Reporting the stream. No, stay. All right. With that being said, it has been 6 hours. Thank you all for staying with me. And I will see you guys in the next one. As always, love you lots. We have more streams this week. I am streaming, including this stream, 5 times this week. Next up is Wednesday stream, which I have not fully announced what it's going to be just yet. So I guess you guys will just have to wait and watch those community notes to see what it is. But until then, I will see you guys. Thank you so much for watching. As always, love you lots. And I will see you within the next one. Have a good day, good night, whatever time it is for you guys. Have a good one, and toodaloo, fish cakes. I'll see you then. Bye-bye.